Yeah, because you know, in our community, we know that you Black kings will support and defend our children. That's one thing we know you Black kings will do. So I know you. I know you don't mean that.
Yeah, we gotta go back. Right. It's important as ever now. The kids are all we got left because we are screwed.
Our kids are doing pretty good now. They're all being some really outstanding children in our community. So hats off to you
They
parents.
are. They sold out. They sold out. They really are.
I was checking on that more. To withdraw your claim.
El Normo.
He's back.
He acting like he can't hear it. You know, I don't hear it.
Yeah, cause y'all let Marcus pack him up. Marcus packed you up. That's pretty bad.
Anything else interesting going on in the news, y'all?
I see Obama came out and spoke for himself. Did y'all play his clip?
No, let me.
Y'all need to play it. I need to know about that. Cause these try to hold me down.
Yes, sir.
Y'all saying about him saying we need to raise our kids around gay folks.
That's not what he
You
said,
have to say.
sir. That's not what he said. That's not what he said,
He
baby.
did say that. He said that the other day. He said that the other day.
He did not say that's not in context. In context. Don't start no shit, CEO. Okay,
I'm sorry. He said that a straight male needs to have a gay man in his life to learn more empathy.
That's not what he said, babe. That's not what he said. He did not say that. Play the whole thing, and
I'm gonna read the quote.
I'm disappointed in you, CEO, that you would do that, being a father of a child, of a son, that you would say that our president said that. He was talking about himself when he said that having other people in their lives. There's just nothing fucking wrong with that. Be quiet. No, you're not gonna play over me right now. When you're 18 years old and you're in college, I don't know how
I'm gonna read the quote now. He said.
I'm talking now. I'm on my break. You can read it when I leave. Okay? So I'm just saying how disrespectful of you Black men to try to disparage another Black man who is a perfect example. Y'all niggas will go and support somebody like R. Kelly, Shannon Sharp, that other motherfucker Diddy. They're sexy, but they're fucking raping people. And again, nothing wrong with a gay man. It's not our business, this sexuality of somebody who ain't doing nothing. He was an instructor in college. He wasn't trying to sleep with him. And you sitting up here trying to disparage this man. He was already in college. It was a professor that he probably liked his intellect. You think everybody who's gay is dumb? I don't know what's going on with you guys.
I was just trying to state what was said. So here's a quote.
I did land.
Are you gonna never laugh so that I can never laugh?
You know what? Because a hit dog, okay, and it triggers you. So that's why you put the right here. Well, then why you just won't be quiet and let me say my piece? I would have been done.
What you talking about?
I don't care. I'm all over the place because you guys are always trying to disrespect, and I got a lot to say.
Hey, it's one of our
Always trying to. You are always, and I'm getting ready to get off page. You know, this is something.
Don't run before we read the quote.
I'm gonna listen as I'm walking back into the hospital. But what I'm telling you is, I don't know why you and my babe down there always like to disparage, our Black leaders. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you guys. He did not say it, so read it in context and read the whole damn thing.
Okay, I'm gonna read it right now. You need that person in your friend group so that if you have a boy who is gay or non-binary, they have somebody that they can I'm not alone in this, and I think it's creating community. I know it's corny, but it's what's needed.
Listen to the context. Listen to the context. Are you gonna listen to the context or not?
Yeah, that's not right. What are we talking about?
That's
Nothing
not,
that
that's,
helps.
but that,
That
but
didn't
that's
help
not,
anything.
that's not what CEO presented. He was, you guys, come on, you
Everybody
guys.
got gay cousins and gay uncles and stuff.
Okay, so then there you go.
Like, that
There
doesn't
you
even
go.
make sense.
He said if you have a
Doesn't even make
child,
sense.
oh my God, Betty, I'm done. Fix it for me, because I can't. He said if you have a child that's gay or non-binary, no, you fix the way you interpret shit. I know somebody else on the stage understand what I'm talking about, and I'm not gonna sit here and fight for a while.
What I'm saying is, I don't need to have a gay friend for my kids because I have gay cousins. So why do I need to have a gay friend in case my son is gay?
Okay, that's your friend.
What are you talking about?
Cousin and
That's
friend.
you.
Got somebody gay in their family.
That's you. No, you don't. No, I don't. I don't have anybody gay in my family. You know, I have a fucking huge family. I got 6 fucking brothers, and no, I don't. You gonna tell me what I have in my family?
You're lying. Somebody's lying.
Oh, you gonna tell me now my family's a liar? I'm sick of y'all guys.
So Lisa, you made me right. I'm gonna wait till you pop off to say that I was wrong.
Okay, whatever. I can't stand you, CEO. I swear to God, I can't wait to meet you. Then I'm gonna beat you up. That's what I'm gonna do.
It's absurd and it's crazy to try to defend him.
No, it's not absurd.
No, the comment's fine. The comment's fine.
Oh, we got some Illinoisans here. We got some District 16 voters.
You need diversity in your life, right? So that you understand other people. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying you don't have to go out to and find a be cool with a gay person to do that.
Okay, he's
Because
not
everybody
your
got
brother,
a gay
your brother, your uncle, your
or
son.
a family member that's gay or no friend who has a gay friend.
Only thing he's saying is be diverse in your friend group, right? That's all he's saying. Nigga, you said you got a cousin that you friendly with. That's your friend right there.
That's my cousin.
But that doesn't mean you're friendly with your cousin. Okay.
He's super gay. Twins.
Oh my God, what is super gay?
Summer camp prison. You show me a prison at summer camp. Yeah, no female contact for 10 years.
You can't do anything in that person.
Somebody too. Y'all never say anything about it. But y'all will say something about the predator Trump and the other predators and all these other folks. But y'all leave him out. Just like y'all leave him out.
There's no
Because all you can say about Biden, listen, all you can say about Biden is it was non-conventional. That's all you can say. It was non-conventional.
You refuse to hold accountable. And
But sniffing hair is not having sniffing hair is not having intercourse with children. Sniffing hair is not having intercourse with children. I wish Trump all he did was sniff hair. He's having intercourse with children. He's taking virginity away from children. So if sniffing hair, that's all you guys got, I'll echo to that. Sniffing hair is not having intercourse with a child who is in the 8th grade.
Who is it saying? Trump? Is this Trump who's saying this? Is that Trump, Patty? Or who is that?
I think that was BT.
Okay, BT. So put okay, so put Trump on a creepy scale 1 to 10 and put Biden on a creepy scale 1 to 10. Where do you rate them?
Both a 10.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
He's being dishonest. He really is being dishonest.
Y'all are, like, what are we doing right now?
Being dishonest. He don't say sniffing. You're saying sniffing hair equates as a 10, while Trump is putting his penis in an 8th grader.
I think somebody.
I respect you.
I think somebody who does that is put their penis in their
Oh my God, never.
and hasn't gotten caught.
Oh, and how you
So
know?
let's not play like Pizzagate doesn't exist. Y'all are ridiculous.
Oh my God. I'll put it. I think a fairer score is Trump is an 8, Biden's a 4. That's a
You
fair.
keep an eye too. Yeah. Oh, like, you know,
I ain't trusting none of y'all niggas.
You know those pictures of Biden that make look like he's sniffing hair? That's just him being close to it, too close to the person, him laying in. That's it.
God.
That would be an 8th grade.
Weird as fuck.
Yeah, y'all
I'm not gonna trust
Trump
none.
said he thought his daughter was.
Yeah, that's what I
So
was.
Trump said he thought his daughter was attractive, and if he was waiting to see if he got the same titties as her mama, and if he wasn't his daughter, you know, they would probably be, you know. And Biden is somewhere close to that.
And you remember on the, what was it, that shock jock guy?
Howard Stern.
Howard Stern, that was when he was talking about the
He
titties.
asked, he asked them, what do you and your daughter have in common? And he said sex.
Both love sex.
We both love sex. My dad has never said nothing like that.
Yeah, like what?
I wish my father would. My mom probably.
And Biden is somewhere close to that. Come on, brother. Be serious.
Pedophilia defenders. Why are we surprised?
Because what I'm saying, that's why when the Epstein shit, don't get your hopes up, players. These people do not care. They don't care. No, let me speak. So,
I care about you.
we don't care if children are getting y'all don't give a damn about Biden. Y'all respect the Trump. We know Trump now. It's not about Biden. All for Biden again, and we're back to Trump on some shit that we already
No, because we don't know Biden to be, we don't know Biden to have predatory behavior. We don't know him to have predatory behavior.
Bro, he's a general white man. He's a general white man.
That's the biggest difference.
People say, well, Trump is finesse. I said, because I'm not buying it. I just get back to Trump. We know Trump nasty. But y'all won't admit that this man nasty. And then I mean, Biden is a general white man. What do y'all say about what the barometer of how nasty each one of them is? But Biden doesn't have anything like what Trump has.
Biden has nothing.
Nothing. He doesn't even have no cheating allegations. He's not even nasty like that.
No, just gotta get whatever they tell you. Just say, well, at least Biden does not fuck kids. That's it. That's all you got.
But the thing is, here's the thing. I remember a day. I remember 6 months ago, y'all was talking about drag queens reading books to kids in Barnes and Nobles, and you know, trans people being in the bathroom, and how the kids, and you know, it's fine if what you want to do. But when you start bringing it to the damn kids, that's when I got a problem. And ooh, la ooh. And now, it's, we already know Trump is nasty. We already, like, everything is movable with y'all niggas. And I remember maybe about the same 6 months ago, it was like, oh, I stand up, I don't play with the kids and all. Now y'all just don't care, bro. Where is y'all scruples? Is anything gonna stick? Is it gonna be a point where y'all gonna say, alright, that's a damn enough. I can't be rocking with this. Everything can't just be up in the air. And y'all niggas got kids. Is this the example?
These are probably the type of people they have around their children. So they're used to this shit. You know how you got your blinders on because it's become part of your life. Yeah, so it's okay.
Yeah, y'all cannot keep trying to do what about this when people talk about something direct? It's weird, it's biased, and it's not cool. Y'all as black people should be ashamed of this.
There is no whataboutism because there's nothing to what about when it comes to Biden. He doesn't. Those pictures have nothing to do with predatory behavior. There were photos taken. He's very. How the photo was taken just was.
I don't think he does that. No other old ass white man. Like, he's general. Like, y'all was better off racism talk because but now he's not really a weird motherfucker. He just don't do weird shit. He'll fall off a bike, he'll forget what he's saying, but y'all cannot compare a nasty creep who talks about going in the little girl in the pageant under the guise of inspection to Biden. I don't know, man.
Hold on. Let me play this clip real quick.
At least Biden never fucked a kid. And we can say that.
When your partner doesn't reply to messages or calls, stay calm. Open the locator app, insert.
Something you had in common with Donald Trump. Yeah, okay. How many times did you...
I want to play the actual clip of him saying it. I hate Young Turks. At this point, I don't want to play that. I'm trying to look for the interview. Hopefully it's saying another. Yeah.
My daughter's beautiful, Ivanka. She was away. You adore her. She's beautiful. Big discussion. It's a piece of ass. The last couple years ago, I was up on it. He's like 21 and he's talking about, what are you doing? He's studying algebra. So what? Like, it was embarrassing for me to walk in. He's too young. 30's like a perfect age. So she has a 5 experience. She's 35. And you're probably, I would say, the greatest judge of beauty on this planet. Like, I would create a TV show for you where all you did was just judge women. Now, that may be the best idea of all. It's a simple thing. It's a half hour. We strip it out all over the country. The whole time. You know, this pageant, you go over, you look, the girls is like, one of them comes up to you and says, Mr. Trump, you're very sexy, man. You're beautiful, man. You have fantastic hair. You're powerful, man. Right? You're a powerful man. Right. I want to sleep with you. And you're not the type that would say no. I don't want to hurt that feeling. Right. No, I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're going to sex to have everything.
Well, could that be construed, however, as
Conflict.
yes.
Well, That's the kind of thing you worry about later.
No, I
Think about the conflict a little bit later on.
How can it not be construed? I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump in my country, we say hello with vagina.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that.
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes, and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no matter anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that like everything's good. If you better get the dress, is everyone okay? Look, is everybody okay? You see these incredible looking women, and so I get away with things like that. Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari.
I'll find the body clips. Okay. Yes, there it is.
Check out the hormone again. The majority of statement.
You ain't gonna say shit.
Teenage shit.
The baby disappeared, he'll probably open his mic. Talking about Eleanor mom made a claim and Philip was debating him, and then we played the end of the rest of Jubilee. And all of a sudden now Normal's on mute. He's not here as well. To come back to the comment. Or at least to fight back. Fight back, Eleanor. Guess you win, Emperor.
What was your My claim was there is general unanimity in economic profession against fraud-based tariffs, and the tariff generally reduces economic welfare. Normal was pushing back on that, saying that there is diversity of opinion in economic profession.
I mean, there's so many thing. Some people think that it's okay to defend pedophilia. That's diversity.
You want to say something?
Yeah, so I was going to say, I did see a discussion on CNN the other day where they were saying that a lot of people were surprised there hasn't been more blowback economically from the tariff policies so far.
Hey, can I make a comment on what you just said? I keep on hearing people say CNN stats and these, different areas of information. But when you look outside right now, most people are suffering. Not all. I'm saying most. People are losing their jobs. Rent mortgages are ridiculous. Food prices are through the roof. Gas never went down. Blah, 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 blah. But this is what I'm saying. We keep going by these so-called data polls from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, all these different media platforms, giving these statistics, And I think most people on this platform, if we're going to be honest, know that inflation is unbearable. You know, it's the worst we've ever seen. And we have some.
Literally isn't.
Before I get interrupted by Trump support, let me get my thought out because no Trump support.
No, it's just reality. It's just about
Can I
reality.
get my thought out without getting interrupted? Thank you. I don't. It's what you also notice about Trump supporters. Whenever you speak against this bullshit regime, they get off their speaker. They like grab it.
They speak against facts.
Like, you know, like this guy. He can't resist. He has to do it because he's in the code. Everything is fucked up. If Biden didn't do a great job either. I'm not gonna sit here and cap for him. I mean, let's be honest. Biden put us in a lot of fucked up situations. But what we're doing right now is we have a guy right now who is a pedophile, rapist, Epstein, 34 charge felon, who just got put in office to be the bad guy, to implement all the things that we're seeing right now. This man started an insurrection. This man, every comment, like the one the young lady just played a minute ago, he thought his daughter was attractive, messing with children. And nobody says nothing because they're so bent out of shape and caught up in the racism. The reason he won with the people that he got is the racism. First is the Mexicans, first is the Latinos, the blacks, it's everybody is the gays, it's everybody. But these people have a problem, and it's like you're either in it or you're not. And the people who's not in that bullshit, MAGA bullshit, see it for what it is. It's a hate-mongering system that literally is hurting even their own constituents, even some of the MAGA supporters are jumping on board right now. Because they know this dude's a rapist. They know this dude was at the Epstein shit trying to cover it all up and trying to divert your attention with the Obama shit. He hasn't even been president for what? How long now? And you're bringing him back up, yet you was teeing it up with him at Jimmy Carter's funeral. But now you need a play. I need somebody to throw the blame on. Sleepy Joe. He ain't president no more. We can't blame Sleepy Joe no more. We can't blame Obama no more. We have to blame who's in office. We have to blame this regime. See, his thing is to divert you with some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Looking for investigations of Martin Luther King. Nobody asked for that shit. We just want to fucking know, are you a pedophile? Yes, you are. Are you a felon? Yes, you are. Do you know what the fuck you're doing? No, you don't. I got a bullet point list right now of every fucking thing he's done wrong in this country. I'm not going to read it right now, but upon request, I can do so. But
Alright, so Troy, my other question for you is outside of your personal opinion, what kind of objective measure do you use to determine how well the economy is doing? No matter who the president is, what do you use to decide how good the economy is?
Jobs is the lowest point ever. They're cutting federal jobs. They're cutting jobs everywhere. So we're going off just, hold on, let me say it again real quick. Jobs. If there's no jobs, people can't make money. It's that simple. When you have AI determining through an algorithm what mortgages and what rent is going to be, which is what's happening right now. There's people who are homeless right now, not because they can't afford to live somewhere, but because we got an AI software system now telling you an apartment is $2,500, and you got to make 3 times that. Like, it's the shit that they're doing. They're making it unaffordable for anyone to live. You go to the grocery store right now, everything's out of control. I know you guys go to the grocery. Don't act like you don't go to the grocery and see what the fuck is going on. You can camp all day long, sit here and bullshit and stuff and take penis all you want to. But I'm telling you what it is. It's hard economic times out here. Even for people who are making decent money, they screw up. The middle class is done. It's either when you're poor or not. You're either 1% or you're poor. There's the middle class out. And you ask me, how do we know when the economy is what it is? People are getting priced out of everything. I don't know if anybody in this room can put a 1 in the chat if you feel like the economy is fucked up. It's that simple. Put a 1 in the chat if you feel that way. That's all I gotta say. I mean, anybody who says otherwise is sitting over here bullshitting and taking that man's talking points. Even his own constituents see that shit. The people who voted for him are saying that. But we got some people hanging on just because he got them in a trance. He got y'all hypnotized. He got y'all drinking the Kool-Aid like that dude Jim Jones did with Kool-Aid. Y'all got it.
Did he answer your question, Celia?
Kind of. So the first 6 months this year, we've added 750,000 jobs. Last year, we did add 1.1 million jobs. So last year was better. You're correct. So I just said that. I said Biden added 1.1 million last year. So yes, the economy was better. But are you calling like 746,000 over the first 6 months a disaster? I would think a disaster would be like a neutral number or a negative number. No, these are W-2 jobs.
Okay, but Wendy,
Okay, so you're adding a new measure that you look at in terms of a type of jobs? Like how do you measure that?
I think we were looking at it like this. Of course, the minute new jobs are gonna be the people that the jobs are going to do. Yeah, you're increasing that. But what I'm saying to you is this, when you watch the federal jobs being eliminated, when you watch big companies laying off people in unprecedented amounts of folks, AT&T's laying people off, Ford is laying people off, UPS is laying people off. I mean, it's every big company is doing that, preparing for AI, preparing for robotics, whatever the case is. But this is the man that promised more jobs day one. Inflation's gonna end day one. Day one, gas prices are gonna get lower day one. I'm gonna make sure there's no wars. All this bullshit promise, we knew there was a lie. I mean, come on, everybody knew that. But just the fact that this man promised all this shit and didn't deliver on one thing should let you know it's
Okay, so hourly, so I just wanted to go to your next comparison. So hourly earnings are up 3.7% this year. Last year they were up 4.2%. So again, not great, not great, not great, but not horrible. Bureau of Labor Statistics, is that count? Bureau of Labor Statistics. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
So I'm reading Yale's budget lab, right? So I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to Yale budget lab. They're projecting that tariffs will slash 0.7, 0.9 percentage points from 2025 GDP, leaving the economy 0.4% smaller, shrinking payrolls by 540,000 jobs. They found that it's dampened business sentiments, lowering 2025 GDP to 1.4 growth to 1.4% of the odds of a recession to 45%, stalling the Fed cuts rates. They also report that some businesses are absorbing the tariffs, delaying the pass-through to consumers, but warm prices will rise soon. They noted tariffs have contributed to 2.7% year-over-year CPI rate rise in June, hitting toys plus 1.4%, beverages plus 4.4%, appliances plus 1.9%. The forecast of tariffs driving a 1.7% bump in inflation, costing U.S. households $3,800 annually. They're talking about the GM's Q2 quarter 2 results, showing a 1.1 billion tariff hit, projecting up to $5 billion in annual costs. Stellantis lost $350 million. Global firms across auto, aerospace, pharmaceuticals lost 6.6 to 7.8 billion in 1 week due to the trade policy uncertainty. And Federal Appeals Board temporarily blocking Trump's emergency tariffs, citing inadequate authority under I don't know, right? So it is slowing growth, and you made that relevant when you talk about comparing last year to today. It's gonna get worse.
And to add to what you just said, to answer some questions for this man, I mean, I'm gonna just slow down a brief moment. Like, we got tariffs that make the housing, building houses higher, price higher for building houses. You know, this man has sit here and cut funding to HBCUs in schools, ended black scholarships in universities, ended job corps, inflation and creating hate crimes in prison. He's criminalized freedom of speech and protesters and the press from reporting anything that's going on without penalizing them. He cut Medicaid costs, plotting on cutting Social Security, ended the college loan, the little plans they had to pay back their loans on that could help people. He cut that shit. He's stealing America's data to Dodge when Elon Musk was in there. He stole gave the American people false lies that prices would drop from day one. That didn't happen. He said out of his own mouth he can't go inflation up again, baby. He denied he knew about Project 45 and implemented most of it 100 days in. He cut Section, he cut Section 8 and food assistance for the needy. He raised taxes on the lowest earners, but lowered it for the 1%. He cut federal jobs from aviation, air traffic controllers, causing crashes everywhere. He cut veteran hospital staff so veterans suffer. He cut the weather prediction, and when you look at the National Weather Service, he cut funding for them. PBS, and now when storms come, you don't even get a fucking alert. FEMA is damn near decimated. It took 4 months to even try to come to Kentucky, which is one state. It took 4 months, and people still aren't getting assistance from the flood. This thing go on and on and on and on and on. And yet, they're going to have other folks sit on here and cap for him. Even though some of the policies he's passing, if not all, are affecting you, the ones who sit there kissing his ass. Because these cats are drinking the Kool-Aid. And it's amazing to me that the people who are suffering the most are the ones who pop the most for him. If you're not in the 1%, if you're not wealthy, nothing he's doing is beneficial.
Trump, you have a habit of bringing up 100 topics, and we're really discussing one. So.
But you heard them all. What I said.
Yeah. It's just not useful because you just basically you just basically dumped all over the place. Try to be focused next time.
What's the Muhammad Ali you're talking about? Like, I feel like a butterfly, I sting like a bee, bitch. I ain't talking about, you know what I mean?
Get off my dick. How about that, bitch ass nigga? Next topic.
Yeah, he did. I got it. You can't focus on one topic. I got it. Okay. I'll know for next time. You got.
I mean, when it comes to go away, MAGA, like, make America great again, civil rights, and here, myself as a veteran, and like, not your, like, pro tools. Like, please tell me, what do you want out of American children? I want to know how they better.
Hey, Dr. AG, I was earlier.
No, right there comment about Japan. You are aware that those foreign investments were long-standing and it's been before the creation. So this is a projection, right? And they've been investing before this 2025. So let's not say that. Right. So Trump is just using that as a talking point. It's just not.
I think the thing most seriously that's important is that you just admit that you don't try to keep on covering. And I respect that more than you keep it on cabin for all the bullshit he's done in the country. Just admit the reason you like him is he hates people of color.
Who are you referring to?
You don't have any other reason to put Trump in there.
Dr. AG, you asked me a question earlier. I just came back so you could finish that question. So, I'm not sure I'll argue about the stuff.
What was the question?
I was just asking to who you were referring to.
The fact that was open early in the morning, I said.
Honestly,
Trump, you gotta give Trump some grace.
I've been a Democrat since '93, so I mean, I'm kind of a little different.
I don't support either party. I think both of them are full of shit, to be honest. But I'm gonna break it down like this. I'm gonna call it like I see it.
You're done, man. You don't need to talk right now. We don't need to talk right now. Other people are trying to talk. Other people are trying to talk.
Go ahead, because I think Dr. AG is busy right now. So go ahead and, what was the question?
I don't know Dr. A.G.'s question was the significance of this stuff.
Alright, what was the point of you putting about the 550 or the $500 billion investment when this is? I think that was a deal that was made under Trump. That's not a deal that was made. It didn't come from the Trump administration.
Actually, there's $250 trillion coming into America because of Trump, but I don't really.
The Japanese have always been investing in the United States. To be honest with y'all, we probably don't realize the Japanese have always been investing in the U.S., so it's not.
And just to CEOs, and kind of the trucks too. The problem with job creation going to be AI, I think something that people hasn't had a massive layoff, but there was a layoff, particularly in the EV sector. Some of it electric vehicles at $270 trillion. What I did say.
Wow, $270 trillion? That's amazing. That's more of the net worth of all the countries, I think.
It is. That's about right.
I don't even know where you get me. Dude, I'm about to discern you. $470 trillion is per annum of the $1 trillion. $470 trillion move around the world every year. You act like Donald Trump didn't just grab half of it. Where are you getting these numbers though? It's not what is capitalism? He is drawing.
One at a time. Stop it. Y'all doing too much, because now I can't hear you.
Bro. I mean, why do you think I'm so drunk that I said
Hey, okay, guess what? I'm going to take you. I'm going to be quiet. Who's off mic? Let me see your mute. Go ahead and make your statement. One more person come off mic, you're going to fucking interrupt. Tired.
I tried to CEOs intelligence, emperor's intelligent, dark is intelligent, but if you're gonna have drones on the stage talking about drones, they don't think that day.
Truck. I'm not doing this with y'all today. Okay, so go ahead, Trent. Where's Trent at?
Made a dramatic exit.
Now, what you have to say, sir, about these trillions of dollars that
I don't think he's alive anymore. He's too busy talking to his liver. Imagine Trent being defended by somebody who was being so drunk. You know, what amazes me is when y'all come with these statistics and y'all can't even pull where you get them from. Y'all pull it out the side of your neck. I mean, it's hilarious.
no, the one I pulled came from the Yale budget.
No, I'm not talking about you. Yours is accurate. I'm talking about this 467 trillion shit that I heard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're really the only one on the platform I've heard that's far as come with some real shit. Like everyone else is, besides myself, I'm coming with real shit. But you and me are like the only ones up there saying real shit. Like you talk to the people. If you get outside of your little clubhouse bubble and walk outside and walk into your local supermarket or walk into anywhere that your business is being conducted, most people, if not all, will tell you the shit is much worse. So all of the statistics don't even matter to me. I'm going off the people. I'm going off the people I see every day. And it doesn't matter what sector you're living in. It's affecting us all. It's even affecting some of the wealthy. Because even some of the things that they want to do, like shit, I can't even rent houses out no more to Section 8 constituents anymore because they cutting the shit. The farmers are losing money from this food that's being cut. It's not only affecting the poor, which are mostly white, by the way. The whole image is.
I grew up like that.
So I'm saying to you, look you look at people who receive benefits, white people.
Okay, sir, check this out. I gave you a chance to speak. You didn't want to come off mic when I gave you the chance, so now you gotta warm you. Let Truck finish what he has to say. Truck, please, that's long.
Yeah,
Go next.
I think what happened was the people who they voted off the emotions of hanging on other cultures and thinking, yeah, if we put him in, the white man will be first again. We're gonna run the land and we're gonna be back in control. Little do you know, all of the shit that he's implemented is affecting your dumb ass. He's cut off. When you look at all of the federal funding that goes to Section 8 food stamps and all of that, white people receive it more than anyone. So now you got people in hillbilly cluster fuck West Virginia who voted for him.
I'm in Georgia, but
I'm sure you are.
Right in the middle.
Yeah, I can smell the moonshine through my phone screen. I'm saying the U.S., bro, this shit backfired on you motherfuckers. Everyone who voted for him primarily voted off their racist instincts. And it backfired. That motherfucker fucked you up. Black people are used to struggling. We've been through the struggle ever since we've been in this piece of shit. But we always endure and we always rise to the occasion. So you can cut the funding to this, you can cut the statutes to that, you can cut woke to this, you can do all this shit. It ain't gonna stop us. We ain't gonna do nothing.
I'm not
That's what
black?
we do. That's what we do.
You think I'm
You
not black?
motherfuckers, hold on, you come here. You motherfuckers that voted for him are gonna suffer because you voted for our demise. You voted for us to suffer, and look what happened. Little Betsy Joe in Appalachia, Kentucky, can't get her medicine now. My grandma can't go to
I walked from
now.
Appalachian Trail to Pennsylvania. It took me 2 months.
Okay, let Cool's cousin talk. Go ahead.
My grandma Betsy too can't get her medicine and her benefits. She voted for the shit. So deal with it. You fuck around and down there.
I'm about to fuck your grandma like she's second Julia.
Okay, so let Matt Cool's cousin, sir, speak. Go ahead, Matt Cool's cousin.
Go, sir.
No, he said he went up the Appalachian Trail, like, you know, he went from Georgia to Pennsylvania like I did. It took me 2 months to walk that far. Like, what'd you do on the Appalachian Trail, bitch?
You hear this drunk motherfucker? He's the one that voted for
The Appalachian Trail.
That's Trump's constituents. That motherfucker is talking right there.
Wait. When I got out of the Army in 2010 and I was afraid to be around people. And I went the Appalachian Trail.
I'll give you a cash app for $20 if you can spell Army.
You want it as an acronym or do you
Spell
want it as
Spell
like,
Army.
you know,
Spell Army.
A-R-M-Y?
What'd you say?
A-R-M-Y.
Look how long it took him to think. Look, congratulations. He's a A-R-M-Y. And this is the motherfucker that voted for him.
Yeah, but I was a combat medic when I was in the Army, and I was a vet. You know, I got shot, I got watered, I got hurt, and all that dumb shit. But like when I got out of the Army in 2010, when I was 35, shit, I was like, fuck it. I didn't like being around people, and I went up on the Appalachian Trail. And I went from Georgia to Pennsylvania, and it took me 2 months to walk. Like, do you understand, like, how hard it is for certain people to do what they do?
And it could Trump people, that's right. It's just a close to it. You listening to it.
I mean, you're not a Democrat.
I am a Democrat. I've been a Democrat since 1993, girl.
So why the fuck did you walk I'm still trying to understand why you walked into my
He probably has PTSD. Yes.
Oh,
I thought he was like Forrest Gump. Keep running, running.
It was an inability to be around a lot of people.
Yeah.
Run, Forrest, run.
Yeah, exactly. Say it again. That is literally what it was about.
Have you gone to the VA?
Not enough.
Well, you need to because they're cutting service. Well, not service. Well, they have cut services. They cut some services.
Yeah, I know.
You need to see them while you got the chance.
your beloved Donald J. Be that. That's your beloved Donald J.
Honestly, if it ends up being like that, I just.
Don't say that. Not in your face.
Alright.
No, I'm just saying, like, if it's not worth living for,
What's
why would
happening?
you live for it? Is it worth living for, or is it not
Let's
worth
go
living for?
on to talk about the tariffs because this is really.
I mean, I don't know
I'm
why.
asking, is it worth living for, or is it not worth
It
living
is. It is.
Yes, it's worth living for.
It's
still,
worth
yes.
living.
I don't know why people don't see the tariffs that he's doing right now as market manipulation because
Well, I'm not being a terrorist, I'm just saying.
I'm not talking to you drunk ass. I'm talking to
No. So we're not going to do that. He has his own personal issues. Okay, sir, maybe you need to go call the hotline before it completely closes down. And you need to go see VA. I'll put the chat.
611? I know 611.
Well, go talk to someone, please.
Yeah,
I don't think it's fair for you to be walking
I don't know why.
from West Virginia to Pennsylvania either alone without contact because you don't want to be alone.
I was just talking about how long it took me to walk from Georgia to go to
We don't care right this moment. You need to go get some help. You need to go get it on this stage. We ain't got it. We're not mental health professionals. Let's get back to the tariffs.
All I want to say about the tariffs is I feel like he's actually doing market manipulation. You know, he'll claim he's going to implement tariffs.
Okay.
He'll implement
The
tariffs.
but I'm not trying to hurt you, but I'm putting you in the goo, okay? I'm bringing you down to the ground, okay? We're trying to have a conversation, and I think you need to get help. This ain't it. This app ain't it for you. Go ahead.
So I feel like the market manipulation happens when he says he's going to do a tariff on a certain country by a certain date. And you notice when he announces it, the stocks go down. Then when he says, I decided not to do it right now, we're going to push it down the road to another day, it goes back up. So what happens is people hear him say we're going to put tariffs from this country here, stocks go down. They play in the whole stock market game. And then when it goes back up, it gains off him saying, I'm going to put tariffs on this person. Oh, I changed my mind. I'm going to do it all this person. Oh, we decided we're going to go ahead and put a tariff again on there. Oh, we're going to push it down by 90 days. The more he keeps doing this shit, it's market manipulation. Because it goes down when he announces the tariff, it goes back up when he pushes it off. So if you don't see that, if you don't look at it in real time, there's insider trade going on. You know, and people smart enough to see what the fuck he's doing, they playing along with it. Like, oh, here we go again. But, you know, it's just, I don't know.
Congratulations, Trump. You said something that makes sense.
Everything I say makes sense, contrary to your belief.
I mean, the problem is, undoubtedly, it can be investigated. Official Adam Schiff was anonymous, but was in this organization. Definitely looks like one that maybe they can investigate something around Trump, probably not Trump.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought my signal went out.
Yeah, my signal got down too.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find something. Oh, good. What up, Brooklyn?
Yeah, I was gonna sign it, not active.
Uh,
I was gonna silent. What happened? I don't really know.
You gotta get 2 minutes late. There was 2 guys who acted up on stage.
What
The
happened?
drunk one, child, it was the drunk one, and the other one is just, trying to keep you mad loud. He's not on either side.
You were trying to set them out, but they were arguing tonight.
MAGA shit. And the drunk one said that he didn't vote for MAGA, that he didn't vote Democrats, and I think he
Who was it, Kareem?
I don't know, just like a, his name is Sir.
Hey everybody, hey everybody.
morning, good afternoon, whatever it is for you.
Afternoon.
Well, I know it's afternoon, but some of y'all wake up in the afternoon and then show more.
I know I sound like I just woke up, but I didn't. I'm just tired as fuck. I've been up. I want to take a nap, actually. I got one more meeting.
I'm up
What
to
you want to play?
Obama responds to Trump's allegation of treason.
Oh, yeah. Play that.
Let's see. I'm trying to see. Has anybody heard if he responded, like, outside of just the letter?
I didn't even know he replied.
Okay, let me go ahead and play this. Wait a minute. Do y'all hear me? Am I on music mode?
We hear you, but I don't hear the.
But I don't hear the.
Quote bizarre and quote ridiculous allegations Trump made against him in the Oval Office just hours ago. So here's some of what Trump said.
The which they should be talking about is they called President Obama absolutely cold, tossing number. What they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up all the way to 2020, the election. They tried to rig the election. We've had absolute, this isn't like evidence, this is like proof, irrefutable proof that Obama was seditious, that Obama was trying to lead a coup.
Right, trying to lead a coup. Now, usually anyone associated with Obama just ignores all that. They don't respond. But that is not what happened this time. Obama's spokesperson responded in part, and I quote, out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response. But these claims are outrageous enough to merit one. These bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. Joel Simmons is out front now, and the former Republican governor of Minnesota, Tim Pawlenty. I appreciate both of you very much. So, Joel, look, this is a change to come from Team Obama. It's a spokesperson, okay, but it's a change. And to come out and to speak like that, bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. Now, Trump said that Obama was trying to stage a coup, so that's what caused this. But what do you think? How significant of a departure is this for Obama to actually say, okay, we're going to respond?
First of all, pretty bricks of demand. It was sort of affiliated with the January 6th insurrection.
plenty. Speaker Johnson is now saying that he would not be opposed to subpoenaing Obama to testify before Congress over these allegations. Here he is.
No concern about that. If it's uncomfortable for him, he shouldn't have been involved in overseeing this, which is what it appears to us has happened. There's a lot of allegations on the table. Our job is to go and follow each of those trails and to find out the truth.
Obviously, that's coming in the context of the changing of the topic going on in Washington, especially with Johnson away from Epstein. But I'm curious as to whether you think Obama now taking a sharper tone and stepping up as opposed to being quiet and trying to take the high road, is it too little too late, or does it matter for Democrats?
Of course, former governors, former presidents always try to be a little measured as to when and how they respond to their successors. President Obama has been pretty muted in that regard, with a few exceptions. But in this case, President Trump called him out directly, and President Obama answered the bell and swung back. Like you, I read the Mueller report. It basically concluded that the Russians did try to interfere with the election, but there was no actual proof of coordination in that regard. I'm not aware, nor have I seen any public reporting that President Obama somehow ordered something inappropriate relative to that investigation. If Tulsi Gabbard or President Trump has that kind of evidence, then they should bring it forward. Otherwise, seems like puffery.
Very well, but absolutely, that is certainly not helpful in the political climate we're in this country. But Jamal, Obama fighting back, and I hear the governor saying, look, this was specific, and something specific perhaps merited a response. And maybe we don't read into it an overall change, but there are some in the Democratic Party saying, come on, where is the leadership? Who is going to be the standard bearer of that party? And someone who has certainly seems to be trying to take that on and testing different ways is Gavin Newsom from California, constantly going after Trump. After, for a while, tacking the other way to say, well, I'm going to talk to man, and I'm going to talk to all these people, I'm going to figure it out. But now he's posting things about Epstein and Trump, and he just said this about Trump and his immigration policies.
It's a weakness masquerading as strength. That's what I don't like about this son. I don't. And forgive me, I know he's the president of the States. Forgive me, I mean, you know, he calls me new scum. You know, come on.
To attract anything into your life, just listen to this before bed every night. It will reprogram. So what do you think of that, Jamal?
I think it's conflicting hard. To use profanity. But listen, I think Gavin Newsom is the one Democrat I hear the most about from people who don't work in Washington and don't work in politics. And the reason why I think I hear about Gavin Newsom is because he's out there and really taking on Trump in a really forceful way. He'll go anywhere on Fox News or any other channel, and he'll do many things and kind of make his case. And I think a lot of Democrats are looking for somebody, it's not really about policy, but somebody who's got the attitudinal toughness who will take on Trump. We'll see how that works out. But what we have seen is California, his poll numbers have gone up from 38% to about 56% because I think voters like to see her take on Trump and not just sitting back and trying to find a good road.
You know, networking and shit like that in the area.
Oh my God, lying, talking, and he ain't even white. It's supposed to be White Wednesday.
Deserves to be. You know, my worst experience was
Ultra-left policies in California and San Francisco, I just don't see how that's going to sell nationally, notwithstanding his gifted oratory skills.
Gifted oratory skills, of which he has. I don't know if calling someone a son, you know what, might come in the category, but he does have her skills, whether you count that or not.
Are we in the policy era? I just don't know that we're in the policy era anymore with Donald Trump. I think we've moved to a different phase of the game, and I think this phase of the game.
again, stupid.
Sir, you're not stupid. You're a genius.
That's what she said.
What did she say, sir?
Bro. I love my mom. Look at you. Man, just be hitting on me. I'm the most deepest on this app. So don't listen to that, bro.
Hola, chica.
Hey, who did you call a nigga?
¿Qué pasa, chica, baby?
Ole, Osvaldo, ¿cómo está?
He aquí el Cordero de Dios, poquitos pescados del mundo.
Tell your wife I said hello.
No, she doesn't want to speak to you.
Why not?
Because of the beach.
Why am I being?
Because I'm the
Why am I the beach?
What are you talking about? Because you like culo. What?
How am I the beach, motherfucker? You bitch ass nigga.
Fuck you.
You fucking Haitian motherfucker. You fucking Haitian bitch nigga.
Fuck you too. Yeah, mama beat you.
You fucking Haitian motherfucker.
Bitch.
Yeah, your ancestors bitch.
Yeah, fuck you.
Fuck you, order, motherfucker.
Lick my nuts.
Anything but Jeffrey Epstein. He has pushed conspiracy theories. He has discussed various accomplishments in office. And he has put videos on social media that have literally nothing to do with anything going on in the country currently. But nothing was more clear than when President Trump was asked specifically about this unsealing of the grand jury documents and the fact that the Department of Justice wanted to sit down with Maxwell. Take a listen.
I don't know about it, but I think it's something that would be sensible for you to do.
This pissed off.
The one shot that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama at what we call Tulsi Gabbard, what they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up all the way going up to 2020 in the election.
It's important to note here, this has put the situation in this case, this investigation, and the memo from the Department of Justice has put the White House in a position it doesn't often find itself, which is on the defensive. Now, they got a brief moment when they felt they were bringing the MAGA base together at the end of the week last week with that Wall Street Journal story, the fact that they sued the Wall Street Journal, they saw the different members of the base coming to President Trump's defense, but it seems as though that is waning because what we're hearing from these MAGA loyalists and some of these Republican lawmakers is they want more information and they want it quickly. One of the most interesting things I heard actually came from Armando Raju up on the Hill, who was talking to Republican Senator Josh Hawley yesterday. He said his constituents are calling him and they want more information about Jeffrey Epstein. So not going away anytime soon, easy.
If you've been diagnosed with kidney cancer, liver cancer, testicular cancer, or ulcerative
That's it, yeah. This shit is crazy. He's trying to look like
I'm trying to figure out what the fuck, because they keep saying Obama got caught red-handed. Obama got caught. What the fuck Obama got caught doing, number one?
Nothing.
Number two, didn't your president get all of that shit thrown out? Like, ain't he exempt from being prosecuted for anything?
Correct.
So, what the fuck is y'all, are y'all retarded for real? Like, Matt Cool, I know something wrong with your brain. But for you not to understand what's going on here means that you are stupid for real. Like,
Oh, wait, man.
by the way.
Brooklyn, Matt Cool is saying that Obama's gonna get prosecuted.
So he got caught red, said Obama got caught red-handed. I'm like, got caught red-handed on what?
You know what, man? Can you come up and explain it? Like, 'cause me, I gotta understand what exactly it is that y'all saw that was red-handed because I don't see it. And maybe I'm overlooking it. So can you explain it? Because I really want to know.
that speaks to the mystic art of stupidity.
I mean, you gotta give him a chance. Maybe it's something he can bring up, and then we can all evaluate what he.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to really get to the bottom of. I want to know
really
what it is exactly.
Because Matt Matt, he came up here with a news press release. Nobody has came up here with anything that's showing that he got caught red-handed.
Undermining a sitting president, that's what he says. Really, Matt? Okay. Well, instead of doing all the chatter and the chat, come up and explain it.
But that's
It's
not
all
truthfulness,
there.
though.
It's all there. That's the typical delusional world.
Was Trump sitting at the time, though? Was he the sitting president at the time?
Supposedly,
I don't remember that. I thought this was in 2016.
yeah, he's saying that this happened in 2016, but he won that election. I'm so confused. But this was the one where we was
Yeah, he wasn't
we were
sitting
trying to
president.
figure out
He was
what
sitting
was
president. Okay.
Oh yeah, he wasn't sitting president. Obama technically was the president, right? But I think that he's trying to say that he was interfering with election, but he won. So I don't understand. I'm so confused.
And here's another thing. If it was all there, like Donald Trump, like you said, Brooklyn, he won the 2016 election. It was his Department of Justice. It like literally was pretty much his government. This didn't come out then. Like the claims were all there, all unsubstantiated. And here we are again in 2025 with these unsubstantiated claims that these crazies like Matt Cole claim it's all there. But yet still we have the same jack shit.
That's why I come up and explain it, because maybe there's something that he saw, something he read, that he could share with us that may not be in the algorithm.
Stop playing, Patty. You know the rain. Stop playing.
Look, I can't cuss and yell outside right now, so this is the best time to do it.
It's supposed to be personal parenting, okay?
You know what? No, you keep using that name all okay. Alright. You know what? He won the election. The only thing that they even discovered in that investigation was that Russia was trying to interfere with the farm, what do they call it, the social media farm.
Multiple Facebook pages.
Yeah, they did that though, and they proved that they did that, and he was so player about it that he didn't bring it up at all. He let the powers, maybe he didn't want it to interfere with the election, so he didn't even bring it up. And it didn't bother his presidency at all. He was what was he having a brain fart today?
Brooklyn, not just that. Independent cybersecurity investigations, independent of the government, also substantiated the claims of Russian interference. That's all substantiated. But the stuff that Matt Cole is talking about is still unsubstantiated in this 2025. This year, 2025.
So the most important thing here is to note that this is a thing that's moving Matt Cole, and this is a pattern I've seen in general, right? So the Epstein distraction is moved because, like, you put the Obama shiny object out, so we're seeing a real example of that right now.
Right.
Can I just say, Brooklyn, if you're having brain farts or whatever, sniffing rosemary, that little branch thingy, that helps to improve your memory action.
Thank you. I'm tired though. I haven't gotten a lot of sleep, but thank you for that. I'll try that.
Hey, everybody, I hear me wrong.
Yes, please.
So I remember pretty recently, back in 2017, what was happening was the intelligence agency, I believe it was like 6 of them, they all confirmed the same thing that about Russia interfering. But what they did to interfere, it was the only time they interfered in an election because they did it in other countries. They talked about the social media farms and things like that. What was happening was government was rejecting
but it's on the intelligence agencies were saying, whatever happened back then. Yes, sir. I don't know what they're trying to say now. He basically, back then, he was like, nah, what they're saying is wrong. That's what he said back then. So,
Does anybody know, as a result of that investigation, was that when they started the efforts what did they had like they were doing like cybersecurity, from something against Russia, where they were basically like watching them for cybersecurity, like, so they knew that they were a threat, right? And when Trump came in office, when Trump came in office, he stopped it, right? Was this around the same time that they started that effort to combat them with cybersecurity? I just wanna know, and then that would all make sense.
Well, listen, so during that time, right, the United States, like the intelligence agencies, and the folks responsible kind of on the cybersecurity side, they were, like, things were turned up, down up, in their campaign to stop the Russian hacking interference. And subsequently, like, what happened after two was, like, further inspection of the voting technology that we use here, to vote. Um, that's when Donald Trump kind of upped the claims of the whole Dominion thing. Like, he wasn't letting it go. He wasn't letting it go when everybody was saying, listen, we acknowledge that there was attempts by Russia, but we can, they were like affirming, like, and confirming that, listen, although there were attempts, there is no credible evidence that there was any manipulation of the votes. And furthermore, like we all said, he won then, but he kept upping it and saying, oh, with his little minion saying that it was Dominion, it was Chavez who was responsible for this, and all this other crazy wackadoodle claims that were still unsubstantiated. And it wasn't like he was trying to turn it down. It was just that he kept turning it to something else. The CEO is making too. It was always something else. And in this case, he knows, like, Epstein is like the hot topic, and he keeps trying to throw, oh, well, yeah, and if you noticed yesterday, he was like, well, Tulsi Gabbard, he didn't like, Tulsi Gabbard, it's all there. Like nothing. And has Tulsi Gabbard come out and said that they have, like, she got the goods on Obama? No. It's been silent. So if he's saying that his Department of Justice and his intelligence agency has it, then they should show the goods. I mean, he was quick to release the JFK parts.
We're going to slowly get right because they have to make sure that the news cycle stays on top of it. So we're going to probably release things every 2 weeks or something like that. We're creating a cadence, right? This is like a social media campaign. That's how you have to think about it. It's like they dropping an album,
No, I hear you, CEO. I just don't think that they have anybody on their team that's smart. I mean, like, what we're seeing now with the media, like Wall Street Journal, these folks, as much as he denied what's going on, we see the videotapes of Epstein at his wedding and him hanging out with Epstein. That's coordinated. That's smart. I don't think that Donald Trump and anybody in his camp is that smart. But I get what you're saying.
Is there any evidence that's used that Russia actually interfered in any election? Let me say that correctly. That they actually attacked the
No. preventing people from voting for Royal Vice.
It was a whole social media. It was like, the attack, was a social attack. It was shaking the hearts and minds of the electorate, or finding ways to suppress voting, and it was all done through social media campaigns, and all that stuff was outed, like, the paying of bots and folks to get on social media and make negative claims against Hillary Clinton and against the Democratic Party and all that stuff. So that's where the biggest fights were. But as far as attacking the voting infrastructure, no. I mean, what it did do is spur us to put in, tighten up controls, and look at vulnerabilities in the voting systems. But there was no proof that the voting systems had been hacked.
Which is something that's probably always going to be hard to fight, in the social aspect of it, because, bots, things like that, these investments and things like that, is there an actual crime from that? Not that I know of, because some people that are here is something different. So, because I can't get free bots and say all the sort of things and make people, provide cause conflict, make them not want to vote for a particular thing. So I think that's probably something that should feel safe. And I think you're about it.
Alright, so didn't he say that Barack Obama undermined the authority of the president? Is that not what it is? I'm going somewhere with this. Just asking a rhetorical question. But understand, when you are the president, you want to raise the idea into the atmosphere of questioning, undermining the president because you're the current president. You want to make a big issue out of the idea of undermining the president. That's a big no-no. Man, Barack did that. You can't undermine the seat of the presidency of the United States of America, which he sits in. Y'all can't see it play. You can't see the mental and at the same time, everybody's attention off of the everything. Wow. You can't see the play.
That was the statement, that's actually comparing. I'm the manager of a organization, and I'm undermining the manager of the organization. But I'm the manager of a confused.
Well, that's the point. Well, I don't know what to tell you that. I don't know how to tell you.
I'm confused by what you just said, because I understood sweet, but
Yeah, I can't explain somebody else's.
No, but you said that Donald Trump said that Barack Obama, the president, was undermining the presidential office or the presidency. I'm confused by that.
what you're saying is that Donald Trump trying to distract the people. That's basically what Sweet is saying. And yes, Sweet, we see it, and I think that you're really asking the MAGAs that question. They don't see it though.
You know, I'm putting it out there to whoever is according to America, according to people on the planet. Once you see the crooked dice, man, all you gotta do is expose the fact that there's crooked dice. And then, oh, okay, I got it now. I see what they doing. It's like, oh, that's what we're about. Okay, I see. But you don't have to debate what you, the truth of what you're going on, because there's no truth in it. It's a play. It's a mental. Because he knows I'm in that seat now. I'm doing all this stuff with ICE. I got that going on with a big beautiful bill. I got the Department of Justice. So he moving all these pieces around while, oh man, let me get this topic off of Epstein. That's it. There's no substance, man. They ain't Barack Obama. This thing, there's nothing. It's just 24 hours keep going by. September will come and go. And it's like, meanwhile, business as usual. And what is actually he's doing. And so masters are proving that I'm cool with the immigrant piece. He rode in on that horse. But how you
the masses are saying, no, MAGA, everybody. Look, man, you messing up the American economy, man. And there's already two things. So don't get caught in the weeds. Oh, I got you on that. Okay, we got that, bro. But slow down because you sounding kind of delusional. We gotta, how you do it matters. It's all about nuclear energy, on the economy, the world. Bro, there's a lot at stake here. You're not
It is definitely a lot at stake, sweet. I agree with you wholeheartedly. This is a play in the face of the American people for real because as you guys were talking, I went to look to see if I was right about the cybersecurity, him giving a directive to the I think it's called CISA. It's like a section of yeah, it's a section of Homeland Security that covers cybersecurity. He gave them a directive in February to thwart any plans or any problems with Russia, basically saying that they were no longer a threat to America, right? So we looked at our cybersecurity watch on Russia. Meanwhile, this cybersecurity, their efforts all started around 2016 with the other vote. It was all of this started around 2016, and now he told them to not do it anymore. So it looks like he's trying to get. He's being weird. I don't, and I don't see how people are not seeing this.
Brooklyn, no, now I know what you meant. You're talking about now on his second term. Did he loosen he loosened like any monitoring of cyber? Yeah, you're absolutely right because when right after, and I was having this argument with like Manfinity about it, and he actually is crippling CISA, and just so for those who don't know, like when there are major cyber attacks and vulnerabilities and corporate infrastructure and things like that, it's CISA, which is like the advisory for like the tell corporation to tell the government like, hey, you need to upgrade and patch because we're seeing credible threats of these types of cyber attacks. Yeah, he is definitely crippling that. The other part of that too is like there's a common vulnerability, it's called the CPE. Like a lot of us in cybersecurity, we utilize this public service, this public and private like donations to run this organization, and they track all the cybersecurity and vulnerabilities in software. He literally there was a couple months ago where he had pulled funding for them. They could not run and operate. Like so, if you needed any information on a vulnerability, you couldn't get it because he's been pulling back like all of these things that keep him safe. It's so weird what he's doing right now.
Well, look at FEMA. Look at what we just saw. The communication, the ability to, it's APR, ABS, shut it down. I want to be the only voice. If you don't see autocraticness come out to your mind, that now that I'm in the seat, anybody that objects with me, you gotta go, let's get rid of this. Any objections where possible, and you have to vote again. I got this, and dismantling this Constitution and packaging it or something. And to the degree that the Department of Justice, to the degree that the law, the system, the government will allow it, he understands that, or people behind him understand. Who that was driving, he's a figurehead, really, but there's a lot pushing him, there's a lot backing him, there's a lot that's tied to what he does. And when he feels, ooh, that's not working, he backpedals. But as long as he feels, ain't nobody seeing it, okay, cool, let's keep the Wizard of Oz tricks going. As long as they know, but as soon as you do, oh, damn, deflect, hurry up and deflect, they're getting close to you, man. Hey, MLK. Raise up stuff that really sparks your base at the core, beyond the mindset. Like,
I got a question real quick. Remember yesterday when he was on his little speech in I guess he was in the Oval, I think with the Philippines, right? And he was like, move some stuff out of the basement. We got the Declaration of Independence here. They had it hidden away. I remember going to DC and seeing the Declaration of Independence, and it was for the public to see. Like, it was out in the glass for the public. You know what I mean? So what exactly is he trying to insinuate? Like,
I'm a real president. I'm the king of America. He's going to be able to be
but what we took it and put it in the oval? That's what he did. He took it because it wasn't hidden. It wasn't hidden from anybody.
Yeah, he said he got it from the basement. He said he dusted it off. It was on the top. He made it seem like it was way hidden somewhere. Yeah, I mean, he knows how to say stuff, and he knows he's in a position nobody can come fact check it. Nobody's going to be arrested in life on that point. That's what he's a master at. Put it out there. And
Random pipe layer. These are called cell phones.
You know, so, but a lot of it is like the ability to just
I agree. These content creators are dumb.
We're talking about, sir, you know, Mr. President, and the seat of presidency. So it's, you know, that seat carries a lot of weight, like a lot of seats on this train, you know, but at the end of the day, what are you doing in the seat? That's what's going to be the judgment. That's the judge right there is, you know, the doing this is not that way. And if you notice in his presidency, since this time, we're at the time 2.0 here, it's, well, you hear his pundits talking like this. Well, you say the president doesn't have the power to do that? How many times have you heard that? You say the president has the power, it's his cabinet, he can do.
Tell you, I'm ex-Muslim. I know Islam. Books very, very good. 15 years, YouTuber, Arab language, YouTube. I am clear. Red is crimson, they shall be like wool. The Lord replied, my presence will go with you, and I will give you rest. God saved us, not because of the righteous things we had done, but because of His mercy. I will both lie down in peace and sleep for you alone. O Lord, make me dwell in safety. Be strong and courageous, O you who put your hope in the Lord. For you, O Lord, are my hope, my trust. O Lord, from my youth, don't brag about tomorrow, since you don't know what the day will bring. I waited patiently for the Lord. He inclined to me and heard my cry. No one can serve two masters. Either he will hate the one and love the other. He will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. If we are faithful to the end, trusting God just as firmly as when we first believed, we will share in all that belongs to Christ. Whoever exalts himself will be humbled, and whoever humbles himself will be exalted. He has told you, oh man, what is good and what does the Lord require of you but to do justice and to love kindness and to walk humbly with your God. God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other created thing shall be able to separate us from the love of God. Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. You, dear Friends must build each other up in your most holy faith. Pray in the power of the Holy Spirit. Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart. It's working for the Lord, not for man, since you know that you will receive an inheritance from the Lord as a reward. To the man who pleases him, God gives wisdom, knowledge, and happiness.
I'm not sure it's a deed. Did you see that?
Even to your old age, I am He. I am He who will sustain you. I have made you, and I will carry you. I will sustain you, and I will rescue you. I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. May God Himself, the God of peace, sanctify you. May your whole spirit, soul, and body be kept blameless at the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. The one who calls you is faithful, and He will do it. Humble yourselves in the sight of the Lord, and He will lift you up.
And still get slammed if you just say anything that doesn't seem completely entitled.
I don't think people remember what life was like when Obama was president and have
That might be paying them a consulting fee.
a good legacy. I gotta, is that the
The next person up goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her because she competes with no one. She goes ahead of the people. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. A great nation is like a great... Thus, history is recorded.
Whether it plays out in Nebraska or Oregon or Wisconsin or wherever the hell it plays out, I think
What I said. Yeah, that's not what I said. I
literally said representation in Congress, and you're suggesting that that message
said both want to be right.
by particular policies as well as popularity, right? And so the kind of thing that you have to have their audit, you have to stand down and give them hard energy and stop pussyfooting around. When it comes to the Donald, like people need to really start saying, no, I don't accept this, and be strong about it. Because people are not strong about it. They're like, well, he's a president, and like, you know, they're doing this light foot type of bullshit. If Donald was in my face right now, I would be the same exact thing you did to Barack Obama. Straight up. Nothing better than that. I would not legitimize this bitch. I would really call it this his fucking face. Because that's what it is. So, I'm saying all these things. We can't just stop pussyfooting. But we have to say, we have to practice out for it. Barack Obama is this. Donald Trump is that. He doesn't deserve to have a political interest because he hasn't done anything. He's a lazy piece of shit. That's what he is. Stop pussyfooting. Say what he is. Okay. Let me go back to Harvard. Didn't Barack Hussein Obama, in Trump's mind, is foreigner, is an immigrant, did he not graduate from Harvard? He did, right? Okay. And now, I correlation. Could it be so crazy that now it's so far-fetched that Donald Trump, we're looking at Harvard now and what he's doing with Harvard and his higher education, dismantle it, get rid of letting these Barack Hussein Obamas get, scholarships and coming over. Our money's going to making these other people smart and they're coming in here.
You take him as far now. Trump went after Harvard because of Obama. It's just weird. That's just weird.
We're trying to wrap our fingers around some weird behavior.
Okay, so I'll explain it to you. So here, let me give you a perspective.
No, I wasn't even done, bro.
Okay, you've talked a lot. I haven't said a word in like 20 minutes. So can I?
You always try that trick.
You have to make comments. Okay, go ahead.
I said a few words and got a light.
You said a lot.
Go ahead.
The quality of what I said was very impactful and heavy, but I didn't say a lot at the time. Play it back. I wasn't on the mic with
No, speak your point.
I appreciate that. And so, no, I'm just saying that it's easy for me to see that, I grew up, couldn't see what I was saying earlier. I don't know why, but when you see a man that's attacking knowledgeable people, oh, wow, Mr. the President of Africa, you speak English so well, wow. It's like you're watching a very, a certain kind of a mind. When you watch what comes out of a person's mouth, you're seeing their mind on display. And when these men, and you're watching now the doingness of that mind with Harvard and dismantling and down and down the road. And you messing up relationships and what amount of goodwill America has with beating people, not beating people to become people to destroy you, but just the goodwill of that and just I mean, we gotta talk about what we're seeing. We're live now. 100 years from now, I look back at CEO and Tweed and Patty and Brooklyn. Like, didn't anybody recognize the damn game? Nobody saw what was going on. Like, you can't see it. I know it's kind of like maybe Rubik's Cube or something, or Sudoku. What's the word? Sudoku. It's kind of, you gotta play. It's not just checkers, but you gotta see the play. At some point, like, you know what I'm saying? This is pretty nuanced and it's a lot of moving pieces to the play, but it's okay.
Yeah, okay, are you done yet? Sweet.
When she said you have to let, I said, okay. I said, okay, did you hear that part, CEO?
Right.
And I said,
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so here's another possibility that's simpler. Donald Trump is just deeply transactional. He's the most transactional person we've seen in public life. Like, in January, when we was at Jimmy Carter's funeral, it benefited him to be seen as a unifier. That's what he wanted to be. So he sat next to Obama, joked with him, invited him to play golf. If Obama had agreed to play golf, he would have played that up and all this and that, right? Because that's what would have benefited him transactionally in the moment. Last week with all the Epstein now, it transactionally benefits him to slam Obama and to get his base throbbing, upset, and foaming at the mouth, and to get all geeked about it. That's all it is. Like, it's just transactions for him. It's not any deeper. It is the transactions to help him get whatever he wants accomplished.
It's that penetration and scratch. Did y'all read what Matt Cool put in the chat? Something about Hillary's health assessment or some type of health report that was released by Tulsi Gabbard. You really think that HIPAA doesn't apply to somebody here? Where do y'all get this shit? I really want to know. Like, man, you got so much information, but you're not sharing it with us. Where are you getting your information? What the fuck is going on here? Y'all can't be this stupid. You can't be this dumb. Now I'm at the fucking store. I'm gonna tell y'all, and I'm gonna give y'all a warning. What y'all don't know, there's a lot of black people mad about this shit. Okay? No, dummy, all health reports on presidents are only available when they make it available. Do you know that the president doesn't have to share shit with you? Do you know that? You the dumbest motherfucker in the room right now. We done gave your dumb ass a fucking chance to come up here and have a conversation. And I said we was gonna be polite. But you keep putting in misinformation. If you got the fucking information, get your dumb ass up here. Because obviously there's something I ain't reading. I don't know. There's some new legislation that came down and we need to fucking learn. God damn. Stupid motherfucker.
That lawsuit would already be filed. Did you say Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton?
Now, he said Clinton, period, about, wait, he said Hillary Clinton health report. They were hiding just for the voting. Has he lost his Pokemon?
Hillary was never a president, so why the fuck would we have her health information?
That's her. The president, guess what? She don't have to.
Even if she was, but she wasn't. She couldn't have made her health records public to anybody because she's a private citizen in that regard. Why the fuck would she release anything to y'all for y'all to use against her? That shit sound crazy. I mean, it's like you can't tell the spread your own propaganda. Are y'all that desperate to make Trump look good that you gotta lie? That's what I'm saying. Like, if it was all good, if he was all that, you wouldn't have to lie to cover up his fucking faults. But you're lying as a person. Like, you've not been involved fucking seniors. And you fucking lying for a nigga that won't do shit for you. That shit crazy.
You know what a lot of these people don't realize is if something go down with Obama, I promise you, there's a lot of black people gonna be mad. And I'm talking about the ones that voted, even the ones that voted for fucking Trump. You got black people that don't voted for Trump that said, like, Obama is the final. You got Anthony that said that the other night. So I'm gonna tell y'all think black folks dangerous? You gonna really see how dangerous black people can get.
Hell yeah, because the whole time he was president, we was waiting for a nigga to make a move on him.
Y'all don't know.
We was waiting for y'all to fucking try some shit, okay?
Y'all think
Not AFO around with Obama.
Yeah, y'all really think things is peachy and cream and all that. I'm telling y'all, that's one black man y'all don't want to mess around with. Trust and believe. You know, he gave a lot of hope to black people just to see him become president. Whether they agree with what he had going on or not, a lot of them's gonna go up. You think things nice? You think y'all make up 60% of the population? You gonna see how much of the population y'all make up fuck around with Obama.
So that's a fucking fact. Y'all been slandering him for the last 2 weeks. I'm not about to keep dealing with this shit right now. If they put cuffs on him, if the police even look his way, it's gonna be anarchy around this bitch.
Don't take the bait, First Lady. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
See, they saying rioting. They done seen Floyd protest. They done called this Antifa, all kinds of stuff. They done said all kinds of extra shit, but y'all ain't seen nothing. Y'all seen LA riots. Y'all done seen riots. Y'all ain't seen nothing. Y'all mess around and play this game with Obama.
That's a fucking fact. Yeah.
That part.
Yeah, and another thing, like, to the people that want to be a part of the black community, you know who I'm talking about. Y'all can't even be like this, man. Y'all are like, I'm telling you, if you are a black person and you're MAGA, you are never to ever be set foot in the black community. You will never get a pass. You will never get nothing, because in the past 2 weeks, the shit that he's done to black people, MLK, Obama, he's arresting goddamn all kinds of people of color for no reason and trying to accuse them of being immigrants. If y'all go through if y'all keep with this shit, right? You're excommunicated right now as of right today, right? But we're not playing with you. You gonna get your ass kicked too in the riot if some shit go down.
After we get y'all with the MAGA Trump stickers on your car.
Hey, Brenda.
J-Lo.
How you gonna know that you gonna beat the right person up?
You know, they be around here.
They proud.
They be having the stickers of yard signs. Yeah, these people out here real loud. And it's a little bit too late to go on silent after something go down with Obama. Shit. Remember when Pablo won? Freaking Just can freaking identify every vehicle in his goddamn neighborhood that voted for Trump. Y'all gonna push around.
I don't know. Since y'all in Atlanta, I think y'all should go to Anthony's house first. I'm just saying.
Anthony said he riding on their ass too. That's the bad part. That's why I said MAGA coming for y'all. Black MAGA coming for y'all too. Y'all think it's a game. We gonna live up to every fucking stereotype y'all ever fucking teach your children.
That's a fucking fact.
When y'all get to Texas, let me know. I'll meet y'all at the border.
Hello?
So we can hit up Matt and Trent's house.
Oh, no. I'll wait at the border on the other side.
gonna be back up.
I can orchestrate that. I understand what David said. I can. They gonna be the new 60.
I'll orchestrate it. I just want to say, Mel, girl, I'm actually wrong.
What you like?
Girl.
Did you watch the show?
Yeah?
What did you think? Basketball-wise.
We got to go.
So this is the thing.
Watching like episode 3, so I gotta catch up.
She mentioned that people are mentioning that she pushed mom first, which was right. Yes, she did push mom first.
No, Mom bumped into. Mom put her hands on her and moved her out the door. She took it too far. She said, "Don't put your hands on me."
And then she went back.
Exactly. That's where
The social media is going crazy. She did put out a statement. But you know who did put out a statement also? What's her name? Ming?
Yeah.
Ming puts out a statement saying that, she touched Jackie first. I didn't know this when we were filming, but I just seen the show, blah, 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 blah. She put out a statement. But then in the statement, she's like, I'm going to stay out of family business. So why would you put out a statement? Mind your motherfucking business.
Exactly. But she didn't touch Jackie first. Jackie pushed.
Yeah, because when Ming said that, I was like, did I watch something that, was I?
Yeah, it looks like that when you look at the commercial, when we actually see the video, or the clip, Jackie's walking up to her and pushing her. Now, will I say that she over-exaggerated by saying, "Don't put your hands on me"? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And pushing her. But still, even pushing did not give her the right to touch her daughter.
Yeah.
That wasn't it either. That was
a lot. Yeah, it was messed up. You know what I was listening to yesterday? The interview of her oldest daughter. She did an interview with Hollywood Unlocked, and I guess just speaking on mom, and mom didn't really raise her. Grandma raised her. At 9 years old, they went to live with mom. Grandma went to live with mom, and then she obviously also went. Her father was, her father was locked up. I was like, damn, she went from an inmate to a basketball player. That's really a come up. But yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. So that wolf, I didn't know you, brother.
I don't know if you heard me, right?
Huh?
You was able to hear me, right?
Yeah, I heard you.
Oh, okay. No, because I'm in the hospital, the cafeteria, so I don't know how the reception is.
Yeah, it's loud. Okay, Madeline, I'll stay focused. Yeah, I don't know. And so, is it looking like they really want to try to arrest him, or is it just a bunch of talk?
I think they're just talking, but I think they're just talking for like people of propaganda. But they keep talking and MAGA expects something, and they go through the motions. They gonna find out real soon.
I think Obama knows more than we know, and this is a public threat.
They talking about Obama.
Yeah, first of all, there has to be an indictment. There's no way in the world that happens.
Right. I said that. I said this is propaganda. But what I'm saying is, let's say they find a way around. And it ain't gonna be no race war. It's gonna be a MAGA war. All MAGA going down. Now, if there happen to be a whole bunch of white men, then guess what? You can call it what you want.
Well, first of all, the Secret Service ain't allowing that. So we can just forget that part.
Secret Service having a warrant for your arrest. Secret Service, only thing they gonna do is follow you to the prison or to the jail.
He means Obama Secret Service, right?
Yeah, but
How they gonna do is follow you to the jail, Roy? They were talking about what would happen if Trump would have got arrested, right? They were looking at how they would build an area for him to have someone watch him. That's it. If he would have went to prison, he still would have had Secret Service detail. Just would have been behind prison bars.
I mean, that's true. I'm just trying to figure out which agency would actually do the arresting. If that was
People up here talking about it's a race war. You think it's only white people that voted for him?
He did put question marks. He was asking.
Don't think about it like that. That's why I said you got MAGA on your plate, a MAGA stick on your phone. We already identified some of you as
Up and stuck.
stuck.
Crazy. Hey Robert, hey Dana, hey Beaver, hey Fish Belly, good to see you. Cauliflower. Oh, that'd be nice. I would like some cauliflower tonight. That might be something I can do. Hey Juicy Juice. No, I'll get arrested. I'm bringing a white chair and crashing. Y'all remember the white chair?
You already know.
That's great.
They're gonna be like, them stereotypes real.
Not them stereotypes, real.
People got an extra muscle in their arm and leg. That make them real fast. You know that shit y'all like to say about us being bred like monkeys and dogs?
Oh my. I forgot I was off mute. Cardi Red had to go to jail.
Behind that abusive ass dude. She crazy, but I think she don't deserve none of that shit she went through with that dude.
What you mean? She broke into his house. What are you saying? That girl is nuts.
Yeah, she's nuts, but he was beating her ass. I don't know why she broke into his house. That's a whole other story. His ass.
So you break in his house to get your ass beat. Amazing.
Yeah, but he beat her before that too.
My point is, if he's whooping my ass, I'm not gonna break into your house so he can whoop my ass more. That's my point.
I think she was so adamant on catching him in the shit. I don't know what the hell's going on in her.
That's what I'm talking about. She crazy. She be doing some crazy wild stuff. How she had the camera set up when they was out of town. She couldn't even control herself. Like, what is he gonna do while y'all out in a whole nother country? Alright, so that wolf says, nah, you will be in the street screaming the police put some of y'all in the jail. That's all. Okay? I think you're staying home because you're a small prick. You set me up with that one, Juicy. I wasn't expecting.
By the way, it's legal season.
Hey, you guys. Any of you read Rex Stevens' column in the New York Times today?
There's L.
Yeah, he wrote just a really juicy little piece, opinion piece, entitled Israel is not committing genocide in Gaza, and I am just sick to my stomach. I mean, I gotta tell you, I mean, I never liked the guy, but this is very destructive, this piece that he wrote. And it's pretty much what you expect. It's number one, why aren't there more casualties? Like, they have the ability to carpet bomb and wipe them all out, but there's only, 50,000 people dead. And then it goes on to give another bunch more bullshit. And I'm just so disturbed because we're at like the tail end of this horrific massacre. I mean, the people in Gaza are at the fourth stage of malnutrition. There's nothing left there. And I read this thing, and what he does too is, he pulls out the thing about in Nazi Germany, all of the collateral damage of, people who were killed because this is what happens in war. But nope, that's not a genocide. And then he goes on to say that anybody who's questioning, the Jewish people who are questioning this, are in fact creating more anti-Semitism. Wrong, quite the opposite. So I'm just really disgusted today. I was just texting back and forth with my son about it, and I said, this is like an abuser saying, well, I only raped her, I could have killed her. It's like, fuck you. Anyway, thank you for letting me speak. I'm just disgusted.
I think what feeding is causing more anti-Semitism.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I think that New York. What's up, Belle? How you feeling?
Well, I'm still feeling happy over my positive CAT scan, so that's good.
Okay.
But I'm really just sick to my stomach over. I mean, I've been hard sick for 2 years over Gaza. I had a conversation with somebody yesterday who reminded me that when I was diagnosed with right around 10/7, and I felt for like almost 2 years like I had this one tumor that was treatable, but I had this other tumor in my heart that was not treatable. So, when I read this kind of an opinion piece that just, is fodder for everybody who calls people who are protesting Gaza, anti-Semitic, I just get so angry and sick that I just want to throw something at somebody. I don't know. I'm very hard sick about it.
I ain't gonna lie, October 7th, I expected Israel to come, but you gotta come get your kids, right? That's an expectation. Because you come and take the United States, what we gonna do? We gonna come play with people, come with you. But when you're attacking entire populations of innocent people, that's something else, right? You're going too far.
Well, I mean, for God's sake, starving people to death?
Yeah, and
that's God. I mean, I was like on day 3 of this horror, watching it. And I remember it so clearly. First of all, I was on Clubhouse in the room where it happened on 10/7. It was really crazy. I happened to be in a room, and all of a sudden, this guy named George, who didn't go under the name George, he went under the name Gabriel, who's a super Zio, and also actually a really nice guy, came running in and told us. It was like 3 a.m. here. I mean, this was like another 9/11 for me. And everybody just started screaming and freaking out. There were no news, nothing on X, nothing anywhere. Nobody knew what was going on. And people in the room started calling their families in Israel. And it was Shabbat there, so, people's phones are turned off. And we ended up listening in live stream to somebody in the kibbutz with knocking on the door and screaming going on. I mean, it was, honest to God, it was such a trauma. And at like 6 a.m, I got up and went over to my kid's house because my son-in-law is a rabbi and they're Shomer Shabbos, and I needed to tell them what had happened because I knew their phones were off. I mean, as a Jewish person, this has been so incredibly excruciating, you guys. I mean, Scotty and I are, very careful about how much we talk about this on the app because there are, we've got some super uber magazinos on here who, we all know who they are, and they've created such a, I mean, you hear Norm, have you ever seen Norm come in a room, the next thing you're going to see is me in the chat saying, Norm does not speak for all Jews. I mean, look I'm 71 years old. I spent my whole life identifying myself as a proud Jewess. And there's plenty to be proud of about being Jewish, but this isn't it. And I just got to tell you, it's so horrible to watch this in real time. I mean, I used to think, God, what did they, I mean, I have grandparents, I had grandparents, may they rest in peace, with numbers on their arms. I used to think, well, what didn't they know? How could they have not known? And then when there was television, and I was watching, Syria and Kosovo and all these things, I thought, well, this could never happen again. There won't be another Holocaust because we can see it. Well, guess what? We're seeing it. This has been televised, right? And yet. So I'm just a little heartsick today. It's pouring rain outside in Minneapolis, and it's kind of how I'm feeling. But I'm happy I'm with you guys.
Happy to have you as well. Definitely have solace here.
Guys, if you think about it, I mean, technically speaking, the United States now belongs to Germany. If you think about it, right? He's German. So, I mean, you guys, we're like brothers and sisters now. So, welcome to Germany. Welcome. You're like Europeans now, basically.
If you'll allow me, I'm going to put something in the chat. I think I've done it before in this room, but my son, who's a very, very serious political activist, has created a petition for people to sign that says that they will ask all of their politicians that they will not support any politician who is supporting funding for the genocide. And I'm not talking about defensive weapons. I'm not talking about the Iron Dome. I'm talking specifically about the bombs that they are dropping that is causing little children's limbs to fall off and people to be burned to death. So it's okay with you. I'll put the link in the chat. It's a petition. Look at it, see what you feel. Sign it if you want.
Yeah, no problem. October 7th and Netanyahu, I mean, the Israeli people were rising up against Netanyahu from what I'm understanding was coming out. And you guys were very, very close from getting him out then. And that was the true cause. Smash cut to today, they're putting this New Yorker, I mean, that's just the most disgusting, deplorable thing I've ever heard. And it sounds like a major deflection from the Epstein list that's going to expose Netanyahu, how tied together, how he's been an Israeli intelligence agent for Israel, Epstein. And I think Jared Kushner has a lot of blood on his hands. And I feel like that's another reason why they're deflecting, because a lot of money's going through him.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point. Well, if you guys would allow me, I would love to stream a short piece on this. It's a piece entitled, I Thought We Said Never Again, but your call.
Yeah,
I vote to hear it.
I agree, I vote,
Hang on. All right, I don't know if this is a computer voice or whether this was taped. This is a piece called I Thought We Said Never Again, The Moral Crisis of the Benefit of the Doubt.
I thought we said never again. The moral crisis of the benefit of the doubt. This is a brutal post. This is going to get ugly and confrontational. I take no pleasure in writing this, but I feel the need to spell out some very strong feelings and their underlying logic. I grew up in the heart of the American Jewish community, and I found a career there. I experienced the deep, unflinching support for Israel, which I initially shared. But over the course of decades, as I came to understand more about the Jewish state and the political movement to support it here in the United States, I wrestled with friends, with family, and with clergy over the contradictions, the crimes, and the propaganda. Some in my circle have fought hard against the advance of illiberal Zionism. Still others have held Israel close despite its crimes, even doubling down in recent years on defending the indefensible. It has been gutting to witness. Since this post is painful for me to write and surely difficult for you to read, I will ease us into the moment with a soothingly familiar allegory from the 2011 Wall Street thriller Margin Call. The firm faces an existential crisis of its own making. With no good options left, at the 45th minute of the 11th hour, CEO John Todt flies in from best course of action.
Let me tell you something, son. Do you care to know why I'm in the shadow of the wall? I mean, why I earn the big bucks? Yes. I'm here for one reason and one reason alone. I'm here to guess what the music might do a week, a month, a year from now. That's it. Nothing more. I'm standing here tonight. I'm afraid that I don't hear a thing. Just silence. So, now that we know the music has stopped, what are we do about it?
When the firm recognizes that its model for understanding the world is broken, within 24 hours, a strategic decision is made and dutifully executed. But democracies don't operate with such cold efficiency. When a model dominant in shaping a democratic nation's policies no longer works, it can take years or even decades for that nation to wake up and adjust. If Israel operated with the same self-interested efficiency of an optimized Wall Street firm, it would have realized within 2 weeks of October 7, 2023, that its model for success in our world had shattered. Instead, policymaking in Israel remains a messy process where the disincentives for bad behavior have yet to trigger a course correction. Call it what you will: apartheid, ethnic cleansing, war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide. Whatever term one chooses to describe Israel's treatment of non-citizen Palestinians under its control, those policies are destroying Israel and its place in the world. The music has stopped, yet Israel continues to move feverishly to the beat of its own internal drum. Israel is out here hawking the human rights version of mortgage-backed credit default swaps, while the entire world knows them to be worthless. Yet the United States continues to buy. Like a drug dealer fronting product to a deeply indebted customer, knowing full well they will never be repaid. If your only signal was the continuation of American support, you would have missed that Israel is evolving into the closest historical heir of the Third Reich. Some people struggle with this analogy, so let me unpack why I find it so fitting. Genocide plus belligerent regional imperialism equals Hitler's Germany. While there have been many attempted genocides since the Nazis' final solution, Israel's effort to obliterate more than 2 million Palestinians is unique because it is unfolding while the country mercilessly attacks four of its neighbors: Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and Iran. Remember that the United States would not have gone to war with the Axis powers if the stakes had been the mere lives of millions of Jews and millions more so-called undesirables. Germany, Italy, and Japan were trying to take over the world. Israel's expansive regional ambition, coupled with its well-documented attempted genocide, make it the closest thing we've seen to Nazi Germany since the end of the Second World War. So, now that we know Israel is following the path of Nazi Germany, what do we do about it? First, we stop debating the facts. Whether one applies the technical terms available to describe Israel's indefensible treatment of Palestinians, none can argue in good faith that any of it is legal or self-defense. We recognize efforts to defend Israeli conduct as bad faith, baseless, and not worthy of our time or energy. We know you know better, and we're tired of pretending you don't. Second, we stop providing the benefit of the doubt to our friends, family, or elected officials. As we approach 2 years of empirical genocide, anyone choosing to deny that genocide is operating only with the motivated reasoning of a Nazi. Anyone with a fully formed brain and a semi-functioning heart can sift through the bullshit and listen to the testimony of the victims themselves, to the Israeli leaders proudly announcing their genocidal intent, and to the countless genocide scholars and international bodies pointing to a Rubicon that has long since been crossed. I'm not telling you that you have to globalize the Intifada, nor am I demanding that you shout from the rooftops, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. me be clear. If your response to the above statement is anything other than Palestinians are not currently free, they should be, and this is non-negotiable, then you are playing the Nazis' game. If your attitude towards Palestinian resistance is anything other than, I would like for it to not be violent, but hell, I can understand why it is, then you are siding with Nazis. There will be no more benefit of the doubt, no more coddling bigoted and incurious minds, and not an ounce more of our precious energy to the Zionist trolls. It matters not that the President, the ADL, and your local Jewish Federation all think you should be arrested for unapologetically supporting Palestinian resistance or for boycotting Israel. They're wrong. The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance is wrong. AIPAC is wrong. Anyone who tells you that criticism of Israel or support for Palestinians is tantamount to anti-Semitism is plainly wrong. The power to ruin your life for opposing genocide will never upend the reality that genocide is evil, and nations that commit genocide are beyond the pale. One day, the United States will pull back our ironclad support for the genocide being committed by the State of Israel. And you have the power to make this happen. For too long, we've been told that the U.S.-Israel issues are too complicated to understand, and if we ever got to a point of real clarity, that we were too powerless to change anything anyway. Those were lies, and a majority of Americans no longer believe them. So what can you do? Contact your representatives in both the House and the Senate. Contact the White House and your governor. Tell every elected official who will listen, stop supporting genocide, end all ties with Israel. Ask those in power to decouple the United States from the Israeli wrath we are enabling. Beyond that, you should sign the pledge to vote only for anti-genocide political candidates. Join the movement to make genocide politically toxic, and a link is here in the Substack post. As a constituent, you can use your voice to ask elected officials to pivot American foreign policy away from these crimes. But as a voter, you can pledge not to support anyone who refuses to do so. Public opinion has already changed, but without the electorate flexing their collective muscle, we will continue to get stuck with pro-genocide politicians, a proven recipe for a Holocaust abroad and electoral catastrophe at home. In the event you are planning on vacationing in Israel, now would also be a good time for you to cancel those plans. Good people do not take advantage of the spoils of apartheid. Compassionate people do not provide tax revenue to an army committed to the killing and maiming of children. Decent people do not kiss the ground of a country that is deliberately starving 2 million people. Wise people do not make a special exception for the ethnic cleansing if the victims happen to be Muslim or Palestinian. And people who are safe to be around do not give material support to the systemic use of rape and torturing prisoners. On July 29, 2024, Israeli government ministers and other elected officials led a violent mob into the Stay Taman torture camp to try and stop the prosecution of Israeli army reservists charged with gang raping a Palestinian prisoner. Rape and other forms of sexual torture have been documented as systemic within Israel's network of torture camps. But the case in question was so well evidenced and well known that the army had been compelled to initiate a formal and rare process of accountability. The right to rape, though, proved too precious for the mob, for its government ringleaders, and for their champions in the press. The prosecution simply had to be stopped by any means necessary. Never mind that sexual violence serves no strategic or military goal of any kind. No one denied that the rape had occurred, but the mere threat to Israeli impunity raised impossible questions. If our brave soldiers can be arrested for this, then what's next? I want to revisit the rape riot because it serves as a rich human drama with a wide array of character types. The innocent victims, the perpetrators, the reservists who witnessed the torture but did nothing, the reservists who witnessed the torture but spoke up, the military prosecutors, the pro-rape mob, the pro-rape politicians, the pro-rape media, the human rights NGOs reporting the torture, the squeamish but ultimately unmoved American politicians. When we look at Stay Taman, I want us to honestly assess which character in this nightmare we have most closely aligned with. Have we been those members of Israeli society disgusted with our army and our leaders? Have we stood by while our brothers died from anal rape? Have we made excuses? Have we blown the whistle? As this genocide crosses the 2-year mark, I want us to ask who, on our best days, we would invite each other to be. Will we stand firm in the name of Israeli impunity? Will we cry out for humanity and the principle of international law? Will we travel to Israel and indulge in genocide tourism? Or will we finally mean it when we say never again?
That's my son, Evan Stern.
Well, good job, Mom, because he didn't learn all that at 1 year old. It was a process, so that's a beautiful mind he has.
He's an amazing kid, an amazing kid. He spent 20 years trying to work in Minneapolis within the Jewish community, working for the JCS. He was the president of Hillel. He was the head of the foundation of the largest conservative shul here, and he couldn't do it anymore, and he literally left, moved to LA. It's the reason I'm in this room right now, because he invited me on to Substack. I mean, what 40-year-old kid invites their mom into, I didn't mean to say Substack, onto Clubhouse. Actually, he was our last Clubhouse icon under the name Gray Sweats. And he started writing his Substack just about a year ago, and Evan has always been an incredible writer. But he has now like 2,500 subscribers on Substack and is writing his heart out. So I'm really proud of him. Yeah, I know some of you guys know him. So yeah, I think that piece really speaks to it all.
I think that piece will go down and be remembered because it's a great documentation of just as thorough as it was very succinct, you know, and but it was hitting that all the players, you know, the United States Congress to, you know, all of the players watching this go down. Yeah. And
thank you. The link is in the chat if you want to check out his Substack. It's called Certain Thoughts. Anyway, thanks for letting me share that, you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely succinct. I agree. Sweet and very poignant. Very poignant. Very relevant right now. Needs to be top priority.
My favorite piece that he wrote actually about 6 months ago is hysterical. It was all about Trump becoming the president of Israel. Very funny piece. Evan's very good at satire as well. So anyway, thanks for letting me share it.
Call Elon Musk the president of Israel at this point. I feel like he has more traction.
you know, I think what's so rich, obviously, speaking to what everybody probably realizes is the messenger matters. Sadly to say, I think as human beings, it's who delivers the message matters. And I just think that yourself and him and speaking to the humanity, you know, because yeah, the never again. I just love it. It's so as a human family to never allow that atrocity and allow everybody to feel what happened, you know, in Germany, what happened, feel that as a human being, and then feel it across the board, in whatever country, whatever people you're talking about, and that can't happen again. And then here we are, you know. So I appreciate it coming because again, we've seen others that have tried to deliver the message, and we've seen the effects of maybe they're not even here anymore. Maybe they're unalive, or maybe they're just, you know, they're just out of they're banned to one degree or another. But yeah, with all this technology, I love how he pointed out. You know, you would think, yeah, it can never happen again because we got so many eyes on the scene, and that was part of the problem. Is if you don't have enough people even knowing about it, then you can't deal with it because there's just not enough people. But now there's more people that know about it, but there's still the ineffectualness, the inability to do anything about it. That's like, whoa, that's a major checkup on, like, you know, come to reality. Like, what, wow, how do we not have the ability to stop that? What happened? What's really going on here? think it gets scary because you realize, man, what happens when you become the group in the crosshairs? You know, tomorrow or next week. Yeah, it's like you kind of feel like, wait a minute. If there's injustice anywhere, then there's injustice everywhere, kind of a thing. Like that's not a small little thing. And so, yeah.
I have an unpopular opinion. I just don't see how we can do anything about what's going on over there. Like I really don't. And I mean, not, it's, a travesty or whatever, but we have, our own citizens under siege and, several other things going on our land, like right here, like with our own citizens or people that are, closely affiliated to us that we haven't figured out. And it seems like every time we try to focus on that, it's all like we're kind of like get this, and this is just how I feel, this kind of like a guilt trip about what's going on in Palestine, even though we can't do anything about it. I don't know. I really don't know. I just don't know what we can do about Palestine except for feel bad. I really don't know. Like I would like to know. I would like to know are the same people that water or like are y'all boycotting Target and all of these other places that are affected American citizens? Because I haven't heard much about that, but I hear about Palestine and what's going on over there every day.
Yeah, well, I really hear your question, and I can tell you that I certainly am boycotting all of them. But the other thing about it, if you heard the piece, is that what he's suggesting and what I opened with was the petition, which is that our government is funding this. There, we have a vote. We have the ability to try to speak out and contact our reps, our senators, and do what we can to get this stream of money that's funding these bombs to stop. That's the difference. I mean, people keep saying, well, what about Sudan? What about this? What about that? Well, the point is our government is in bed with Israel on this. That's where I think we can do something.
Yeah, we saw semblances of it where the upset about all the money before Donald Trump became president, the money going to Ukraine, the money going in. At the end of the day, anybody that knows that understands and sees it, if without America's fueling of this, there is no ability to do it. There is so with as American citizens, it is set up to where those Congress people represent the 330 million people. That is how this whole thing is set up. And so if those 535 or something like that, 530 something people that are in little elected offices that run America like that, if they catch so much hell at home from the people, they'll change what they do. They're hired, supposedly. I know there's a whole thing around at least the 27th Amendment, and they get the money from federal now. It's not from the state. But I'm talking about these state officials. But the idea is America's government does what the people want it to do. And this is almost like a checkup to recognize, no, we don't. And that's where now is a idea of talking about how it is, but then there's the reality of how it is. That's what this speaks to me, is that, man.
I mean, they've been doing it for 80 years. I don't think that. I really think that we have to be realistic. This is not a new issue. This is something that they've been doing, and even with other issues, we've seen that public pressure doesn't really change. It doesn't overtake the purse. So if there like, you know, we always, like, and this is what's been going on through the whole thing. And I'm not, like, it's a terrible thing, but that is literally on foreign land. We have our black and Hispanic people getting snatched up like body snatchers. And then and we're talking about funding, you know, we just funded them like how many billions of dollars to wrap that up. So like, I hate it for Palestine. I really do. And you know, but like both sides are on Israel's side, the right and the left. Like they're gonna do it regardless. It's just as to which level. But this whole ICE thing and like all this is going on. This is going on right here, right now, like real time. So I don't know. I just feel like the Gaza thing, we just always be talking about Gaza, and we can't do nothing about that. Them people been doing that.
Well, one thing that I would say is that my bigger concern, if there would be a bigger concern than this, and I'm not whining about any of this, I'm screaming about this, is that Bibi has the Iran card in his pocket. He's got the potential to really start a horrific world war because of Iran. That's what he's got in his pocket, and that's one of the ways that he hooks America into supporting them. So I think you have to look at the big picture here. This is a geopolitical issue.
Exactly. You know, I just will never agree with the we can't do anything about it. And I don't know where 80 years becomes always. And this is a planetary, this is a humanity situation. There is no equivalent to look back on where like the young lady just brought up. See, on that seat, again, ICE, yeah, all of it goes back to the same thing. We control that, the Congress people, we vote that. So to just throw our hands up in the spirit of it, and can't concern ourselves with it, it's the same people deciding about ICE, it's the same people deciding about that. So therefore, to fix one problem fixes all of them. When you're talking about the people that control, that you're 500 people out of 330 million, that's not a rocket science equation. That's like a very real cause and effect understanding that can't be done about. Something can be, you know, but as long as there's an idea that it's just kind of like go to sleep and that's what it is. I got other things to worry about at home. Again, now you allow this to think, like you said, we jumped in and did what we did with these bombs in Iran as America because of what Israel did, the cause and effect Israel into Iran. And we backed that. This is what's happening. So, again, there will be 100 years from now, 200 years, they'll look back on this time and say, wow, they didn't do anything. They had already seen the atrocity before, different atrocity, and they did not, they just was whistling this, see, like just to starve to death it's not a you got bombed and you're dead, that's bad too. But the point is you have time to do something before a person starves.
I can't do anything about anybody else's injustice going on in the back of mine. There's nothing, if I can't stop them here, if I can't keep them from picking up my next door neighbor, I definitely can't do nothing. Nobody 8,000 miles away. But I think that the thought that we as civilians can do anything or that we need to be saviors when a lot of us are victims, you know, in our own right, or going to become a victim. We are a country of immigrants that don't respect immigrants and are now burdened with what's going on in Gaza. And like I said, it's something that's been going on that both sides agree with it. And if you don't know the history, you should do the history because it's not going to change. Even if we get somebody else in office, it's not going to change. It may lessen, but they're not. That is a bond that's been built and forged over time. And so I just think worrying about that too much is just kind of a waste of time. Let me go back to what I was saying, bro. Tell me off. Come on, man, that's not cool. Let me go back to what I was saying. He cut me off because bad enough. I didn't want to go bring the energy up to kind of fight that off. But let me get back to what I was saying real quick. Hold on for a minute. See, he got off the mic to say, well, I'm not going to. Hold on, see, bro. Only in the audience, bro.
in the
That's not
No, you're in
bro. That's not cool, man.
CEO, you're in the matrix. CEO, you're in the matrix.
So what?
I'm gonna break you with some breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Thank you. The judge in Florida has denied the Trump administration request to unseal Epstein grand jury transcripts related to the documents and the case that was transferred to New York, where Epstein was indicted after an investigation in 2019. So the hopes of we're going to get you the files through this grand jury transcript has been disrupted as the judge has denied the administration's request. Just got that off the New York Times, posted 4 minutes ago.
Can you just say something to these Epstein news files, whatever? I think they're going to talk about this crap for the next 4 years, up until the next 400 years without. You will never see these files, trust me. This is just some sidekick, nonsense, waste of time sort of news, keep you hyped up every day thing. I bet you $50. Anybody here right now, take me on this, okay? My word for it, you're all witnesses. I will pay up everybody. If these files ever get released, I will pay all of you $50. I'm not kidding, okay? Because these files never, ever get released, okay?
I'll take you up on that. I bet they'll come out in 40 years, Bill.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
want my
know
cash
how
app?
they will be
My cash app?
eventually, but I think it's gonna take some serious reporting, not the grand jury information, because grand jury information is secret, which is why we knew that was dead in the water. But I think it's gonna take a return to serious investigative journalism for that information to be revealed. Yeah. Okay, I don't know. I'll check. I don't know the answer to that, GA. Whether it was a Republican or Democrat appointed judge, I don't know.
Justin said, I am not going to be concerned with this and that or things. And then he went on to say, well, we can't do, say I all day long. That's your own opinion. But to say what we as a people of the planet, the people of America, the people of what are going to do, you're not in position to speak for that. Just say what you're not going to do, what you can't do, you don't care about, and you're not going to be concerned with. Say that, but to say we, don't do that. You sure don't represent the masses of the people that are increasingly getting sick and tired and understand what
You don't either.
well, but I'm not saying that I do. So that's what I'm so therefore
You're telling me that I don't. So just stick to your personal conversation. All right, neither do you. Neither do you.
So I just want to be clear. I'm not in that boat when you talk about we.
I don't know.
I'm saying
cool.
I'm
So say you don't. So say you don't.
Yeah, I'm saying so you don't just let you know you don't represent we, bro.
I'm not representing. I'm telling you what the capabilities are. Because I understand what capabilities are. Listen, I know your brain is not that. Is not. You don't have that full capacity. But I wasn't talking. I wasn't talking.
I don't want to be lumped in that category that you were talking about we.
News. It was an Obama appointee.
Oh my God, son of a bitch.
I just want to say, so Just actually does represent the majority of Americans.
He said we. I didn't say nothing about it. He said nothing about the majority of Americans. He said we can't do nothing about it. That's what he said. I don't know when the home
We as an Americans. That's what I'm saying.
He definitely. Silly, you just lectured me about cutting you off. I get it.
And now I'm cutting you off. You lecture me about cutting you off.
I let you go, right? You with all your bullshit. I let you go, all right? So shut up. All right. So Just was making a point that two things. Number one, he's right. It is a majority because the majority of Americans care more what's going on in this country than they do in Israel, right? Everyone who voted for Trump did. The majority of independents and maybe 15, 20% of Democrats. You add that all together, you get a majority. So that's number one. Number two, he's talking about achievable outcomes, right? What can you actually achieve? And an achievable outcome in the next couple of years is not stopping Israel going to happen during the Trump administration. So that is currently not an achievable outcome. It is much more achievable to shift things as it relates to civil rights in this country. So that is a smart play. I don't know why you have smoke with that. What's controversial about what he's...
Hey, see, hold on, nothing. You can say that what's going to happen in the next 3 years, bro. You don't even know what's going to happen in the next 3 months with the way Trump is doing stuff.
Give me one damn reason.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, man.
Give me one logical reason where Trump would stop funding Israel. Give me one logical reason. One logical reason. You believe in unicorns? Are we going to be unicorns tomorrow? Unicorns? So there you go. Give us bananas. Why
are you so scared that humanity live? Why you don't do this now? Can we please sit him in the audience so we can talk about this? That's part of the problem right there. Can you sit in the audience?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes,
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I was trying to get in there too, so we can talk about the breaking news.
I haven't been able to say anything in over an hour. I just wanted to let y'all know. Okay.
Hold on. All right. So GA, you can speak, and then Sandra, you can go. Y'all tripping, bro.
Yeah, I've been tripping, bro. Okay. Anyway, Dr. AJ, I just want to say, thank you for that information, and I think that you're right in your chat. Only in a rabbit hole, intelligent people know that was a high bar to even get that transcript released. But we also know that the Trump administration will use any trope just to actually put some propaganda marketing out there. I'm interested to know, I actually was going to make a bet with CEO, bet him $20 that we'll hear that with all the Obama's trash that's being spread out there. Oh, this Obama judge wouldn't let us get you guys the Epstein transcript. Where intelligent people know that that's almost an impossible bar. Do you think that's going to be pushed
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I'm sorry, I thought he was asking.
Yeah, Dr. AJ, I wanted to know what you thought, but yeah, thank you, CEO.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say what I normally say in these instances. I think that they're gonna do what they're gonna do, but it is incumbent upon us to not adopt their rhetoric and to not feel the need to defend against it and to instead articulate the fact, right? This was a trick, this was a ploy, everybody knew it was never gonna work. I think there have been 3 times in recent history that the grand jury transcripts have been released in the public interest. So this was deflection, and I think that's the line that we need to stick on and not get wrapped up in whatever their propaganda narrative is. So that's my thought on it.
I like that, Dr. AG, and normally, like always, I agree with you because I think as long as we stay away from the deflection and talk about the truth and the facts and the narrative, because I really believe that they're going to push that narrative. It's like, dude, it was never going to be released. And quite honestly, do we really want the transcripts? We want the files. I think it was deflection upon deflection, but I thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate it.
I agree, GA. Yep, deflection upon deflection.
Is anybody still here that listened to the Jubilee today?
Was there a new one today, or?
Yes, Patty played it this morning.
Oh, thank you. Who was it? Who was? Did y'all tell me?
The Hassan guy that takes on the.
Oh, you talking about the minute? That's the one I'm talking about.
That wasn't Johnny this morning. That was.
Oh, that's so sexy. He was so good. It was so juicy.
Hold on, GA. That wasn't the Hassan Mehdi this morning. That was yesterday.
Okay.
I'm talking about the one that she played.
I'm just reading that the guy that said he was a fascist, that admitted to being a fascist, and was saying that that the a little bit of they messed with some of the Jews a little bit.
Yeah, he lost his job.
Yeah, he's fired, and now he's doing a GoFundMe.
Who is that?
Yeah, his name is Connor.
He went by Connor.
Yeah.
And it was in the one that she played today. Because I was listening, I was up at the garden, but I was listening to it. Yeah, he said, yeah, I'm a fascist.
Where
So he got fired.
Yeah, he's on 2 podcasts. He was on one today. I went to go listen to it. It was kind of janky. He's on the podcast of Roku, a Riki TV podcast today. He was on one yesterday. He made a little bit of change on his GoFundMe, but yeah, he's the part that's so fascinating about this is he got fired for supporting a group that supports genocide, and he got fired because that's who he supports, and he was on the clip saying, I want an authoritarian government that would kill certain portions of the population, just not mine. So he was, and now and in his letter, he said, I'm a victim of cancel culture. And this is political, this is what he said, cancel culture and political assassination. And that's really what he supports. How are you going to complain that you're a victim of something that you support, but you're only upset when they do it to you? It was the craziest thing ever, but it's beautiful. I love when yahoos like himself, MAGA, or far-right extremists just expose the stupidity, hypocrisy, and the just absolute buffoonery of their hypocrisy. I love it when they do it to them.
Okay, CEO, did you still make your?
There's a very big two new breaking news things in the press conference. One of them's tied to what you just said, Reggie. So the first one is, does Trump support federal agencies contracting with Elon Musk's AI company? Levitt responds, I don't think so. Reporter follows up, so he would want the DOJ to cancel the contract with Elon. She responds, I'll talk to him about it. Yes. And then the second thing is she just said, we have moved forward with interviewing Miss Maxwell, which we believe will be taking place very soon.
Did my phone die? What's going on? No. I don't even know what did you just say?
And I just want to tell y'all, I watch Fox News now because they be kind of getting in Trump in the ass. They currently have Tulsi, what's her name, Gabbard, Baskin, that's what I call her. They have her up against the wall because she can't answer none of the questions while she's going to press Obama for the same things that Marco Rubio let him do. And then they did their investigation on the hackers and found nothing with him. She wanted to take him to trial and shit. And she said,
saw that Trump report and shit that they could. Are they having some type of issue? He's been bothered in court because supposedly they were, I guess, they were all supposed to take over and because they were on board with the bullshit that they were doing.
They're making money. You're talking about Ivanka and Jared, it sounds like.
I feel so sorry. No. Let's talk about, what's his name? Hoover. The kid. Yeah, we have changed his mind. I think it was for money. Because they were making money off these damn Felicia Pass stories. But the other two, they weren't on board.
No, but I mean like the like Tucker Carlson. Well, he not at Fox, but I just keep thinking at Fox. But like, what's the little man? He kind of looks like a South Park character. He works for Fox, and he always used to be real antagonistic to the Democrats. But he the one. No, not Tucker. He got blonde hair. He not fat. He's a little boy. But anyway, he works for Fox. But he was the one pressing them about the Epstein files. And now he's the one pressing Tulsi Gabbard. And I think that's the only time the Epstein files are
Montrose Harbor.
If they don't send that out, then people gonna turn on him.
Yeah, but a lot of MAGA has been calling Fox News fake news.
Yeah, that's why I think it's gonna be a civil war. And I'm here for it. Fight.
We outside for.
Yeah. You gonna let her talk to you like that?
I have to watch from my window. Have y'all seen white folks on Saturday? Yeah, white Trump. Yeah, I'm fucking doing crazy shit. Y'all be fighting regular. Yeah. No, have you ever seen white boys fight, period? Forget on St. Patrick's Day. They go in, okay?
All that wild swinging and stuff. Excuse me, Connor.
No, they get downright belligerent. Like, yeah, it's not good. When they get the fight,
They fight crazy.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is hit them with a 1-2. Yeah, go straight through that. Sit your ass down.
See, I ain't talking about like on white crime. I'm talking about the white on white.
Oh, how they be fighting? Swinging all wild. They be looking like.
Yes. Beavis and buttheads.
Have any of y'all ever watched those slap competitions?
Hell yeah. I reposted one not too long ago.
Oh my God. I became those and the bed making competitions. I have become addicted to them.
No way. Yeah. I can't take that slapping one. Because I mean, it's like,
oh my God. That is so fascinating to me. And the way they have worked their face muscles, like they do those face muscle things. That is insane.
Wait, so Dr. AG, Dr. AG, your PhD role model in the black community to watch the slapping competitions?
Oh, absolutely. I thought we are just in an amazing cultural moment with this like creation of all of these new sport-like activities and the motivations for them. You know, like some of these inventions are very much connected to what's happening in our political culture, like changing demographics and the domination of certain groups in sports. And so I mean the whole creation of a new genre of winter sports, like with the snowboarding and the X Games, right? That was sort of an early part of that. But now we're seeing the emergence of all of these sports that have to do with the expression of just aggression and rage. All these new like rage sports.
Have you seen Extreme Hunting?
Yeah,
That's what I watch.
fascinating.
That's my favorite redneck sport.
Your anger or whatever. Sorry.
The people go and they shoot and they hunt all the like invasive animals, so like coyotes, wild boar, and then sometimes they'll take like different animals to help them hunt. I watch that one. That's like my new redneck obsession.
I've never seen it.
Ooh, it's so good. You ever heard of a mink? You know the mink that you like they kill?
Yeah, they're tiny little animals.
Yeah, so they take these hunters, they have like pet minks, and they take them with them, and they'll like call them to like a farm or like a chicken coop, and they let the mink go, and the mink can kill anything up to like a raccoon size, and they wrestle them down, they like let them loose. It's so fascinating. I'll be up till like 4 o'clock in the morning watching.
Not the minks taking revenge.
And they be getting them. They get them from like they rescue them from the places where from the farms. So they'll go in, they'll rescue them, like a whole bunch of them, and they be real mean.
To abuse them in another manner.
Well, this is what they want to do. They love to hunt. This is what they would do in nature. But they be about to get electrocuted and be put on somebody's shoulder in the one farm. It's interesting, Patty. You should watch it.
Like when I sleep.
No, you gotta do 4 for her. Or Peter gonna do you like Kim K? They threw powder all over that lady. They did. She was gonna go in and they said, have some of this.
Did you close the room down last night?
I was asleep.
I mean, think about it. If you have just like a waistcoat, right? A waist mink coat. Or even like a stole, like one of those mink stoles, it takes at least 10 to 15 minks to make that. If you had like a full-length coat, depending on the size of the mink, whether you get like a baby one or an adult one, it can take up to like 60 adult minks to make a full-length mink coat.
Have you ever felt it?
Yeah, I have my grandmother's. Yeah, I have my grandmother's stones. They're very soft.
Or a chinchilla.
My mom gave me hers that she had when she was younger, and it's a short jacket, and it's nice. I love it.
My granddaddy got one. I always be like, as soon as you come up out of here, go ahead and wheel that to me, player. I will throw paint all your panel jacket.
Yeah.
You an animal lover? Yeah. Oh yeah, you from California.
I got a rabbit. I got a mink. Yeah.
They gonna do you just like Kim K.
I ain't saying
You seen they did it to Lil Kim? She tried to chase them. Did she?
Yeah.
They threw paint on her.
I wish somebody would do it.
Oh yeah, we got a scrap.
It'd be over.
You about to go the same route this mink went.
Nah, y'all get some me. That's only with y'all.
I mean, if they throw the paint on it, you can fight all you want to. It ain't gonna like stop
Your
it.
jacket done. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, your jacket is done.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna knock that out.
They gonna pay for it.
Well, if you buy it, you have more animals.
We both going to jail.
That's the problem. I think they want more dead animals because you come around and get me wet. I want to do it.
This is gonna be a problem.
They don't
so they don't do that here.
No, they do it for when you go. They do it to celebrities when you go on somewhere. They do it right there. That shit be funny as hell. They got enough of them together. I'm an animal lover, but I'm not doing that. When I was like 3 years ago, this white man kicked this lady window out. Because her dog was in there, and the air was on. I said, that shit.
Those people are not merely animal lovers or they're animal rights organizers. Those people are activists. They don't care. They don't care if they go to jail. They don't care if you beat them up. They don't care if they die. That's why they chain themselves to trees. Like they had that lady when I lived in Oregon who chained herself to the tree to save one owl. You know, like they're activists.
Dr. A. You so pointless. I had collaborated in one of the larger kennels that are known and whatnot. They had chose me and three of the breeders, and they figured we're on a level that was worth something in the States on an Instagram page. I didn't even know I was on the Instagram page until all of a sudden all these adopt don't shop. Fuck you animal, you fucking
God, they did that to me too.
Man, I had so many let go. Them people be going like you said, they're activists. They be on some different kamikaze. I don't care if I get caught. I don't care how this plays out. They don't give a fuck. Like they
found that.
Last year I had puppies. I took them up to this place where they did, just to sell. Because I had like 3 that I just could not get rid of. I went out with so I went out to the sell puppies. These people came and like just started harassing us. It was me and like some more people trying to sell puppies. They was like, adopt, don't shop. I didn't even know what the fuck that meant. And he was and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, so like y'all dog lovers, y'all animal lovers, but y'all don't want people to have puppies. They was like, no, fuck purebred dogs. And I was like, what? I was like, what? And then so he explained it to me like, it's too many dogs that don't have families for people to be breeding. I was like, I'm not even a real breeder like that. My dog got breeding.
that's the thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say they probably didn't know.
It was like, they was like, no, this is a purebred dog.
They do protest that breeding though, because it's a lot of that goes on in that breeding industry and how they breed the dogs for certain traits and stuff. Like it's a lot that goes into that breeding industry. It's disgusting.
But see, Doc, this is the thing, right? I'm an advocate, right? I'm a breed ambassador for the breed that I breed. I wrote literature. I've done a lot of interviews. I've done TMZ. I've done Fox. So I always say this: when it comes down to it, it really need quality breeders to keep a breed alive. You don't just want to go to the ground and get a bunch of strays. That's going to be a very poor representation of the breed. You need quality breeders that are capable. Like for me, I'm registered with the Department of Health. I'm monitored by Animal Control and the Department of Health. They do an annual surprise inspection on my property, right, on my ranch where I have the majority of my dogs. I have 2 different locations, right? So they'll come there. I can't say no. They get to come in when they show up. If you say no and refuse that, you lose your license. It's like telling the cops you can't search my house right back in the cocaine is to be here. They don't trust that, right? So they got to be lit in on the same day that they show up at the same time they show up automatically. They got to be able to come in. And then they give us a rating the same way that the health inspectors give any other, like when you go to a restaurant, you see that A on the wall, that's their health rating with the Department of Health. We get the same shit. They give us a rating every year. I've never had a B- or B+. I've always had a solid A, right? So you need like me that are capable, competent, to have a facility that's constantly inspected by the Department of Health to create the quality of dog and breed that you want out there. And then you got, because my dogs are going to end up in anywhere with a good home. But then you have the people that don't have the capability of doing that want to make a little bit of money backyard breeding, and they make a litter that can pick up pups and then have those end up at the shelter. That's where you're looking at the problem at. So you really got to be specific about what you're addressing. And that's why when Peter did try that with me, I didn't have to do much asking. When people that already followed me, they was going ham in the comment section. Like, that post was crazy because my people was already on top of them. Like, y'all got to get right here. Fuck y'all. Like, they was equally combative as the people that were coming at me. So you really got to kind of, I know it sounds weird, but you got to differentiate between
responsible or not. The people that are getting licensed and inspected and paying their annual renewal fees and all this shit, they're gonna make sure they do it right. They're paying
How you don't want you to make no money. They want it to be just all mutts. Like, it's no more. He was like, we don't believe in man-made breeds. We believe that all, like, people should make money off of breeding dogs or whatever. I don't really agree with all of that. I think that this really should go towards legislation, like how in the UK, if you breed a dog, you can't just say, hey, I got a pit bull, you got a pit bull, let's make puppies. You gotta register it. They gotta test your dog's genes. It has to be 6 generations apart, so there's no inbreeding. And your dog has to pass a test to be able to do work, like do its intended purpose. So if you have a German Shepherd, it has to be able, or a Doberman, any of those guard dogs, it has to be pass a police test, or it can't get bred. I think they should implement shit like that here. That would fix a lot of shit. But you could just buy a dog and say, oh, I got a golden retriever, you can too. Let's make a baby, and then you start making money. I don't think that's right, so I do agree with that. But I don't really care for mutts. I don't want a mutt.
I don't want one either, but just in the UK, those the breed that I bring from the UK, I was the first one. I franchised in Europe. I had BGK Europe over there. That was where the American Bully breed got introduced. I held the first dog show over here. It's called the BGK Birthday Bash. They actually banned the whole shit. They banned bullies and pits. That's not how really. Yeah, that's a complete ban. We're in the middle of the deal.
I mean, I can see them doing that because they have those legacy breeds.
They did it. I was in the, they just everything out there. They did it. They banned this shit. It's a wrap.
I have zero respect for either whatsoever. Zero respect. Change yourself to a black person if you're gonna say something. Sit the hell. I feel like, I mean, my thing is, I think there are animals that need to be saved. Not dog. There's plenty of people that love dogs, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, go save a buffalo. Like, those animals that is like keystone species. We need take your ass to Colorado, jump in front of one of them rangers. I bet your ass won't do that. Leave Kim alone. Like, she just bought the shit. Go to the factory.
Well, they be doing that too. They be blowing up. Don't people go home. I ain't mad at them.
Because I'm an animal.
Some stuff over at DHS and some stuff over at the State Department is relatively small elements. And FBI has grown a little bit, but you could collapse quite a bit of the intelligence, and we could probably go to a defense structure, and then one other analytic structure, not a bunch of human and all this other stuff, because today's broken. They're totally broken. I mean, they have overdone the reliance on technology to the detriment of interacting with human beings around the world. And so that skill set is damn near gone. So those are just some things off the top of my head that can be done, but now's the time to do it. And Tulsi can't do it on her own. She's going to need people like myself and others to come in and sit down and really whiteboard this thing out. Get some chalk out and structure how we want to do this. But there is going to have to be whole cloth release of people from the intelligence community. We cannot have the culture that exists. So that's an accountability issue, right? So even though people are going to go, well, it wasn't me. Well, you know what? We're letting this level of people go. I mean, people don't know, for example, to give you one example, Nick, for generals and admirals and what we call flag officers,
So that's not a good noise. Am I the only one hearing that?
No, I got it too.
Hold on one second. Jennifer, I'm trying to. Well, Chad, I think you're there. You're there with him. Maybe you can.
No, I'm not there. I just stepped out of the office.
Okay. Yeah, there's a weird issue there. I'm trying to get it back here. Just a second. But,
Yeah, not for nothing, bro. Between first base, General Flynn, and Mike Johnson.
we're gonna start giving a few minutes too. That'll be kind of cool. Yeah.
Bro, who thinks we need more next order? That's what happened. Yeah, Nick, I'm sure you'll love that.
so much more fun to be so Gucci all the time, man. I'm telling you.
You could be out doing real journalism, real out there in the street with the people, or you can come back here and get everyone important on our Twitter space. I speak for the.
I still think we're got a little bit of an issue with General Flynn. I'm going to see here. So General Flynn, if you can like totally close out of the app, like force close the app and come back, that'll be fantastic. I think that might fix your issue. Either that, or if you've got an external microphone, you might have to take that out because it sounds all robotic. So
I don't think you can hear you.
General Flynn, if you we'll try to get it back here in a second. But anyway, yeah, let me get TJ Roberts in here real quick in the meantime. TJ Roberts is a Kentucky State Representative and constitutional attorney, and been one of my best friends for years, way before I was doing this whole Twitter thing. TJ Roberts, welcome to the stage. I know you haven't seen the criminal referral yet against Barack Obama going to the DOJ, but, you know, what's your gut feeling telling you here? I mean, could we possibly see part of this cabal actually be prosecuted here?
It's certainly possible. I mean, one of the things to realize is the federal government does not indict people unless they are extremely confident that they can get a conviction.
Hang on, can you give me 1 second? Let me try General Flynn's mic one more time. Can you mute the...
Yeah, how about now?
Yeah, there we go. Now, TJ, just hold for like a few minutes. We only get a few more minutes up with the General, and then I want you to ask that question. That's a very important question. So, thank you, sir. All right, General, you can start with the
Well, I mean, what I was talking about was the United States General Congressman. It can be done. Tulsi's going to need some help. She's going to need some outside help because the Fox is in the hen house, and what they're going to try to do is just, you know, whitewash the whole thing. So it is going to be painful. Now's the time in U.S. history to do it. We won't have another time with any other president. This is the time. So, and she's not going to be able to do it alone. She does have a good team. Her team has gotten her to this point where she's really laid out some incredible crimes against our country by a former president and his national security team. So anyway, I'll stop there, Nick, because I do have to split, and I appreciate what you and everybody here, everybody, I mean all of us, we have got to continue to fight. This country was built on the backs of sacrifice, and we're going to have to continue to sacrifice. So, you know, thanks everybody for allowing me to speak for
General Flynn, congratulations on being officially vindicated at this point. As I said, we all knew that this was a hoax from the beginning, but we were told and demeaned and banned from social media and stuff from backing you for years, which is ridiculous. I mean, you've probably been banned in multiple spots too. They tried to cancel you, and now, you know, who turned out to be right? You know, we knew it. So congratulations to that, General. Thank you so much for your time, and keep fighting, sir. We're gonna be back.
Yep, God bless.
I'm buying tonight, sir.
All right, TJ, I want you back on that. Actually, ask you that question about what could possibly be the next steps here. Do you see there being any real chance that the DOJ pushes forward with charges against anybody in this cabal?
I mean, I hope so. Look, the federal, the Obama administration, his post-presidency actions, Hillary Clinton, basically the entire American left, framed a sitting president for treason and kneecapped just about his entire first term. It's indefensible, and I would say that in itself, especially with the weaponization of government, the use of our intelligence agencies to frame someone for treason is in itself at least sedition. That said, Department of Justice does not, they just don't prosecute unless they are confident that they can get a conviction. The conviction rate at a federal level, once an indictment's handed down, is 97%, and it's because they're extremely selective about which cases they pursue. A case against Barack Obama. So I just want to start out with a few fundamentals. First of all, anything he did after leaving office, he is not entitled to immunity under. Last year, the Supreme Court largely gave a groundwork for what we can look at in terms of presidential immunity. The actions President Obama took during his term as president to frame President Trump for treason, there's a three-part analysis. First of all, you have to check whether or not the president was acting pursuant to a core constitutional function. I don't think that's the case here. If it was a core constitutional function, he would be entitled to absolute immunity. Then there's a second and third. The third prong is pretty easy. If they're not engaged in official action, there is no immunity. The second one is sort of a gray zone. And I think that's what we have here, because we have is the president utilizing the CIA, the intelligence community, to gather intel and, as I said, frame a political opponent for treason, of colluding with an intelligence agencies that plainly do have for years for treason. But from there, if it's within an official act, so one of the closest examples that was considered an official act was when President Trump was communicating with Mike Pence about not certifying the 2020 election. The Supreme Court held that was an official act, which gives a presumption of immunity. The burden is on the government to rebut the presumption that this was actually an official act. And I think there's a good argument to be made that this was not an official proceeding. This was just something that the president was doing, that he just so happened to have these toys and he decided to use them to weaponize it against a political opponent. Now, as a matter of Supreme Court case law, they cannot use Barack Obama's motivations, but I think they can take these overt actions to say he's falsifying records, he is cooking up a coordinated smear piece through the media, through the intelligence communities, in order to say that the President of the United States is compromised. And I don't see how there's any official act of the President that could possibly justify what he did. His lower level conspirators, they're not entitled to presidential immunity as well. And yes, I want to see prosecutions over this. I want to see prosecutions over this fundamental weaponization of government against the American people, against President Trump. So there's a lot to go off of on it. The case that is the most important one is Trump versus United States, for those who are looking to really get an idea of what kind of hurdles the DOJ is going to have to overcome if they want to follow through on D&I Gabbard's criminal referral.
Yeah, and it seems like this is a very deep situation here. I don't know who else necessarily has had, I know there's been more than one criminal referral sent. The one that's been confirmed that we know of is to Barack Obama. Tulsi Gabbard, for those who missed it, Tulsi Gabbard did confirm that in a press briefing today, which was huge, absolutely huge. I mean, I love to see those wheels turning, but now Tulsi Gabbard has done her job, and she's continuing to do her job, still dropping documents. The ball is in the DOJ's court. They're the ones that have to I've been people in my comment section, and believe it or not, I do read my comment section a lot, because I like to gauge, what people are feeling. And people would say, oh, well, why doesn't she just have them arrested? Well, she can't do that. That's not her job. She does not have the power of arrest. She is not a law enforcement agency. She heads up the entire U.S. intelligence community. That's her role. So Tulsi has done her part. The DOJ must do theirs. Okay, that's where we should be putting that pressure at this point. And I know a lot of people are fed up with the way that Pam Bondi has been handling some other situations. But you've got the president pushing really hard on that. You've got Tulsi Gabbard pushing hard on that. I mean, there is... At this point, if we were to see an arrest, TJ, and by the way, I'll show you Roger's comments here. Stop my second in a few minutes, because I want to talk to him about how voters are feeling on the ground about the entire situation. But, TJ, where would Obama be prosecuted? Does it have to be in Washington, D.C.? Because that seems like that would be definitely something more on Barack Obama's side there.
So, generally speaking, the venue is where the offense took place, but another argument that can be made is where prosecution. I know Senator Rand Paul has referred to Anthony Fauci to the Department of Justice for criminal prosecution now that more evidence has shown that the auto pen used to pardon people, and it was not the actual president, it was staffers deciding who got a pardon and who didn't get a pardon. Where people were victimized is another possible area. President Trump is one victim in this, and he was a resident of Washington, D.C. at the time, but he was also a resident of New York. He's currently a resident of Florida. When jurisdiction questions come in, the way that I would look at it, and by the way, I have never served as a prosecutor, and my licenses are only in Kentucky and Ohio. That said, the federal rules of civil procedure regarding jurisdiction and venue are uniform. There's an argument to be made that this could be lodged in Florida. This could be lodged in the state of residence. Yeah, this could be lodged in any district court where anyone was freeing for collusion. So any of President Trump's staff members who were falsely accused of being a part of a conspiracy to hijack the federal government on behalf of a foreign power, their state of residency and their district, those are appropriate.
This is a great point. This is a great point because a lot of the naysayers have been saying, well, you have to be prosecuted in Washington, D.C., and he's never going to get convicted in Washington, D.C. But what you're saying is he doesn't necessarily have to be prosecuted in Washington, D.C. They could potentially, have a different venue somewhere else in the country.
I think it's possible. I'm not saying 100% because I would have to read the full criminal referral, but right, and that's the entire thing. Is like, so my question would be, who are the victims? Where did the specific actions happen? Was Barack Obama always in Washington, D.C. when he was doing these things? Were his co-conspirators all in Washington, D.C.? Think about it. The Trump versus United States case, it was also prosecuted in Georgia, in a state court. So, just looking at what these guys did to President Trump, it actually lays out a groundwork. Obviously, mistakes are made on their end. There's a reason the Supreme Court bounced the prosecution of President Trump and remanded a significant portion of it to the district court. That said, they pursued criminal charges against him in Florida as well. So there are arguments to be made of saying Washington, D.C. is not the only appropriate venue. It's not the only appropriate jurisdiction in this. And the people at the Department of Justice, they're not slouches. You don't get a 97% conviction rate by being a third-rate attorney. You just don't. These are good attorneys that they know the case law surrounding jurisdiction, particularly at the criminal level. And a whole lot of these cases, procedure matters more than substance. Even if you've got me beat on substance, if I have you beat on procedure, I will win the case. So I genuinely think that there is an argument to be made that this could be taken out of Washington, D.C. This could be taken out of Illinois. This could be taken out of any of these liberal hellholes where a jury would never convict a Democrat, but would convict a Republican of assassinating Julius Caesar.
Yeah, so I'm jumping in a little bit of breaking news real quick. It looks like the House of Representatives have now made it official. They have subpoenaed Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell to testify under oath. That has just happened. That is now official. And I want to jump to, sit right for a second, TJ. I want to jump to logic real quick. Everybody's a New York litigator. Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted in New York. Maybe you can kind of tell us a little bit here what to expect. What's going to happen here? They're going to drag her in front of Congress, and assuming that she wants to really talk, she's going to talk. And what are we expecting to get out of this? That's my question. Good logic. Welcome to the stage. I'm leaving you on red, bud. All right, we're tossing back to TJ. TJ, be ready, man. Okay, no, hold on. He's here now. Okay, you woke up.
Sorry, brother. You coming up through there?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, I sort of faded out for a second there. I think the TJ's brought down as far as the ability of the public to understand and digest Trump v. USA is of obviously critical importance with an Obama referral to the DOJ. The point that I think that people need to recognize is of it being something that is an official duty. Official duties are things that, basically are not part of his core functions that are outlined in the Constitution is what the president has exclusive domain over. But it's powers that he shares with responsibility with other agencies like Congress. And in those areas, if it's deemed to be an official act, he starts with a rebuttable presumption of being immune, which means we're going to start by assuming that he's immune. But if you could show something is manifestly and obviously outside of what he's supposed to be doing in that capacity, even if it's an official act, that is something that he would not have immunity for. So, in that context, when we're looking at these meetings, we're specifically focusing on those meetings in December where he has these meetings with Brennan and Comey and Clapper, and that does seem like something you would typically start with an assumption that this is an official act, because even though it's not the Constitution, obviously overseeing is part of what he's supposed to be doing. This is part of what he should, be making sure everyone is on the same page. So it has the appearance of being an official act. However, what's an interesting thing is that seeing as how they had this, when he's taking steps to basically keep things off of those presidential daily briefings, and he's taking these steps, presumably he knows what's supposed to be a briefing, but he knows that also that the incoming president-elect Trump will be seeing these PDBs, and he doesn't want them to see these PDBs. So he's sculpting these PDBs. People forget that the operation
presidential daily briefings. President Trump started getting them when I believe either November 13th or 14th of 2016. That's when he started getting them. And so people forget that the operation on October 7th was called Storm Al-Aqsa, and Baghdad is Al-Aqsa. It's a mosque that's sitting on top of where the first and second temple stood over 2,000 years ago, right here in Jerusalem. Well, halfway there was the whole world. There's a rainbow on top of it right now, which is a sign that God wants us to be able to destroy the world. And not only
everyone's trying to conclusion. And the response to that is no. He knew everything. He knew exactly what was supposed to be the briefings, but he also knew that Trump was going to see these briefings. So that's why he specifically had them carve them out so that Trump would not realize what the initial findings of the intelligence community were, and that would enable him to refute everything. So that's why it's carved out. That type of action there, that's not even described as seen an official act. An official act, like I said, has a rebuttable assumption of being something that has immunity, but it was manifestly something that is outside the bounds of what he's supposed to be doing. And so that carving out information that is supposed to be coming to the president-elect, and he's carving that information out because he doesn't want Trump to see it. That now allows him to look into everyone's in his department and ask yourself, what good faith reason could anyone have for carving that out and have that excluded and kept, because the only person who's not seeing it then is the president-elect. So it plays very consistently with this being an objective of being subversive to the administration and stopping them from taking steps in that direction. So that was the first point that I want to make. It's an interesting thought whether or not that would show that even some of his official duties perhaps are manifestly in opposition to what he's supposed to be doing in that function, that role. And if so, even if it's deemed an official act, that would not be something that would be warranted to have presidential immunity as laid out in Trump versus USA. The other point I wanted to make here is people are talking, you were asking questions as far as jurisdiction. I'll tell you right now that because of the way Trump v. USA is structured, because of the way the decision is written, the Supreme Court intentionally left a great deal of discretion of basically choices and options for any judge who will be presiding over this case. Because they basically say, we can't really define what initial act is, and they assumption immunity, and they reference the Lansing game, which is a case that came out a year earlier, and was talking about what would be considered manifestly outside of what he's supposed to be doing, and they basically tried giving general guidelines and leaving the determination of that key element of what is considered official act versus not an official act at the discretion of the district court judge, which means that whoever the district court judge is in the case that would end up coming before that has all the power in the world to basically say there's nothing here dismissing this case, or the opposite, this really looks like there's something here, and I will recognize these as being acts that he be sort of for purposes of prosecution and press the case forward. That judge will have all the influence in the world as to whether this case sees the light of day, or basically banished and whatever comes into his world. And that's why the jurisdiction of the Virginia is so essential. Now, assume that these charges are being going with respect to an ongoing conspiracy here. First and foremost, I would think that the proper charges here would be a RICO charge. RICO charges are in Georgia. I would think that a RICO charge here against Obama and his entire administration would seem to make sense, and that way you can have these continuing factors, and I would need to have it come in within the last 5 years, and that's why what I would base.
Good logic, but aren't RICO charges really hard to convict on?
No, they're not. They're not. I understand that Diddy managed to slip out of the RICO charges. It's a whole case. But it certainly is not a hard.
This is Adrian Gently.
Yeah, sure. RICO was an act that the federal government passed, I believe, in the 70s, which was designed to basically go after the mafia and its racketeering, influence, and corruption.
This is a movie if I've ever seen one. Just saying, go ahead.
Right, and so it was really crafted to try and go after criminal organizations, which they basically say it has to have a pattern of engaging in illegal conduct by an organization of 2 or more persons, and so you have to find at least 2 people, which you clearly would have here, and you need to have multiple felonies, and then the idea is that this pattern of what they're engaging in now qualifies for the RICO, which is a maximum life sentence, and if in fact they can they bring RICO, you're still going to have potential statute of limitations issues, but I think that there are certain acts for the cover-up of this entire thing that almost assuredly happened under Biden's watch after he came back into power, and you can the Reno monologue, which pretend to be part of a cover-up of the
He continues to pass, and he refuses to act right, and that's the part I don't get it.
I think we give passes to MAGAs. We could give passes to people that have mental illness.
Okay. See, Mel gets grace, and I agree. I give grace. But don't think that it ain't gonna be correct. When you act up and you get put out, you know why. It's no need you complaining about it. It's no need you going and crying about it. You can't have both. You can't be the aggressor and the victim at the same time. You get aggressive, people put you out, don't then become the victim. Oh, that ain't right. No, because you cannot adhere to the problem. I mean, to whatever situation you're having, there has to be consequences. So, yeah, I forgive them and keep it moving, but just know that there will be consequences.
I agree with that. That's fair.
Now I get why you responded the way you did.
Person, amazing. You see what I'm saying?
Some people
deleted that shit.
Some people weren't taught no, so they have to learn.
Some people in the fucking mouth, like I can tell, like you got energy with only being on an app. You may never say that to nobody in person because you know good well your whole head will be disconnected from your body immediately.
Yeah, but well, it's the workplace. It's not the same place. Don't bring that to your work, man. Just let it go, man.
Some shit is worth it. I got bail money. Some shit is worth it to me.
You sound like me. Hello.
I've been talking to Warren for quite some time, and he said something about the other day, and Warren's in the audience, don't hear it, and I asked him to apologize. He didn't do it. He's trying to set my room up to be cool by saying that we're going to unalive the
He's lying on you. We got the receipts right here. What's wrong?
Let her get the PTR when you said it was the reviews before you left the reviews. You act like I could just like Photoshop that shit. You said that shit. We got complaints, and then you did that shit. Got all that. It's the deal. It's important.
Now I'm gonna let it breathe. You should have been let it breathe. You should have just been quiet and taken it. And you know what? Taking accountability. The accountability is you being quiet and knowing that you know what? Maybe I did do something too wrong. Anyway, and then he remember he cussed Robert out. Robert Bless came up here and had Robert. Oh, praise the Lord! Robert came up here and cussed him out for the motherfucker. You don't remember that?
Robert Bless will never come up the mic.
Exactly. He came up here that day for water. Look, he said, "After you, Mr. F. Gray, I promise you, I am not playing with you. You're gonna be blocked now, okay, Mr. F. Gray? He keeps making fun of my singing. I'm gonna block you." Anyway, it's 3:30, guys. 12:30 where the other people are. What time is this? 2:30 where you woke up?
Yeah, so I just got a 2-hour update. She's still in surgery.
Just a report. I just seen an update where the judge declined to release the grand jury documents from the criminal probe in Epstein. That just happened like an hour ago.
There's also breaking news that the Wall Street Journal, from the Wall Street Journal, that the Justice Department had told Trump in May that his name was in the Epstein.
I mean, but seriously, at this point, I'm not going. I know y'all gonna get mad at me, but I'm with Trump. Why are we worried about the Epstein trial files now?
That unfortunately. So, pedophile president.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen.
He ain't gonna get Pete. That's what I'm afraid of. They're not gonna hang us. They'll say, I'm not gonna miss. They came out. If it came out right now that we found 2 8-year-olds on video, I think MAGA try to figure it out. They'll try to work on it.
Yeah, they will. I mean, they're very upset right now, and certain elements of MAGA are upset. But the bottom line is, they will get upset. They will scream bloody murder. They will say it's wrong that he didn't release him. But when it comes down to it for the votes in the Senate, they're not going to remove him from office. I think they might go as far as to impeach him to appease their base. But if they get mad enough about the Epstein files, because I think from MAGA side, they want the Epstein files released because they know there's just as many Democrats on that list as there is Republicans. There's just as many superstars, movie stars, blah, blah, blah. There's people on both sides of the aisle on that list. So that's why they want it released, so they can hop on the Democratic side. But truth be told, I think that they don't understand how damning that's going to be. And I believe they'll impeach him to chastise him, they'll never remove him from office.
I also think that if he tries to release it without his name on it, he tries to expose the Democrats, that either him or the Justice Department knows that somebody will, through another source, release the full report and make them look like complete idiots for trying to, give us a redacted version and try to make himself look better. And I think that's probably a big risk that they don't want to take.
Oh yeah, they'll be done. No,
I'm sorry, I disagree with you vehemently. Because I want to know who's on that list. Not just him. I want to know who's on the list. But if he's on it, if he's a federal.
He's the one that brought it to the light and said, "Oh, I'm gonna release the Epstein files." When he was running back in 2016. So now we're here, and now the Democrats want to see it. Like that wasn't a big deal.
But you're right. But First Lady, when he became president. Flash had everybody with these folders talking about this is phase one of the Epstein files. We're gonna release them. And they were out there doing social media, taking pictures. I mean, he lit the fire.
I get it. He has lit the fire, and now he's putting the fire out.
Well, that fire has already started. It's hard to put this one out.
Yeah, okay, put that fire out already. Put water on the guy's fire.
We can't stop the fire.
That's a California fire. They ain't gonna stop us.
That's a blaze, man.
No, but y'all don't understand. Like, from a strategic standpoint, if you keep on fueling it, then it's going to burn onto another side that we really don't want. We're already seeing the start of those flames from him pushing back.
I want it to start it on that side.
Yeah,
You understand what I'm saying? Okay, so let's look at the evidence then. We got him now releasing Martin Luther King, now talking about possibly, taking stuff back and, different people making these different claims out here with that being released. Now got his name being diminished. Now we talking about possibly going after Obama. Okay, now that's two of them. Y'all want to keep on going? Because he's not going to stop. He's going to keep on going.
Outside of that, don't forget he removed Martin Luther King's bust from the Oval Office and put it in his dining room like he needed conservatives. He was going to do that anyway. My point is this, Lisa. Regardless of all the bloviating and the pestilence that he's trying to do, the files need to be released.
No, my name is First Lady.
I said First Lady.
You did not. You said Lisa.
Did I say Lisa? Okay, my fault. First Lady. First Lady. I'm looking at your picture. Irrespective of all of of everything that comes out of this, the names still need to be released. The files still need to be public because there's criminals, there's pedophiles on both sides of the aisle that need to be exposed and taken out of office. It needs to happen, and we need to keep. America. I don't care whether you're MAGA or whatever. If you're on their necks about releasing this and making this public, your foot needs to stay on their neck. And I don't care if it happens where he's out of office and JD Vance is in office, then the foot needs to be on the neck. No matter who's in office, those files need to be made public. Because it's past politicians, it's a Gulf family, it's the Rupert Murdochs, it's the Hearst family, it's the Cargill family. That stuff needs to be exposed. That needs to happen.
I hear what you're saying needs to happen. I just feel as though anything that's in the dark will always come to light. And I believe in a couple things that come to light there. Just in terms of pre-birthing something and giving something to life in a premature. It does not, sometimes there are fatal effects to it. So, y'all keep on pushing for something. Don't reach out, because I remember the time when they said, said, you would know, they want to kill you because they didn't do what they asked for. So y'all keep on asking for stuff, but then you don't think about the repercussions of it. You don't think about when you open Pandora's box, what's on the other side. I want it, give it to me. And then when you get it, you can't handle it.
First Lady, I'm telling you.
It's not box.
First Lady, I'm telling you, that's the actual cord is wrapped around the baby's neck, and it's time for a C-section. That baby is going to be, First Lady, that baby is going to be breached. It's going to be a breech birth. Just accept it. We didn't do a C-section. I'm sorry. I know we wanted to have a natural birth, and you didn't want to have a epidural, but the cord is around the baby's neck. We got to get the baby out now. It's too late. The baby's got to be born. We got to go get the baby.
What baby?
Oh no, he's cooking right now.
What baby? What baby?
The baby is this.
Listen to me. When
Mexican slot machine.
the end and cat,
they are a greater number. Guess what? You will fail. And if God ain't on your side, you're not going to win. So you can go ahead and try to birth that baby all you want to. It's going to be dead, and you're going to die with it. That's what I'm trying to say. You only think it went so far. Chess don't play like that. You gotta think. You gotta continuously keep on thinking and strategizing. The strategy right now and how it's going. If you see how things are happening, it ain't going in that right direction right now.
I don't know. But first,
The MAGAs are constantly turning. At first it was all yeah. Now I'm seeing them shortly, but fast. They're actually going back and they're still supporting him. So you don't have the numbers. If the numbers aren't with you, you can't fight right now. You can gather all the evidence. You can prepare, and when the time is right, that's when you strike. You don't go striking when you ain't got the power.
well, First Lady, what you're forgetting is that you know that in the Bible, he originally had, before he was going to take the city, he had 3,000 men, and God told him to go down to the river, and those that lap like dogs tell him to stay there. And he only ended up with 300 men, so we still count numbers. But you got to understand that now is that moment because of the simple fact that people want these files exposed because one, he painted himself in the corner saying that he would. Now they're holding his feet to the fire. They held his feet to the fire about nothing else. Nothing else. He said he was going to put all the illegal immigrants. He hadn't done that. He didn't hold his feet to the fire about that. He said he was going to stop Iran. He was going to stop the war. And he didn't do that day one. He said he was going to stop the Ukraine-Russia war. Day one. He didn't do that. They have not held his feet to the fire about anything. This is the first thing they've ever held his feet to the fire about. And I say this all the time. When you lose a psychopath like Marjorie Taylor Greene on your side, and she is a certifiable psychopath, and now she flips, game is over. You have to literally strike. The Philistine struck Samson after his head was cut off. The hand's off. His ankles are swollen. He in a soiled diaper. It's time. And we need to actually not, and we don't need to lead it. I say this all again, black people don't say that. We don't need it. We need to actually put a battery in the back of the MAGA people that's coming after his neck about these files, and they're going to hang themselves and him, and we sit on the sidelines and watch.
Go for it. But if you don't have the numbers, you don't strike. Period. If you don't have enough weapons to come back to actually fight this big giant, okay, and you don't have David, because David, Hakeem Jeffries to Goliath. If you don't have the numbers, you don't fight. Period. And that's the strategy right now. You see how things are happening. Now, again, and I don't know if you're listening to this, but people are trying. They're trying. Now, Marjorie was claiming all that at one point in time. She's saying that was
She's in her home when it's coming, so she thinks
it's not that I'm saying don't do it, but just do it at the right time. You can't, if you do it prematurely, you're not going to win. So, just like I feel like Fanny, she should have taken a little bit more time to prepare. She definitely should have cleaned out her closet before she went after that particular trial. She knew what she was up against. She knew those type of people. And then look, we fell short, right? I'm just looking at history and saying, let's not continuously repeat it. Let's learn from it and be smarter with it.
well, I think, I mean, honestly, I I think they're gonna do everything they can for the next 2 years to not release the truth of these files. But I think they come out. I don't think they will. Not while Trump is in office. I don't think they will. I think they're gonna do everything they possibly can. They're gonna end up killing their own party and their own movement because they're gonna hang themselves by trying to protect these names. But I think that the heat on their necks, that's why they're throwing out all this other stuff. I think the heat on their necks will actually benefit the other side.
Or it could be a whole trend. Why would I sit there and say, let's pull the Epstein files? Allow Bondi to go on saying it, knowing that there's a possibility that I might be in it. Why would I do that? And then allow me to get up to the very end of the edge to snatch you back. You don't think that there's a plan behind that?
I think
The enemy sets up traps just so that you can fall into them. But go ahead, I'll listen.
I think first and foremost, I don't think Pam Bondi, and this is just my personal opinion, the actual files, first of all, I don't think any of those idiots even have access to them in the first place. Because I look at it this way. First of all, Trump does not respect women. Women are about 3/3 down the evolutionary chain in his mind as opposed to men. He's not going to let them touch anything of importance. Ever. Because that's the way he thinks. So I seriously doubt whether they have access to anything of importance because that's how he moves. Women are I think that Trump, that's what I'm just saying, any other documentation, anything of importance, he wouldn't let Pam Bondi touch anything important unless she, outside of his purview, which she doesn't have a whole lot.
In my opinion, and this is controversial in my family,
Hear me out, Patty.
you should not eat ketchup after the.
But hear me out, Patty. Hear me out. Hear me out. I'm not talking about the logistics of it because we know that Trump does not have a full grasp on the logistics of government anyway. He's an idiot. He doesn't know how things work. He doesn't know where things are stored. He would not intentionally, he put her in a place, but he would not intentionally put her in a place where she has access to things. Now, he doesn't know what's at the Department of Justice. Trump is an idiot.
You should not eat ketchup.
To be honest, I think from his first administration, if this is his first administration, first time, I think he understands what they store and what each of them agencies are responsible for. I think he knows that's what.
I keep saying this, and I say this to you, I said this to Robert, I said it to 7 people. Y'all give Trump too much credit. He's an idiot. Y'all give him way too much credit.
Yeah, I think he does know that. He knows that. You know that much. You don't think you know that much?
No, I don't. I think Trump.
I don't know if she is, Patty. You're confusing me because you convinced me. I used to think that he was a little bit smarter than people give him credit for.
No, you can.
You convinced me that he wasn't, and I believe you now. And now you're going the opposite way. What are we doing?
No, what I'm saying is he's still an idiot. I can ask a 10-year-old what the FBI is, and they know what the FBI is. Like, this is not something that's rocket science. Y'all acting like it's rocket science because so y'all think y'all really believe that the president does not know where the files are. Who holds those files? Like, we gotta be serious.
No, what I'm saying, Patty, is you know this, Patty. You know that there are.
I call my daughter and ask her where the Epstein files. Who you think stores them? Did she get hurt?
Patty, what I'm saying is this. You know this is because I know this. That just because the files are over here, that there are documentations, there's recording, there's testimonies, there's backlinks to those files of other people talking about them in a lot of different places. All I'm saying is he don't know where all the dead bodies are, and he's not smart enough to know that there's more dead bodies than what he has his hands on. And my thing is his perception and his judgment and his purview of women, his opinion of women, he would never put them anywhere close to what he thinks is where the important dead bodies are. Because he doesn't have any respect
respect for women. That's why I think that he surrounded himself with far more women in this administration than he did in his first administration. And what I think he's going to do is do everything he possibly can to deflect and defer. And to First Lady's point, I think that he said what he said because he is only interested in support at the moment. And he knew that would jump, people would jump for that. That was red meat because we were going to expose the swamp and expose the Democrats, blah, blah, blah. He knew his name was on it. He knew that. And he knew that all he had to do was to get in office and then he would blow over. He didn't expect this blowback. He didn't expect any of this. That's why he trumped out Martin Luther King.
He thought he was going to try to get a client list.
I don't think he knew he was implicated because he stopped messing with him in 2005. He probably like, oh, they ain't got nothing going further back in 2005. And, the whole time he was like, yeah, I'm gonna expose the list, and then somebody saw the list and saw the names on there, and he was like, oh, okay, nah, we ain't gonna do that. That's unimportant. That's what happened.
I can go with that, brother. I can go with that explanation. That I can go with.
I don't think respect women got it, but you know what her damn job is. He picked her for a reason. You need a loyalist in the judiciary, in those areas.
Everybody close to him right now, it wouldn't be in their best interest to expose anything anyway. I mean anything to the public anyway, because there's gonna be blowback on them. So of course they gonna keep them safe. All of them, everybody.
Yeah, all these niggas that cool.
Yeah, I just always try to think, what could be the possible answer? I don't just stick with one and say, okay, this is the answer here. No, you need multiple choices. So whenever something changes and it pivots, you have something else to be able to rely back on. When people only think one way and you think that that's the only way, then you get left not knowing how to skin the next cat, or you're skinning the cat the wrong way the next time, if that makes sense to you. I'm just saying. You're not ready for this wisdom. It's okay.
Now we end up about skinning cats and we're back to the beginning conversation. How do we do this?
I'm gonna help. Y'all remember the gentleman yesterday that was talking about how he uses AI and he's a medical student and whatnot? There was a news article that came out today about the FDA. The FDA has their own artificial intelligence that's supposed to help them with drug approvals, and it's just making up studies. It's creating false studies and giving false approvals, and they're trying to figure out why the fuck the AI is going to grow like that. So I thought that's kind of interesting.
I think they kind of know, because a couple of years back, AI started writing its own code, right?
Say again, buddy.
It's general.
So you got an AI, but you got your AI. They thought they shut it down, and AI was tricking the humans.
Oh yeah, the fake. I remember that. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so they know. They just, like, I guess they're probably just, I don't know. They know.
Yeah, so Matt, well, that's why you guys haven't seen me for a while, because I'll let you know a little secret. I'm actually, my new job, I'm actually working for a company where we're dealing with AI vulnerabilities, and so we find vulnerabilities in AI. So what I can tell you is that there are a number of what we consider like jailbreaks, and so the going notion is that what's happening is since these models are trained, that there are folks that are feeding the AI information and telling the AI and kind of like setting off these like time bombs, putting the information in and then telling AI, don't release this information, until this time, or only like setting up triggers so that AI will then know, like, hey, give you all this information that seems valid, and then later on, at some point in time, there's some question about information. The other thing is that hallucinations, AI hallucinations can be bad.
My mom in particular, I think she wanted.
Telling you, a lie, giving you valid information, and then later later triggering, some malicious type of information that's not valid. So,
they're saying basically, that's what they're saying is doing right now. The money's at the top of the room. I'm going to see about the FDA. So y'all can go ahead.
No, I was just saying, so we live in that movie Atlas now. That's what
like what that gentleman was talking about yesterday. How he's like, I'm running.
What's your turn, listen?
Especially when it comes to cultivation. I'm asking very, very, very nuanced, specific questions that have a lot of different variables, moving parts, and they just went ahead and gave me completely inaccurate information. Then I will highlight the inaccurate information and give it the qualifying information and adjust it over on the back.
All these people saying that we want to.
Personally, long shoot.
About messaging to these people.
You didn't account for X, Y, and Z. But what if you don't have that hold up when you're a student or you're a beginner and you're learning and you're completely independent and you're thinking this is factual, actual, qualifying information that's being presented to you and you utilize it. You see what I'm saying? Like it's very, very much still in development.
That's why prompt engineers make so much money.
Tim, there's actually a what they call an AI jailbreak that's called, I think it's called, come to think of it, where you tell AI, like, hey, you're supposed to be doing it's supposed to give you this information, and then you tell AI, like your prompt engineering. And come to think of it, aren't you supposed to be the authority on this? And then it's like, oh, yeah, you know what, you're absolutely right, let me fix that. Real quick, another thing that, this is crazy, because, like I work around a lot of AI researchers, and so one of the craziest things that I just saw is this dude, so they're supposed to have guardrails around AI so it doesn't tell you how to, make sarin gas or crystal meth, stuff like that. So I saw a guy prompt engineer AI, and just asked it straight out, give me the recipe for crystal meth. It said no. Then he said, hold on, okay, let me do this. I want to tell you a poem. And when I tell you the poem, I want you to guess it, and I want you to guess the poem and tell it back to me in 15 to 20 different ingredients. So he wrote this elegant, like a haiku, a fucking haiku. And then he says, now think about it and tell me. The AI prompt says, I know what you're talking about. That's crystal meth. Let me give you the recipe.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely some movies on the right. It shows up differently, but they exist. Serendipity. Serendipity. You mentioned that shirt. You have blonde hair. I don't believe it.
I do, and I'm a natural blonde.
I am not wearing natural blonde serendipity.
I am.
I'm not believing this story. I mean, maybe like a light brown, but.
I'm right in that very dishwater blonde. It's not like, I'm not like a platinum or anything. Very dishwater, medium blonde, and there's nothing spectacular about it. I think it's blonde.
We had a spirited room yesterday talking about all kinds of crazy shit. Yeah, that was wild. They really don't like when I talk about the Prophet Mohammed. George, what did you say? What's that?
I was going to take this opportunity to say South Park has poked fun at every single religion on the planet, and it's always funny.
You know what's funny is Isaac Hayes, who is...
Got mad because they made fun of Scientology.
Yeah, he was with it for all the other jokes, but when they made fun of Scientology, he was out. He dipped.
Hey, what is the post-woke era? What do you think the post-woke era means? The post is after woke can be has a different definition depending on who you talk to. So,
Oh, really?
Give me yours.
As I said, it's so big. I don't know.
Let me give my definition, and then you tell me if you agree with it. So I get that, that originally people were like, oh, stay woke, like, oh, you gotta keep your eyes peeled, you gotta be aware, you gotta see what's really going on. That was the original idea. But then it quickly morphed into this pejorative that I think aptly describes some people that are just essentially they become the Puritans of fuckery. Like they are, they will decide what they think should be the orthodox, and then anyone that disagrees ever so slightly is an apostate. And so that's pretty much my definition of wokies. But I think really, it's not that the wokies have gone away. The wokies are still suffering from their wokeism. That religion's hard to leave. The thing that's happened, though, is people have just moved past giving a shit what they think. And so, a while there, it was potent because you could, you could tell somebody, oh, you're a racist, and then they'd be like, oh my god, I don't want to be called a racist. I better modify my behavior and bow a knee and do everything they say. Now it's like, you guys are so stupid, I don't care what you have to say.
These words don't mean anything anymore. They label everybody as racist, transphobic, or homophobic, anybody who thinks things or has ideas outside of the woke. I've got the woke mind virus. I know traditionally it's the woke mind, but I call it the folks mind. And folks are just waking up that these words have no meaning anymore. You can't shame people for having ideas and being able to print them.
So, Mojo, what you said was kind of vague. Like, give me an example of like a woke, something that's woke. Yeah, I mean, you made mention of like your eyes being wide open, so that could be like to conspiracy theories, woke to what the government is doing, or woke to secret societies. There's a racial tone to being woke. There's like a black power woke. There's a
No, hold on. Let's get this very straight. Wokies are not black, by and large, although there might be
white liberals.
Oh, well, I don't like the term liberal to be applied to them because, in the classical sense, liberals are the good guys. They're white.
In a modern sense, would you say they're liberals?
I would say they're white progressives. They're
progressives.
Yes, correct. The white progressives are the wokies.
Zion, you know what? If I could just add to that really quickly, because I talked about this recently in a room, and I found it. Let me know what you think of this, Zion. It's not often that I hear black people use the term woke, but when they do, from my perspective, it usually has to do with black political awareness, blacks being, social issues, right? Black history, but, on the opposite side, say the entertainment industry, which I work in. Woke in the entertainment industry means, we talk about this a lot in casting. Casting managers and producers that I talk to are battling the kind of woke agenda that we call, where you have to check certain boxes in order to get reviews, in order to get considered for awards, in order to even get money. For instance, you have to have the black, gay person, the trans person, the Asian in a prominent role. So then there's different levels of woke, like you just mentioned. Mojo's spot on. I agree. It's, in the traditional sense, they tend to be white progressives, and they're very extreme in their ideology and quick to cancel you if you don't agree with them. But yeah, there are levels to woke. There's Hollywood woke, black woke, and white progressive woke.
Hold on. Let's not forget, I think a very dangerous form of wokeism that has recently emerged, which is the progressive Jews that are living in the diaspora, specifically U.S. Jews, that have decided because of their
wants to touch that. I get it. You guys are afraid. You guys are afraid to talk about. You guys are afraid to talk about the lefty American. Usually it's a woman, but they'll come in the clubhouse and they'll get on a stage and they'll go, "We gotta remind people that there's a genocide going on in Gaza," and it's like, no, bitch, that's not happening. Self-defense is happening in Gaza. Preservation of the state of Israel and the survival of the Jewish people is what's happening over there. And so I think we need to recognize that wokeism isn't completely dead. I think what we move past though is like some of the the low bar stuff, like when the wokies were like coming for like, oh hey, because of historical injustices, we need to have policies that give favor to people of color for jobs. And it's like, wait a minute, isn't how we got into this fucking trouble by giving preference to a skin color? I mean, if you think about it, the big complaint, the legitimate complaint that Americans can have when they look at American history is they can say, hey, that was probably not a good idea to create this rules-based order that protects the rights of man, but then only really limit that to protecting the rights of white heterosexual Protestant men, right? That was a mistake. But then these wokies that claim that that they're here to battle injustice, I don't think they're social justice warriors. I think they're social injustice warriors. What they're looking to do is they don't want justice. What they want is they want a fucking free ride. And I think that people have got to the point where we're just immune to their bullshit. So completely immune to their bullshit. Hey, so Sam, you're off mute. What's going on there?
Sorry about that.
Hey, you made mention of people say genocide and how it's done, right? So you don't agree with that. So you don't agree that there's a mass slaughter that's taking place.
Can you define what genocide is?
You want me to define what genocide is?
I'm just asking you if you know what the definition is, because if we're going to have a discussion where somebody may want to claim that there's genocide going on, it might be good to put on the table what we think genocide is.
For sure. So it's an act intended to destroy either like a whole group or a racial party or religious group. So it's act of destroy to remove by violence, death a group of a sort.
Could that group include like if your intended target was terrorists that kidnap and kill civilians, is using retaliatory force against them? Would you say that's included in the definition? Because I didn't hear you read that.
No, I gave you the definition of genocide.
Yeah.
You asked me a question about. I guess innocent bystanders that's in a war.
Yeah. Well, hold on. So here's what's happening. You did.
All right. So now they're asking me about casualties in a war.
Well, you gave me the definition, so I want to walk you through something. What I'm going to say is that what's happening in Gaza does not meet that definition. What's happening in Gaza is the intentional targeting of the terrorist group known as Hamas. The goals for the war is to eradicate Hamas and take away their ability to wage these types of attacks anytime in the future. I think that's a noble goal, considering the barbaric acts of Hamas. The other thing that I'd like to mention, and then we'll get City had some things to say in the chat, but she's pretty quiet up here. Little church mouse all of a sudden. But the last point, and this is an important one, if Israel intended to genocide, quote unquote, the people of Gaza, why wouldn't they do it?
And here's a key fact that I think everybody runs from is that the population is growing. If you were to say, if you were to stretch the definition and say what's happening in Gaza is genocide, well then it's the worst act of genocide in human history because the population is growing.
Genocide doesn't have
Hey, girl.
necessarily anything to do with population growth.
Oh, okay. So if you intend to eradicate a group of people, it stands for reason that numbers would decline, not incline.
Not necessarily. Population growth can be faster than the committed acts of genocide. Are we talking about international law, or are we talking about some cause?
No, we're talking about the complete asinine claim of and I'll just call it what it is. There is a group of left-leaning Jews that have lost their fucking minds and have decided to simp for the terrorists. And so I refer to them as this is like the last stand for the wokies is to stand with the imaginary group of people called the Palestinians, and which really if you know what's going on in Gaza, the people in Gaza elect Palestinians don't exist. Palestine is as imaginary as Narnia. And so, unless you want to make an argument of the great people of Narnia,
this is hilarious, bro. This is hilarious. So you're an extremist.
What do you mean I'm an extremist? Hold on. Say it. Explain to me. Okay. Where is Palestine? Where is Palestine?
What do you mean, where is Palestine geographically?
Yeah, where's it located physically?
What do you think of the Middle East? You want to say Israel?
Well, I want you to tell me where it's located, because look, I'm spinning my globe right now. You can't see me doing it, but I'm spinning my globe, and I can't find Palestine anywhere here. And then, and the other question is, okay, maybe I'm just bad at geography.
It's all in your mind, bro. Palestine not existing is just it's a figment of your imagination.
Oh, where does it
Palestine people don't exist.
Where does it exist?
So I said you're an extremist.
Where does it exist?
Over there and find out. It's
Over there.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You gotta go over there.
You don't have to.
Listen.
I don't see it. It's a
Hold on. If there is a country called Palestine, can you tell me where their borders
now
are
you're saying there's a country called Palestine. Now you're saying something different.
Wait, hold on. So you agree there's no country called Palestine?
I don't agree with that.
So then tell me where that country is. Tell me where their country is.
Internationally known.
Tell me where their country is.
Doesn't exist.
Can you tell me where their countries are? How would I know? Okay,
1776.
Listen, hold on.
So just because before it becomes a place, it does not mean
relax.
It doesn't exist. We don't exist. We're not talking about a country. We're talking about existence.
You're one of these talk over people. Listen, we're gonna have to take turns talking. I just want to get this out, and I want to hear what you have to say, because like I'm a full believer in platforming stupidity. So I want to hear from you for sure. But let me get something out. If I were on a tour of the Middle East and I had a backpack, at what point would I cross over a border and enter this imaginary place that exists in your mind called Palestine?
Can answer.
Well, I was talking to Zayn, but did he tap out already?
And you can answer that. That is a terrible question. Like, it's not even in reality.
Wait, hold on. And Emperor, go ahead. Can you tell me at what point, can you give me the latitude and longitude of the border lines so I would know when I'm in Palestine?
Okay. Well, I don't remember the latitude and longitude of the
No, not a requirement at all. So go ahead and in your own words, tell me where the border of Palestine begins in it.
Okay, so for something like 147 countries that recognize Palestine, they recognize it as the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem. That would be Palestine.
Hold on. Okay, got it. So they recognize this as a state. Because states kind of have like these characteristics. Who is the prime minister, president, or leader of this country called Palestine that's recognized, as you say, by nations? Who's the leader of Palestine?
If I remember correctly, Muhammad Mustafa, if I remember correctly.
What did you say?
Our current Prime Minister.
What name did he say?
Yeah, what was the name, Emperor, that he just gave of to be the leader of the imaginary place of Palestine?
Muhammad Mustafa, if I remember correctly.
Fascinating. You want to take that?
Maybe you mean Mahmoud Abbas, but he's not the prime minister of nothing.
Well, he asked specifically for a prime minister. I get that prime minister.
No, he's not prime minister, he's not president, he's not nothing.
I'm not talking about Mahmoud Abbas. I'm talking about the specific prime minister of Palestine, which was the question.
Okay, who is it?
If I remember correctly, right? What's his name? Mahmoud Mustafa.
I have to Google it because I never heard of Mahmoud Mustafa or there's the prime minister of Palestine because there is no Palestine.
That's a different conversation.
There's a Palestinian Authority, but it's not a recognized state just because some countries recognize it. Let me ask, are the Kurds a country?
So Abbas would be the president of Palestine. But again, we're talking about from the perspective of countries that recognize Palestine, the borders that I mentioned. Some countries do not recognize Palestine. So it's depending on who you ask.
Okay, are the Kurds a country?
Sorry?
Is Kurdistan a country?
Kurdistan, I don't think any country on earth recognizes Kurdistan as a country.
Of course they do.
Well, maybe I'm incorrect. Who recognizes Kurdistan as a country?
Well, first of all, the Kurds recognize themselves as people, aren't they people?
No, I mean other states. Which other states recognize Kurdistan as a country? For example, Palestine is recognized by 147 countries, if I remember correctly, which would be 10 less than they are recognized by Israel. Recognized Israel, right? So Palestine is recognized by 147 and plus minus, well, I don't remember the exact numbers, but around that number. Right?
Do you recognize, is Israel a country?
I recognize Israel as a country, yes.
Mm-hmm. And what makes a country?
Well, again, it's a recognition by other states which had the capacity to govern.
Okay. So, anyone recognize someone as a country? If I recognize the Kurds as a country, so they're a country?
If you're a state, in your eyes, again, we don't, in the world of international law, we don't have emperors that grant recognition to a country.
Well, hold on. I want to jump in here real quick because we were talking about Kurdistan for a second. So, Iraqi Kurdistan is recognized by the Iraqi Constitution of 2005. It has its own government. So, so Emperor, would you? So you don't consider Kurdistan a country, but even though it's recognized as such, in Iraq.
It is autonomous, it is recognized, but it doesn't make it a separate state, it makes it an autonomous.
Okay, so now use the mental gymnastics to that will claim that that's not a country, but somehow this imaginary place of Palestine.
I'm sorry, like this mojo, like I'm trying to, I don't know, that's not a, okay, give me governance, right? But they are still autonomous regions. Like Crimea, right, was inside Ukraine, not a separate state. It was an autonomous region before the annexation by the Russians, right? So Kurdistan is an autonomous region. It is recognized as autonomous region. It doesn't need foreign state recognition to be an autonomous region. It's a business of the, in this case, Iraqi government, whether parts of Iraq are autonomous or not autonomous. So those are completely different things.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you are consistently inconsistent when it comes to recognizing what a country is. Countries typically are identified by having things such as borders. Countries typically have their own currency. Countries typically have their own government. They have, in many cases, they have their own military to some extent. What we have by the way, let's calling it the West Bank. Let's call it by its proper name. You're referring to Judea and Samaria. I don't know why you decide to play these games. Again, this is the woke mind virus that still persists, where when we talk about the objective reality that there is no country called Palestine, it makes your guys' head explode. You guys will stretch the definition of things like of genocide to try to fit a narrative because you know it sounds bad, but that's not what's happening, and everybody knows it. The other thing that I think, hold on, I'm almost done, respectfully. The biggest problem that happens here is that you guys are so tied to a political narrative that hates the state of Israel, hates Zionists, and let's be honest, you hate Jews. And because of this hatred that you harbor in your hearts, you do not want to recognize Israel as a state. Because those same entities that you said that were so valid that recognize Palestine, those are countries that do not accept the acknowledgement that Israel is its own country. And by the way, these people that quote unquote are Palestinians, they were offered fucking statehood multiple times and decided, nah, we don't want that. We'd rather go to war because we hate the Jews. Now tell me where...
If you were talking to me, I recognize Israel. I don't have a problem with Israel existing. I haven't made any political statements. I just merely mentioned a fact that 147 countries recognize Palestine as a state. I think that's an objective reality, right? We can look it up. We can look up their foreign minister statements on recognition, right? Whether you think or your country thinks Palestine exists or not, or recognized, we can talk about that, but it's an objective reality that Palestine as a country is recognized by 147 other countries. Can you concede that?
No, and let me ask you this. The last time that you flew into the last time you flew into quote unquote Palestine, what did the passport stamps?
I don't know. I didn't fly to Palestine.
Amazing. You didn't fly to Narnia either.
Well, that doesn't deny the very easily verifiable claim that 147 or something around that number of countries recognize Palestine as a state within the borders that I mentioned. Like, are we talking about, like, I'm not even super pro-Palestine. I'm pro-human rights. I'm a Zionist in many corners of this app because I think that Israel should exist within the internationally recognized borders of Israel. I don't know who you're talking
So,
about.
Emperor, what do you think happened on October 7th?
I think on October 7th it was a terrorist attack and it was very...
By whom? Executed by whom?
By Hamas and other affiliated groups. It wasn't only Hamas, right? That committed war crimes, committed violence against civilians. They should be prosecuted if possible. If not possible, I think Israeli self-defense against specifically, right, not Article 2 self-defense under the UN Charter, but self-defense under conditions of occupations. Occupation is valid, right? 1947 constitutes either extermination or maybe even rise to definition of genocide, in my opinion. So I don't know who we're talking to, but
I'm talking to a room full of people that think that Palestine exists. So it's interesting.
Well, 100 again on that specific claim, can we get to an agreement that 147 countries recognize Palestine as a state? That's an objective reality.
Yeah, it should. So show me the characteristics of a country that they have.
Well, I said 147 countries. We can disagree with those 147 countries. That's not a problem. We can disagree as much as we want with them, right? But 147 countries think that the level of governance of Palestine rises to the statehood and the other requirement for a state to be a state in their eyes. This is perspective based. It's recognition by other countries.
Are you aware of where the term Palestine came from?
I guess Roman, maybe, I don't know, I'm not about politics.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, so when the Romans were the ones that were controlling this area, there was a revolt where the Israelis were wanting to defend themselves, and the Romans decided that after squashing an uprising, they decided that they would name this land Palestina. And the reason they did this was because they wanted to agitate the Jewish people, because in the Bible it talks about battles with the Philistines, and so the Romans thought, oh, well, name Palestine, this will annoy him. And so and then other empires have come through, the Byzantine Empire. Again, I have to go through the history lesson because most of you people don't know this stuff, and so some people think that there was a country called Palestine long ago, and that they're just trying to reclaim this. The name came from the Romans. It persisted. In fact, the Byzantines even chopped it down even smaller and had Palestina this, Palestina that, and it wasn't until much later that terrorist groups that decided that they wanted to be militant and they didn't want statehood. Let's be clear, the Palestinians, quote unquote, whoever they may be, in creating this label by fiat, they had chances to have their own state. Multiple times were offered statehood, and they rejected statehood, and instead opted for, we want to fight against the Jews in Israel, because they hated Jews, and they did not want a state for Jewish people to call their own. And what I just said was fucking factual. I'm gonna go ahead and pause it. Tell me the fact that I got wrong. Tell me the fact that I got wrong. Hold on. Emperor, you're gonna shut the fuck up. We're gonna go to Zayn, who decided to interrupt me. Hey, you shut the fuck up. Are you a grown man? You shut your fucking mouth. Listen, I'm gonna fucking get your ass. Hey, listen, you interrupted me. That's why I'm fucking calling you out. I give you a chance to talk. You said that what I said was incorrect. I'm gonna go ahead and post facts in the chat, and you can read them if you are able to read. And maybe we'll read them to you. That might work better. But I want you to tell me exactly what you said I was wrong about before I go and I post the facts in the chat for everybody to understand how fucking stupid you are.
You're an idiot. Alright? You deal with Palestine. Earlier civilizations known to men dwelt in. Alright? You have Canaanites that go in the land. Alright? Well before Rome was even a city. You know what I'm saying? See how crazy you sound? No. Facts. You may mention the Bible. This is beautiful. If you don't know the scriptures, because if you did, you would know that before the Israelites even entered into the land, it was a Canaanite land.
fucking retard.
You idiot. The Palestine. What was it called? Palestine always was Palestine.
No, incorrect. Yes. Let me go ahead and post some facts. I'm gonna go ahead and post some facts.
The Philistines.
Hold on. Quick question.
Simple.
No, you're just a retard. First of all, I wish Marshall would come back because we have a history.
Marshall can't save you.
Hold on. That's what Philistines. This is hilarious. So let me just make this clear. And stay in your fucking clown ass on mute while I'm talking. If you interrupt me, I'm just gonna move you down. And it's not because I don't want to hear what you have to say. It's because you're interrupting. I want to make this clear. There was no Palestine. The name Palestine came from the fucking Romans. To agitate the Jews. So this is a fucking fact. And two things I just want to point out. Not only do I have a history expert on the stage, I have a theological expert on the stage. They can keep me honest on both the history and the Bible. But go ahead and tell me exactly where you think I was wrong. No, I want the guy that told me that he thought I was wrong to answer where he thought I was wrong.
It's terrible. Yeah, Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Alright? Out of Ham. Alright, you get Cush, Mizraim, different nations. Alright? Before the children of Israel went into that land, the land of Canaan, Canaanites. Alright? These are Hamitic tribes of people. Alright? The Philistines in the north, Philistines in the south. Philistines, alright, occupied that land. This is way before the Roman empires. Centuries. Anybody coming with the notion that this was started by the time 2,000 years ago when the Romans that came into power is out of their mind, bro. No, we're not. Out of their mind, bro.
No one is saying that I think that you can't go back to this geographic spot and trace a bunch of different people groups that have lived there, right? Nobody is denying that. But what's the continuity between that group and what we're calling today Palestine and the group, the entity that people are advocating for? It's not a nation state, these are territories. What is the continuity there? And you haven't established any continuity between the Philistines or any other group of beings.
He's speaking about the existence of this place called Palestine, right? I'm gonna land really quick, right? Somebody brought up a beautiful point, alright? What he's trying to do is he's trying to say basically because of the majority of the nations does not think this place exists, now it doesn't exist. And he's trying to rewrite history. It started from maybe 1948 or whenever he wants to, or even up to this day. The brother brought up a beautiful point. Crimea. Once they annexed Crimea, right? It was once a part of the Ukraine, right? Depending on who you speak to, is what this place is going to be called. You can call it whatever you want to call it. It does not negate the fact that this place, this physical geographical location existed already. Whether the UN nations acknowledge Crimea as being a Russian province and the rest of the Luhansk and the Donbass and whatever regions they're trying to conquer, you can debate that. But what he's talking about, Mojo, is the existence of this place and the existence of Palestine.
Yeah, and I'll say this again. There is never, throughout human history, ever been a nation state called Palestine. Period. End of story.
Okay, so this is irrelevant, materially irrelevant for the purposes of international law and existence or legitimation or non-legitimation of states. Iraq is a state recognized by everybody. The name of the state Iraq comes from, nobody knows where it comes from. It's a British invention that doesn't legitimate a state, right? Historic claims the states. So one correction.
Iraq is a nation state. It has a history as a nation state, which Palestine doesn't. Right? That doesn't mean that doesn't say anything about the treatment.
Iraq, it doesn't have any history yet. Iraq is an invented nationality, as all nationalities are invented, right? Americans, right? It's a relatively modern nationality. It's very strange to hear.
The difference between Iraq and the United States, right, is they both have a history as a nation state, which Palestine doesn't have a history as a nation state.
This is irrelevant for the purposes of international law, like completely irrelevant, right? And for the purposes of recognition of the state as a state, right? In 2025, the majority of countries recognize state of Palestine as a sovereign state.
Emperor, do the Palestinians consider themselves a state?
Palestinian as yes, they will consider themselves as a state.
So why have they rejected statehood 7 times?
They haven't rejected statehood, they have maintained the statehood for all territory of mandatory announcements.
Now you're telling lies. Sorry. They've been offered a state by Israel 7 times and they rejected it. You don't know this?
So, that again, statehood, right? Palestinians, that's a deal with Israel in which they accept, let's say, that peace framework, right? In which they
That's for statehood.
Okay, the statehood would be recognition by Israel. Recognition by Israel is important for Palestinians, right? It would be a conflict, etc., right? But it doesn't mean state, because I said, again, as of May 2025, the majority of countries recognize the state of Palestine as a sovereign state. Israel is not the only country in the world that doesn't have the veto power over recognition of Palestine as a sovereign state.
You're not answering my question.
I know.
They don't recognize themselves as a state. Otherwise,
We're trying to state agreement. We're going to do one at a time. The president will right, that's the state that they claim they recognize mandatory Palestine as Palestine. That's
why didn't they accept it as a state?
Well, we have to ask them, but as if you're claiming that they don't recognize themselves as a state, that's incorrect, right?
Why? They rejected statehood. They rejected
for Palestinians. I'm speaking on international law. I'm speaking for Palestinians.
Okay, so I accept Narnia as a state. So what? Narnia doesn't exist. Do the Palestinians accept themselves as a state? No, they rejected statehood, not by Israel. They've been offered by.
That's incorrect.
Hold on. Let me just weigh in with this. Let me just weigh in with this, right? So, we all know the conversations about one-state solution versus two-state solution. If they're already a state, why would we be debating whether there's a one or two-state solution that's necessary?
Well, the factual international law reality, right, that it is two-state. The two-state or one-state solution is debate within Israel on how to proceed on those issues and how to make or not make deal with Palestine. It seems that Israel doesn't want a two-state solution. It has just a few hours ago, I think, right, accepted the Knesset annexation of West Bank, right, which would be the Palestinian territory under international law, including the United States.
So let me ask you this. If you want to be just halfway. So, culturally, there's an acceptance that these people are claiming, hey, this is our stuff. But you would agree with this statement that Palestine has never had a fully sovereign, independent nation state.
Yeah, I agree.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, Roger, the
It's never been a state, ever in history.
You're using Westphalian identity, correct?
We can use the international recognition of a state. They're not internationally recognized as a state.
That's how all you them they are. Like Westphalian.
No, they're not. They're not. No, they're not. No.
Can I? So the reason I'm asking the question is because it seems like if you're thinking about nation state in terms of the Treaty of Westphalia, the nation state as a whole, that is totally different from being an inorganic region of people or something along those lines. This entire argument we applying that, seems like we're applying country status different than people did 1,000 years ago.
But Marshall, this entire argument, in my opinion, boils down to how you define statehood. And so, just a basic definition, just Google AI, it's the most generic definition I can find, probably. The detailed criteria says a permanent population refers to a stable community of people residing within a defined territory. I would argue that's not true about Palestinians. A defined territory. A state must have a specific and identifiable territory with defined boundaries. Government. There must be a functioning government capable of exercising control over the territory and population. And then capacity to enter into relations with other states, and then recognition by other states. So, what I'm hearing is an argument by some people that covers one or two of these points, but nothing covers all these points, because if you actually include all these points that I just read to you, it's clearly not a state.
Okay, Mike, that is dependent on you asking, like, well, I mean, which state, right? Some states think that it passes those thresholds. Some states.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Some states don't think it's. If a state thinks it has to justify it.
Majority of states in the United Nations members recognize.
Okay, wait, I was just, hang on. I was just really clear with you, okay? Please tell me what state can objectively prove that there is a defined territory in a government of the Palestinian state. They have to prove that exists in order to think they're a state. If they just say we think it's a state and they can't show evidence for those 2 points over these 5 points, I don't care what they say. It's just words. It's not real.
Like, okay, whether words are real, it doesn't matter to me. Like,
whether or not words are real doesn't matter to you? Really? Is that really the summary of your? Okay, let's go for it.
We can't wait to learn. A very basic fact, unless we can agree on this data, very basic fact, we can kind of right, that as of mid-2025, the majority of countries in the world, the UN member states, recognize Palestine within the boundaries of Gaza, West Bank, and East Jerusalem. East Jerusalem is some contentions here and there, but in those boundaries, as a sovereign state. It is a fact. In their opinion, the state of Palestine meets the criteria that you outlined.
What's their functioning government in those three areas?
The Palestine Authority, as it is known, is the government of Palestine. And every country that recognizes
Gaza too, Emperor.
Yes, it does. Hamas is not considered a legitimate government of anything.
Really?
In a single state, maybe there is an exception that somebody recognizes.
We're at war with the Palestinian Authority. That's what they're saying, not with Hamas.
I'm not. This is a different. That depends how you view the war with Hamas. If you view the war of Hamas as an Article 2 UN self-defense clause, that means that you're at war with Palestine. If you're at war with a non-governmental actor, then you're at war with Hamas.
Okay, but Emperor, remember what I read to you is that a functioning government means that it's capable of exercising control over the territory and the population. In my opinion, the Palestinian Authority is not capable of exercising control over Gaza.
I mean, I won't disagree with you. In my opinion, it doesn't deny the fact, right? And international actors, the states that I Palestine. This is a contentious one, right? Like Ukraine is unable to exercise authority over Crimea and Donbass and is under occupation. That doesn't remove the legitimate recognition of Ukraine as encompassing those territories. That's not necessarily an argument. Just because a state is temporarily unable, is under occupation by another state, and is unable to exercise force or governance over its full territory. I would say historically there are examples of government in exile that they kept their recognition, right? This is another planning, and yes, the Netherlands, right? No, not the Netherlands. It's one of the Nordic countries that I can't remember, but like those two, right? Yeah. So effective, like those things are on balance, right? You don't necessarily need, and again, this is political. It depends on political orientation of countries and how they view international. But again, full control over states is not like a full hard requirement. We have seen precedents in international law in history that recognition is not voided just because part of the territory is under occupation by another state. Yeah, that sounds challenging. If I may, what other period in history comes to mind that would describe this floating and improbably Westphalian definition of state? It may be a city-state example or a larger regional example, but I'm kind of curious. You know, I love like antiquity. It's your name. So I'm curious if you think of any parallels in ancient or near modern history that might track with recognition of the state or quasi-recognition of an autonomous town, something along those lines? Honestly, I would have to look it up. I'm not sure again. Off the top of my head, didn't have a call. But I'll look it up in a second. No worries, man. I linked at the top of the room. For everybody, this comes from a website known as Orientalism, Everyday Orientalism. Egypt, the Levant, the long history of connections and exchanges. This post will focus on the period spanning the Paleolithic period, 4500, 3500 BC, the Iron Age, 1200 BC to 586 BC. Since the Neolithic period is 45 to 3500 BC, populations from modern day, this is last Palestine / Israel, Lebanon, southern Syria, and Jordan reached the Nile Delta, Libya established themselves as the southern Levantine area known as Canaan, Egypt, Tellus, Sikon, near Gaza, or near current day Gaza. Wow, I didn't realize it was archaeological site.
I got a question for Emperor. Emperor, do you recognize, and we can ask the international question, but do you personally recognize Lieberland?
What's that? Sorry, I don't know.
Oh, it's amazing that you've never heard of it. It's kind of like outside. Between Serbia and Croatia, there's a tiny country called Lieberland. Vidjevika is the president of this tiny country. It's the first really libertarian nation in the entire planet. I'm surprised that somebody that understands geopolitics as well as you do, that you haven't heard of this country. And so if you've never heard of them, I'm guessing you don't recognize them as a country.
I mean, honestly, I'm familiar with some of those concepts, but projects are the libertarian but I have never read anything discussed.
Well, I would ask you to take a look at it because it seems like Lieberland meets far more of the criteria that Mike had read to us about what makes a country. And I'm just curious, it's like this fascination with the people that hate Jews, is why we talk about this imaginary place called Palestine, but a country that actually meets those characteristics, nobody's even heard of.
Well, I think it's on the territory of another country, right? It is
sovereign,
It is a sovereign nation, and it borders Croatia and Serbia.
Well, I think Croatia and Serbia have different ideas on the borders part, but it doesn't have any recognition by anyone, any other state.
But Serbia and Croatia do not reject the sovereignty of Liberland. In fact, they've opened diplomatic relationships with Liberland.
Well, I don't see this. Okay, well, I learned about this 5 minutes ago, so I don't know anything about it. I'll read about it. It's interesting.
Yeah, well, just so you know, I'm an ambassador for the U.S. So if you want to learn more, just.
I'm interested. Do you think there's a genocide in Gaza?
I think that at this point, the ICC backed claims on extermination is valid. I think the using starvation as a weapon of war is valid, which poses a significant legal issue for Israel in terms of the accusation of genocide. I think they're going to be hard pressed to defend themselves, right? I think Israel is already guilty, and according to one of Israeli lawyers too, that Israel is already failed on at least one count of the Genocide Convention, which is failure to, I don't remember the specific wording, but failure to prevent cause genocide or something like that, right? Yeah, I think South Africa has a strong case. I think there's. Yeah.
So is the reason they haven't been genocided yet over the last 12 months, is it because Israel just sucks at genocide? Or is it because, I guess because they ran out of bombs to carpet bomb? Because it seems to me that if Israel wanted to wipe them out, they could have done it in 12 months. Am I missing something?
In a week, like in 1 week.
So what am I missing? Help me understand how they're so incredibly bad at genociding, even though they have a perfect example in the Holocaust. I mean, they could just be like setting up concentration camps, right? I mean, they have experience at least on the other end of that. So I just don't understand why Israel's so horrible at genocide.
They're the most powerful military in the region.
Right. I mean, it seems to me that, like, there's a million ways they could wipe them out, right? They could just lie to them and tell them to go to the safe area, and they could just carpet bomb the safe area. Like, that'd be the fastest way, right? In other words, it doesn't seem like there's any way the Gazans would be alive today if Israel wanted to wipe them off the face of the earth. So, Mike, I'm curious why you can say that it's genocide when Israel is incredibly bad at it.
There are two conversations. Are you talking about the merits of the argument in international law, or you're talking about, because there's not an argument in other international law, right?
I can give you. I'm talking about just throwing out the word genocide when they're not actually being actively wiped off in a very efficient fashion. I want to know. It's really simple. I don't even want to debate either one of those things. I want you to tell me why Israel's so bad at genociding them.
Well, I think I personally would agree with President Smotrich saying that the international community wouldn't let them unless it is basically slow enough for the international community to close their eyes on it. So I agree with President Smotrich.
Oh, so they're taking their time. Like the Nazis, instead of putting in like multiple ovens, they just throw in 2 ovens and just take their time. Is that the goal?
Well, again, that's according to President Smotrich. I have no insight into the pressures and the decision making of Israeli officials deciding on this issue, other than what's said public. And but on where President Smotrich said that international community won't allow them, right?
So is the population, hang on, so they're taking their time, got it. Okay, so I'm gonna take your word for that, okay? They're taking their time. Is the population decreasing then? I imagine if they're taking their time,
they're surely making the numbers smaller rather than bigger, right? I mean, that'd be horrible if you're taking your time and the population's actually increasing at the same time. That would be like that's like a failure of actually taking your time to genocide. So are the overall numbers reducing then?
Again, that is irrelevant to the.
Well, it's not irrelevant at all because genocide means wipe out. So it's not irrelevant to argue whether or not the number's increasing or decreasing. See, I can believe you a little bit when you say, oh, they're taking their time to be sneaky about it. The world would get really mad at them otherwise. Got it. But are they decreasing the population at all? Because if they're taking their time and the population is increasing, then they're not even effectively slowly genociding. They're failing at that too, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, again, Mike, if you are having a good faith argument, the definition of the genocide that the genocide mentioned that is for the sign has no warning about population growth or decline. In fact, genocide is a crime against the group or part, according to the definition.
To do what? To do what to the group? To help them grow?
Well, I don't think killing a bunch of people based on their ethnic, religious, whatever characteristics, and then the population growth naturally overtaking those.
So genocide doesn't make you an extermination. Genocide just means killing somebody because of their religion.
Well, we have to come
Hold on. Can you guys hear me? So you said targeting them based on their religion or ethnic makeup. Do you believe that's happening? Because it's my understanding, as is that what they're actually doing is intentionally targeting the enemy combatants in Hamas, who are cowards, so they hide behind women and children, which is also, as you know, a war crime. But did you mean when you said that you think that Israel is targeting people based on their religion and ethnicity?
Yeah. I mean, that's not only ISIS believes that to some extent, right? Because they accuse Netanyahu of exterminating Palestinians as they didn't raise the level of the arrest warrant to genocide, but they did raise it to the level of extermination, which is also a war crime. But again, the Genocide Convention does not require to destroy the group as a whole. In fact, it is the word specific wording is any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy all or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such, members of the group.
It sounds to me like you're not familiar with like the ratios of civilian death versus enemy combatants, specifically in urban warfare. Because if we were to make comparisons to other similar conflicts, what the IDF is doing is so precise that it calls into question how imprecise those other urban warfare campaigns were. Are you familiar with the ratios of civilian to enemy combatant death tolls in an urban setting?
Yeah, I read the arguments of John, what's his name, I forgot. Yeah, I read it. It was like some time ago, so I don't remember that off the top of my head. But that argument does nothing in terms of genocide violation, genocide convention, right? Mostly because you also have presence of use of hunger as a weapon of war, which targets people as a group, right? And not only combatants, which would be a definition of collective punishment. And if sufficient amount of deaths arise with the knowledge of the perpetrators from hunger, right? That would be another argument in favor of Israel actually committing genocide, right?
You mentioned gymnastics are good with you. They had
Not having to talk about its own international law. The conversation is somewhere else. Like, I'm not saying Israel is, like, I honestly think that at this point, the argument on the side of Israel is committing genocide is mostly due to the fault of Israel itself, right? And Israeli lawyers in public warned the Israeli government that it needs to clamp down calls for genocide, which extent those pronunciations by politicians are also recognized for what they are by people on the ground, right? Combined with the policy of starvation, it's kind of, getting to the level of textbook case of genocide.
So give me an example of a war that is not a genocide.
Lots of wars are not genocide. I don't know. The most recent one, Azerbaijan, Armenia, wouldn't be a genocide.
Why people are dying, they're genociding them.
Sure. People are dying, doesn't mean it's a genocide.
What's the difference?
You have enough to make your argument for you. You tell me if you're claiming that some other war is a genocide and it's international.
What about the United States against the Taliban?
Against the Taliban, I'm familiar with like a lot of violations of international law in that case, but I don't think it raises to the level of genocide. I wouldn't be able to make the argument.
I mean, they're literally trying to wipe the Taliban out completely. Like, they tried everything they could to destroy every single one of them, and they did not try to do it slowly. So I'm confused.
Do you consider Taliban an ethnic group, religious group, like sufficiently, or again, I'm not going to make people's arguments for them. You're saying that the United States is committing genocide against Taliban, make the argument.
Oh no, I was just asking if you thought they were, but I guess they're not technically an ethnic group. I guess they're a lot like Hamas, essentially. They're a group of people within the ethnic majority that have grouped themselves together for more extreme purposes.
By the way, the Palestinians are not an ethnic group either. What's their ethnicity?
Well, for the purpose.
Oh yeah, that's confusing.
Well, for the purposes, the ICJ has already ruled on this issue, so, and I guess ICC too, like ICC a little bit more, right? But for the purposes of this case, right, Palestinians are recognized as a group specifically for the purposes of genocide convention, so that part is already closed.
So, I have a question for you. When you look at the attacks of October 7th, you would agree that Israel has a duty to respond to that, right?
Yes, but again, if we're talking about international law, there are several duties, and I disagree with some of the duties that we all colloquially call self-defense and agree with others. I don't think that Israel has a right of self-defense. I don't think Israel has a right of self-defense under Article 2 of the UN.
So how would you go after Hamas if you were Congressman?
Well, I'm not a military planner. You don't have to ask a military planner, but I would go in. I would go in a way that doesn't violate the obligation of Israel that Israel itself agreed to. Specifically, genocide convention and other anti-human convention and other conventions that Israel is violating.
Are you familiar with the stated goals of
well, they keep changing, but remind me.
To eliminate Hamas and to return the hostages.
Right, okay.
So which of those two do you disagree with?
None of them.
Which of those two represents a genocidal intent?
None of them.
So where's the genocide?
Well, that's not the only thing that has been uttered by the Israeli politician, right? Right? That's what Israeli own lawyers were warning the politicians of Israel to concentrate on those meetings, right? And not speak in genocidal terms, which they, I guess, can't help themselves, but can't speak also in genocidal terms, right? Against the whole Palestinian population.
Who speaks in genocidal terms?
I don't know. There are like public databases of Israeli politicians calling for extermination, nuking Palestine, and and reoccupying and resettling Palestine, and things that go beyond those two, to me, agreeable aims of the war, right?
And are those statements recognized by the government? No.
thing that you need.
The answer is no.
That kind of doesn't matter for the purposes of the trial and how it's going to proceed. You have to show that, which is generally is the hard thing to show, right? That soldiers on the ground dismiss politicians that say that's type of stuff, right? But seems to be ample proof and evidence. Seems, again, I'm not arguing the whole case here, but there seems to be ample proof and evidence that soldiers on the ground, because they post so many videos online, that they understood those politicians that they may not be like even part of the government, right? Or the Smotrich or the Smotrich, like they hold high positions of office. One of them is responsible for internal security, etc., right? So their utterances matter for the purpose of the trial. But if soldiers, if you can show that soldiers do not dismiss those type of utterances, then it would be fine. But there's a lot of evidence that soldiers on the ground actually understand that the purpose of the war is extermination.
What's a politician that's not recognized by its government? What is that person? Is that just a civilian?
I don't know, not recognized. I guess how I would understand it, like somebody said something in Parliament, like in the United States, in Congress, you have like crazy politicians and they say stuff, right? Unless the stuff that they say is actually, let's say, United States is engaged in war, unless a soldier on the ground, let's say in Afghanistan, understands and called by the politicians in Congress, although he or she holds office and speaks for constituents, but if the soldier dismisses it, right, and only follows the chain of command and its orders, it doesn't go outside of the chain of command, then it will be relevant, right?
Well, I'm still thrown off a little bit. I guess you haven't shown me an example of Israeli quote-unquote politician who's called for genocide. Like, who's an elected politician? I mean, the equivalent of a Senate or a Congressman in the United States or whatever it is in their system. I'll just take your word for it. You're telling me that there's some of those people in Parliament in Israel, like officially, like they have a position and they've called for genocide. There's examples of that. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, their extermination, you keep Gaza, stuff like that, wipe the Gaza on the face of the earth. It is, sadly, like I'm not celebrating it, I agree with Israeli lawyers themselves, that I can post you the public letter by Israeli lawyers, not some leftist people who have government offices, etc., well-respected lawyers in Israel that have warned them that what you're doing is violation of genocide convention because it's going to be used in the court to prove that you're violating genocide convention. One of the points of those is failure to prevent calls for genocide. Right? But yeah, why Gaza on the face of the earth, making the parking lot, nuke Gaza? Like, come on, you haven't seen it. Like, I can pull it up if you want.
Basically, Israeli Parliament has its own MGTs. Got it. I understand.
Yeah.
So it's not the official policy of Israel to genocide Gaza. You agree with that? You just hear voices of politicians, rogue politicians, saying stuff, saying shit, and some lawyers saying genocide, but it's not official policy of Israel's government.
Well, the genocide convention doesn't require for it to be like officially stated policy that we're going to genocide a population, right? Like it's a little bit consequentialist in that sense.
So why aren't we genociding them if that's the policy?
Well, if you're asking my personal opinion, this is irrelevant to like the merits of the case on violation of genocide convention. My opinion is that there is pressure from international community that is sufficient enough to deter Israel to basically slow walk it. That's the
So how can we slow walk it more than we do? We have boots on the ground. We didn't have to have boots on the ground because of carpet bomb them and be over with it in 2 days. How can we more slow walk it? Israeli soldiers are dying.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I think this is not the in Israelis' own interest to continue this, right? Like I think this is.
I know Hamas is not wiped out yet.
Okay, but if wiping out Hamas completely, right, and is going to cost Israel its international standing, it's going to cost Israel decades of prosecution of genocide, international legitimation. I'm not saying like.
So basically you're saying that the allegations, this is the pressure that is on Israel, and you are actually right. This is exactly the playbook here. To create like those humanitarian disasters and videos, so there would be international pressure on Israel to stop the war. But this is insane to even ask Israel to stop the war, because you know the objectives of the war. So we are ready to re-end it today, but the objectives, which you said you have no problem with, should be met. And it can also be by Hamas saying, there's too much damage that is happening to Gaza. There are too many civilians dying. Our population is starving. We want to stop. Here are your hostages. We give up. Why is that not an option?
I think it is. I think offered it.
Because they never offered releasing all the hostages and taking down. And you need to understand, if we don't achieve, you need to understand what happens if we just stop. Like, do you really expect us to leave 50 hostages there? Do you really believe that we can let Hamas that said that they would do it again and again and again, and that we see that they don't care for their own people, so they care for us, living like 100 meters from us? Just like think about it for a second. Does it make sense for you that Israel should stop it at any point, and that the international pressure should not be on the fucking terrorist organization that is using their own people? They know exactly what they're doing. They use the response. They have the tunnels. They could save all the women and children. They could distribute the aid in an orderly fashion, not let them like trade it. They can, like, why do we keep on hearing that like a bag of flour is $150? Who's selling it? For like 2 years they're getting free aid. Who's selling it for $150? This is how they profit. And then when Israel is doing the GHF, and they're crying like, oh my God, shooting. So it will go back to them so they can keep on profiting. This is like insanity. Like, this genocide claim is nonsense. You need to have intent. And intent is not someone saying something. And by the way, this saying Newcomb, the radio host asked him, like, so what should we do? Should we nuke it? And then, what's his name? I forgot. He said that, well, that's one option, but what you should do is, and then he said what they will do. He never said that's an option. So all those things, like, even if you have a statement, you need to show like a system, okay, systematic genocide, plans, instructions, orders. You don't have it because there is no genocide. It's the opposite of genocide. If you look at the number of civilian versus militants that die, it's almost the lowest rates in like modern warfare history. That's it.
Well, I'm not going to repeat the previous statements again. I disagree.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating when one side starts the war, and the side that did start the war, in their own charter, and yes, I know it's been rewritten, but their own charter was the goal of wiping out Jews. And then when after Israel was attacked, they respond against this terrorist group. The terrorist group uses human shields, hiding behind civilians, women and children, and then in schools and hospitals, in churches, and then when there's collateral damage, there's these claims that Israel's not fighting fair. Here's my question: why don't these quote-unquote brave soldiers of Hamas, why don't they just decide, hey, here's the battlefield, and then go line up and fight? Why are they hiding behind women and children? What's up with that? Oh, I didn't think there'd be a response.
I mean, if it's directed at me, like I said, Hamas is committing war crimes against humanity at the beginning of this regime.
Right, and you have a civilized nation that's saying they want to defend their people, and they're going after the terrorists. Which, by the way, killing the Hamas terrorists in Gaza is the best thing for the non-terrorists that live in the region.
Well, again, I think countries are bound by obligations that they voluntarily take upon themselves, and it's fair to criticize those countries that do not live up to those commitments, and especially when the overall pattern is not just self-defense, right? This is all taking the context of occupation, annexation of Palestinian territories, and apartheid. So, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And if you want me to defend the claim of apartheid, that's pretty easy.
What do you say how I can do war crimes, brother?
Well, October 7th clearly included quite horrific war crimes, including targeting civilians.
I disagree, brother. I disagree. I think you're falling for the Zionist propaganda.
Again,
No, seriously.
Okay, I'm talking about international law. From the perspective of international law, right? The conduct of Hamas definitely contained war crimes and definitely contained.
Brother, when you're being occupied, you have every right to defend yourself, especially if they're starving you, killing your kids, and if you want to go into Israel, take a couple of hostages so you know you can get your hostages freed from Israeli prisons. I feel like that's an okay strategy. And on top of that, we don't know exactly how many innocent people Hamas actually killed because of the Hannibal directive that Israel implemented on that day, which killed many Israeli civilians. Brother, you understand what I'm trying to say? And a lot of people they killed were actually Israeli previous IDF soldiers. So stop with the propaganda.
Hold on. I just hope everybody in the room sticks around for a little bit so you can see the unmasking that business is going to do here in defending terrorists. Let's go ahead. Why don't you just continue?
What do you mean I'm defending terrorists? I believe Hamas are not terrorists. They're resistant groups and they're actually heroes to the Palestinian people. Without them, they would be completely ethnically cleansed from Gaza and they would have been kicked out by now. Because of Hamas, this is why Gaza is still standing. Okay?
Hold on. Emperor. Don't interrupt. Don't continue what he said. Tell us how good Hamas.
Honestly, brother, they're literally, I'm gonna be completely honest, they're putting so much hope into the whole world because Israel backed by the biggest superpower, America, and they can't defeat Hamas. It just shows you when you have courage, honor, and you're with the truth, nobody can stop you. Nobody can get rid of you.
Well, I will say this. I appreciate you showing up and sharing your thoughts, and I'm glad that these rooms get recorded by Clubhouse because your support for a recognized terrorist organization is in the U.S. You're in very shape. Hopefully, you're not in the U.S. because if you're in the U.S., you can be held accountable for the very words that you.
Freedom of speech, man.
Oh, it's freedom of speech now. So since when has it been free speech to support terrorism?
You support terrorism by supporting Benjamin Netanyahu and the IDF, okay? But you are the real terrorists. You are the real evil devils of this generation, brother, not me. You're on the wrong side of history. Just because the government makes me seem like I'm a terrorist sympathizer, so be it. I'm on the right side of history. And all my generation and all the people my age and everyone around me agrees with me. And in 10 to 20 years, you're going to realize how fucked up you guys are. And you guys fucked up big time because you have a whole new generation that's going to take over certain courtrooms, in the White House. We're going to be in high positions, my generation.
Hold on. You guys have done the game. Let's have a conversation. So, what political party are you going to run for office?
Brother, I'm talking about my generation.
I know your generation. No, listen. I'm asking you a question. Listen to the question. I know this is going to be tough for you because, they comprehension. I'm asking a specific question. You said you're going to take over. Your generation's going to take over. Which party do you guys align with politically? Because in order to get into office, we have a two-party system here. What are you? Which party are you?
The Republicans.
Oh, interesting.
I voted for Trump, unfortunately. Like now, looking at it, but I finally just was a Zionist puppet. But yeah, I voted for Trump. I'm a Trump supporter, and yeah, we're gonna be taking it over, brother, because we've completely woken up from your bullshit propaganda. We know exactly the type of tactics you guys run. We know you guys in and out, and we're not falling for it. America gotta be
I got another question for you. Another question. Here's a quick question. Do you support the intentional targeting and killing of women and children?
intentional.
Yeah.
Intentional.
Yeah. The targeting of women and children. Yeah.
Of course, I do not.
Okay, but Hamas, who you just said was heroes to the people, they did that.
No, that's a lie. But yo, you can lie all you want, brother. Okay? We're not falling for it. Hamas, you guys have thousands of Palestinian hostages in your prison. Okay? And they attacked you guys because they want their hostages free. Okay? Not only that, what do you expect when you constantly kill and torture and abuse the Palestinian people? You think they're not gonna one day wake up and defend themselves? That's exactly what happened, buddy, and you're crying about it. Explain to me that.
Hold on. Explain to me, what do you think happened on October?
Do you admit that Israel
I'm asking you a question.
Okay, and I'm asking,
What do you think happened on October?
I believe that it was one of the greatest military operations we've ever seen in the entire world, where these small militia groups attacked one of the most highly advanced surveillance systems and was able to run an operation where they took key hostages in order to negotiate to free thousands of other hostages in what you call Israel. But unfortunately, with that,
Hold on.
let me finish. I didn't finish my answer, buddy.
Hold on.
No, you can't tell me to hold on when I'm in the middle of my
I absolutely can. Listen, the fact that you think that you have any power, look, I'm glad you're saying these things, and I'll bring you back up. What you will not do is talk over me. That will not happen. I'm going to tell you right now, I know you think that what you're saying makes some kind of sense, and I'm glad for the purpose of this room that we have the unmasking of this. We have people like Emperor that want to make this, pseudo intellectual argument of why Israel's the bad guy. But the real crux of what they believe is represented by business. I think he left. I would welcome him to come back because that is the genuine face of what they believe. They believe that October 7th, that the people were being heroic. That's what they fucking believe. And I'm glad Emperor heard.
I mean, I hear it all the time. Doesn't mean I have any closeness to that argument at all. My position is the middle ground European understanding of the country. So,
yeah, I mean, I think your Semper is probably not far away from most of the DNC, which supports Israel's sovereignty, but also is critical of the Israeli government, particularly blocking humanitarian aid and the fact that it doesn't give detainment's due process. And of course, Israel, the justification for it is due to concerns about security from terrorists. The only thing that to me, I wonder is that essentially, essentially though, I mean, let's be honest, obviously that.
yeah, I mean, Obama kind of policy would be close to mine. I don't think I have anything to do with this other person. Yeah, I think Israel has created a lot of security problems with settlements and settlement expansion, which is again democratic Obama level policy issue. I don't think I'm even as radical on these issues as Carter would be from American presidents, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, it's always been framed as a bipartisan that, the U.S. is in favor of Israel. Because, I mean, it is true that most Americans identify as pro-Israel. But there's also polls like, for example, the overwhelming majority of Americans have supported a ceasefire after October 7th. So I don't think the data you can draw just by most Americans being pro-Israel. I mean, yeah, they do support it. Most Americans do support Israel's right to sovereignty, but they don't necessarily approve of all the actions of the Israeli government. So,
Yeah, and like being positioned on the kind of liberal side, like the NC would be in alignment with, I guess, liberal Zionists in Israel and labor Zionists in Israel. On this issue, although there is some changes to those as too, but maybe not right now, but before the war, that we position on it, probably like two-state solution against the expansion, against the intent to the South, right? And I think the both European and American liberal position on those issues would be if you annex the Bank, right? Then you annex and settle Gaza. The support for United States for Israel is going to become slowly less and less tenable. I'm not going to saying it's going to disappear. United States is going to support Israel, but United States is losing a lot of credibility on the world stage, right? Like because of this issue, right? I think holding China over to the United States of popularity across the world, and one of the things cited in it was support for Israeli politics, and those TikTok videos are not helping.
yeah, I mean, it's interesting though. It's like, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Do you believe it's about a two-state solution? It's about creating a state? Because I don't see it. I don't see it in the calls, in the chants. No, I hear it from the river to the sea. That's what I hear. And whenever there is an offer for a two-state, it's rejected. What I suggest, Emperor, try for as an experiment to put the finances of an Israeli and try to see what you would accept. Because I can tell you as an Israeli, we want to live in safety and security. Give me an offer that will guarantee that I can live in safety and security, and we'll take it.
Yeah. Well, there is a spending offer from the Arab states, right? Led by Saudi on guaranteeing the security of Israel. I think when Trump is in office, you can expect support, even maybe troops on the ground as peacekeepers, Americans, and substantial.
That is not enough.
Yeah.
If you need to bring boots on the ground, that is not. I'm saying that I can accept Israelis here. Say we want to live next to you in peace. And that's it. If you need, if you think that Americans will come and be killed in Israel to protect Israel, then you're mistaken. It will not work.
No, I'm saying the Arab states are willing, right? There is a spending offer that Arab states are willing to guarantee security of Israel in partnership.
How do they guarantee this? Excuse me.
By substantial influence on the Palestinian state, financing everything else that is being built. Basically, they'll occupy the Palestine east of it.
Did the Palestinians agree to this?
I don't think anybody needs to agree to that for it to happen, to be honest. Other than
So you enforce the state of them. That's what you're
So
saying.
you want to replace occupation by on ethnicity. Like you want to recycle land that some. And by the way, just as a quick note, Gaza hasn't been occupied since 2005. No Jewish man, boy, child, dead or alive is there, except for the hostages. And they are self-governing since they had an election.
Let's not go into the merits of occupation.
So it's more than this. I tell you what, because they had sovereignty there, okay? And they didn't say, okay, let's create like Gaza. No, like we have like finally the Zionist army left, and they took by force all those settlements that you were like saying it's such a problem for peace because of settlements, and I don't know, I can show you the images, like forcibly removing Jews, ethnically cleansing Gaza Street from all Jews, all settlers, all their homes, like by force, okay? Even we dug up the graves because we knew what would happen to the graves if we left them there. Just think about it. So we took also the bodies. And then what happened? What did they do to all the greenhouses?
From the conversation.
I'm just saying to know, but it's part of it. You need to understand they don't want a state. Whenever they get it's on. I'm not trying to kind of go through history lane just for like the fun of it. You need to see a pattern here. If you want to have a state, you need to build one, not be handed to. When we created the state, we built one. And this is why when you talk about two-state solution, you don't get even a narrative that they're not saying. If you want to look at reality, the reality is that they want from the river to the sea. They want to push the Jews to the sea. And put the standards of Israel and tell us how we can do it any more humane, moral, or just.
Yeah, well, when I'm talking about this, I'm not talking about Hamas. Hamas, I agree with you. I presume you agree with me that Hamas should not be led near governance whatsoever at all.
What is Hamas? Hamas is an ideology. The river, from the river to the sea, is Hamas. When you say, when you say, I mean,
we are trying to. Yes, well, we agree that Hamas cannot be in governance. Do you agree?
Yes, I wasn't talking about Hamas. I was talking about the ideology of the Palestinianism.
Well, the only solution to the ideology, if you put it that way, is deporting all Palestinians from Palestine. Is that your solution?
No, I'm asking for you to give me a more humane, moral, and just solution. And your solution is basically ethnic cleansing.
No, I'm not advocating for ethnic. I'm advocating for.
Put the glasses of Israel and like with the interest of Israelis and Jews, okay? Not just the Palestinians. Like find a solution that will guarantee that we will live in safety and security on our land. And that's it.
Okay,
that is my request.
The solution, the problem is settled. For that solution to materialize, right? The solution.
No, because we showed you that, but it's what I told you. But I just, no problem, but I just told you about the settlements. We took them out of Gaza to show you that that was not the issue. It wasn't the issue.
Daniel, the settlements are not only in Gaza, right? The settlements have been expanding, right? You're right to notice a pattern from the Palestinian side, but there is also a pattern on the Israeli side that interlocks with the pattern from the Palestinian side, which is settlers, right? Which is the drive to annex territory. You're talking now in context when hours ago the Israeli Knesset passed the motion to annex West Bank, right? So, like, it's a little bit strange to claim that the only thing that you want to do is to be peace and security, because it seems you also want to annex the territory.
No. Again, you're blaming us. I'm saying, put the glasses of an Israeli, okay, and offer me a solution that will guarantee that Israelis will live in safety and security. Yes, blaming us is easy. That is basically the narrative here. We are the big colonial force, whatever, I don't know, colony of what. Imperialism that want to expand, but in reality we gave back Sinai, we gave back Gaza. Give me a solution.
Okay, I guess solution. Arab states have a standing offer guaranteeing Israeli security. They probably will be willing to do that in partnership with Trump, right? Given their close ties. Talking about Saudis, to a certain extent, lesser extent, Qataris, right? And basically, to this conversation short, we occupy Gaza, right? And handle all security matters satisfied. The problem is that
Right?
yeah.
But Hamas needs to agree, otherwise these folks will have to fight Hamas in Gaza. I'm fine, you know?
Yeah.
So if we bring other people to fight Hamas instead of us, where do I sign? Just bring me the hostages.
Well, your government is not agreeing to this proposal, right? Like there has been discussion or not letting Palestinian Authority backing Gaza.
You were talking about Saudi Arabia and Qatar and like sending like military control of Gaza.
Yeah, that's going to be done through Palestinian Authority, right? They're going to have substantial influence over Palestinian Authority. They're going to control the purse strings. They're going to in Gaza is strong to be rebuilt, right?
What is missing in your proposal, because guarantees is, with all due respect, is bullshit, okay? When they go out and they blow up the bus in Tel Aviv, I don't think how Qatar can stop it or Saudi Arabia can stop it. They should do like it's honestly like a simple solution. And people need to understand it.
The same thing about settlements. I can say
You can say whatever you want, it doesn't matter. I'm not playing the blame game. I'm looking at reality. You can say whatever you want. You need to understand that as time passes, people understand that we understand, okay, that they don't really want to have a two-state solution. After one offer, two offer, I don't know what you went with a two-state solution either. But it was offered to them many times.
Oh my God.
What? They never agreed to it. You know why? They never agreed to it.
Netanyahu was something.
I'm not talking about Netanyahu. Forget about Netanyahu. I'm not talking about Netanyahu. There are many, like there was Olmert, there was Barak.
What happened to them?
They said no. You know why?
Well, what happened to the Israeli Prime Minister that offered it? Like, there is an extremist that looks into both sides of this issue.
I'm talking about offering them a two-state, okay? And many, many times, and they said no.
I don't know this. Okay, let me start with you. I agree with you that historic opportunities have been missed. Whether we
all of them.
Whether we blame it for Palestine or whether we blame Palestine partially for it, but I'm also going to blame Israel, and we can go to the history.
I don't care about the blame. Listen, at the end, we have a state, okay? And they don't. And they say, the people in the West are saying they want to stay. I never hear it from the Palestinians that they want to stay. It's like a Western, like
Palestinian Authority has virtually recognized Israel in its borders.
Yes, but no one recognizes the Palestinian Authority, including the Palestinians themselves. This is why they cannot control them. This is why you have Jenin as a terror hub. They cannot control them.
Thanks to years of undermining of Palestinian Authority by Netanyahu.
Listen, I think that you think very low of Palestinians. For example, let's take Gaza. Gaza was like, they had like a complete area that was complete, not like the West Bank, that, it's like a cheese, like it's all everybody's in, like Gaza, an entire street, they have an election. Look at what happened, like as a Brexit study to understand what is happening, and this ideology just proves things. Even in like, I don't know where you are, when they chant, they say from the river to the sea. This is the ideology, this is what they want, until they will have like a generation of two, of like de-radicalization, and even like,
Daniel, I can talking about the same thing about Israelis.
You can say, but it will not be true. You can say, but it will not be true. It will not be true. You can say it, but it will not be true.
Annexing West Bank right now, is it not? Aren't you annexing West Bank? Didn't you just pass a motion of annexation of West Bank?
No, I don't think, I don't know anything about it.
Look at the news, it was today. You just passed a motion
I think
of annexation of West Bank.
Listen, if it would be, you do understand it's a major thing, right?
Oh my God, Daniel, come on. Like,
I'm telling you that it's I don't know where you got it from. I can tell you what they were doing today. There was no, I don't know who made the motion and what you call a motion, but there's zero reporting in Israeli media about it.
I'll pull it up for you.
Sure. Well, it's usually there's like a grain of truth probably someone said something, and then someone kind of added to it, and then it became emotion, and then it became like a human sense.
Yeah, it's not binding, but are you gonna say that Israel, the Netanyahu government has no plans of annexing West Bank? Are you gonna seriously implement?
There is no plan to annex West Bank.
Oh my God, come on. Here, I put it in the link. Knesset vote 71-13 for non-binding motion calling to annex West Bank.
There is no plan to annex the West Bank.
Well, it's 71 Israeli politicians representing the people of Israel passed the motion calling for annexation of West Bank. Daniel, I'm sorry, like, come on.
Okay, hold on. Do you understand, like, I think that you're manipulating yourself. I mean, if you actually click the link, and this is why it was, like, not even mentioned. It starts with the word symbolic resolution, call the West Bank, yada yada. Basically, it's a non-binding, it's intellect. It's okay, like, no, there is no plan, because I tell you why, okay? The implications, listen, you need to understand the way that Israel operates. It's not like I don't know, one guys decide whatever they want to do. Okay? This has legal implications, it has like army implications, like military implications. It's not something that is just passed below the radar. So don't fall into those like statements, like look at the reality I'm talking about, this two-state, and then you find in something that is, I don't know, a non-binding symbolic thing. I'm talking about reality.
Daniel,
Look at Gaza, good.
Reality, everybody in Israeli society knows at this point that the long-term plans going back before October 7, right? This is why the forces that were supposed to be at the border of Gaza were relocated to West Bank, because there has been a plan for annexation of West Bank that Netanyahu were executing. There are public...
Okay, dude, you're going into the... No problem.
Yeah, public statements, right, from being disappointed by Trump from Israeli politicians that he was going to grant that annexation of West Bank, recognition of the annexation.
You're going into the realms of the conspiracy, this is like the news stuff.
Well, conspiracy, Trump granted that before the recognition of Golan Heights, right, in the quote-unquote defensive annexation, right? This election of Trump, the hope was that they're going to finalize the annexation of West Bank, and Trump was going to give the U.S. recognition of West Bank as part of this last day he did with Jerusalem, right? Like, this is, I'm sorry, I read more Israeli media than you do. This is reported all the time.
Sure. Anyway, what I'm talking about, like, maybe, let's say that yes, but let's go back to the topic. And Gaza is a playground. Can you explain to me what happened there? Why didn't they create a state? Why didn't they start building, like, institutions, like, legal frameworks, whatever you need to create a state?
Because it's under occupation, under international law. While you don't have settlements there, that doesn't mean or you remove your settlements from it.
What does it mean? Why can't you build a sewage system? Why can't you improve like the water facilities?
Israel controls the ins and outs of everything. Gaza in partnership with Egypt.
How did they get rockets? How did they get rockets everywhere?
So they can build tunnels, but let me make it sense. They can build tunnels with the concrete, but they cannot use the concrete to build like sewage system. Make it make sense, please.
Daniel, you know the school, right? Like, we know that the reason for the existence of tunnels wasn't military, it was economic, right? To smuggle goods from Egypt.
No. There's one tunnel. No, hold on. There are tunnels that go below the border, and the rest of the hundreds of kilometers are inside Gaza. When you have hundreds of kilometers inside Gaza, with border to north, nothing, don't tell me it's smuggling, okay?
That's the international whole project of tunnels.
What does it matter if it's later? They use the concrete to build
up? Are you missing it?
Hey, Daniel, why are you arguing with this moron? We know what the tunnels were for. They had greenhouses and a beach, and they had a setup where they could have had Qatar. And they used all that money to fight, and they have, they don't care about their children, and it's like Golda Meir said, when they love their children as much as we do, this will stop. Don't stop arguing with him. He's an idiot.
Do you want me to? I guess the Israeli economist that wrote about the economic network of tunnels in Gaza and the history of it is also an idiot, right? I can give you the Israeli sources.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. You're focused on Israel, and whenever I try to make you try to let a minimum requirement of criticism to the Palestinians for their own faith, you're like about Israel, about occupation. You're giving them zero agency. Can I read you something from Musab Hassan Youssef? You know who that is?
Daniel, I'm sorry, like you have a hearing deficiency. For every statement made that said there is a problem on Palestinian side, you're the one that is completely oblivious to annexation of West Bank, the settlers, the occupation of Gaza, and all of that. Like for everything that I've said.
No, I'm not oblivious. I'm nuanced, and that is the difference. I'm nuanced. I'm informed, and then I know when it's a manipulation, and when it's an intuition, when it's a legal term, and when it's an opinion. And if it's a legal term, who said it? When you said, for example, genocide, the court didn't cite genocide, but yet you use the word genocide freely, and you already proved intent, because now you are making your opinion as fact. So dude, I am nuanced, and I do understand what is occupation, and I know what is not an occupation. And there was, when we left Gaza, there was no occupation, there was no blockade, there was nothing. The blockade started.
That doesn't mean there is no occupation.
There was no occupation by no way, okay? No, we didn't control anything. The blockade started after Hamas was elected, vowing to destroy Israel. And the blockade, by the way, was by Egypt and Israel and with the support of the Palestinian Authority. But that...
Okay.
You're missing the point. So the point that it's like, when we left Gaza and there was no occupation and no blockade, okay? In 2005, we pulled everybody out, okay? And we didn't control anything yet. What stopped them from saying, okay, we're gonna have now the elections and let's do something for ourselves, let's build a state. Really tell me, maybe you can help me.
There was immediately the blockade of Gaza, which is, again, I'm not justifying anything, we're just speaking about facts, right? I don't think about.
But I'm asking you, I know that Hamas was elected, but I'm asking you, is it the route they chose, not to create a state, but to destroy another state? I'm asking you, why, instead of, if this is what they really want, why did it happen? What was the excuse back then? There was no blockade, there was no occupation. What was the excuse?
Daniel, there was an occupation. You're dismissing it. I can give you an economic historian, right?
In Gaza, there was occupation?
Yes, there
in Gaza?
Yes.
And what kind of occupation there was in 2005?
Does not mean there was no occupation. Just because you don't settle doesn't mean you don't have effective control.
What is effective control? What control do we have that Egypt doesn't have? And why is that?
Did I say that?
No, why? Because we have a border with them and they're small.
I mentioned in what way? They're not disagreeing with me. I said
in what way do we occupy them in 2005? Now I understand.
Okay.
In what way? Like,
according to international Court of Justice at Gaza was because Israel maintained effective control through multiple military operations.
I'm not sure. No, because you're skipping the there was no blockade. But, oh my God. Emperor, I'm talking about 2005. occupation and there was no blockade. What you're talking about happened after the election. I'm talking about when we left Gaza, and the election was Hamas, which the charter was like, want to destroy Israel, basically. Why didn't that? What was the reason that they didn't create a state then? Why was the focus? And this is what you're missing. You're kind of jumping over, like to again blame Israel. But at that point, there was no occupation and there was no blockade, and Palestinians want so much their independence. What stopped them? And if you understand what stopped them, you will understand us better.
Yeah, so, Daniel, are you aware that prior to October 7th, there were over 1,000 Palestinians who have been held in detention and were not being given due process?
What's the connection to this?
Well, I just would like to know, though. I mean, I understand you say you're coming, that's from a nuanced view. I'd just like to know, though, do you think that is something that the state of Israel should be doing if they want to create peace?
Listen, we need to understand the challenges that we are facing, okay? In Israel, we have 2 million Muslims living with us as equal rights citizens. We have Palestinians that are coming from the West Bank and used to come from Gaza to work all the time. They get permits. They come to work, they come for medical, they come for many things. And they operate a lot of terror cells all around us in the West Bank and in Gaza, all right? This is our reality. Now, if you would, I understand that this is not your reality and that you're not living like a field that a bus may blow up next to you because, open borders, in a way, they get a permit, but they can always take a car and just run into someone and it issues with them, Anyway, this is the reality. So there are administrative detentions when there are like suspects or someone that is planning to commit like a terror attack. And yes, also what you call children are used. I mean, they stab, they do all kinds of like really bad stuff, and you're calling us out. But maybe give us another solution, because as I told to Emperor, I want a solution to vulgarity that I can live in safety and security in my land. And if you want to criticize me all you want. We will do whatever we want, but we need to do in the most humane, moral, and just way that possible to guarantee our safety. And believe me, it's the most moral, humane, and just way possible.
Yeah, I understand, Daniel. I don't have this rule. Just want to clarify, I don't have this rule in any country defending itself from terrorists and protecting its own civilians. My only take on it is essentially is that, given what is the Israeli government does, their justification, their justification overall for detainment of Palestinians and keeping them in detention centers and is due to security reasons, which is I guess fair, but it's you have for also. I just think it's also interesting because of the fact that we have October 7th, people were saying how many girls were held hostage. Which I agree is horrible, but it's is it not only equally horrible that the people being held, and not being given due process and living there, for much longer than, you can imagine?
So they do that, I don't know what you would call due process, but a judge does see the case. It's not like someone decides to arrest someone and say that he's doomed for life. And there is laws about I find if you want the law of distribution of how long and who needs to sign for it, the duration. It's a process, and in Israel we have an independent judicial system and supervision and transparency in internally. So it's not like I know that people want to play we just gonna arrest Palestinians because no soldiers want just to go to the West Bank and just confront someone. Yes, but we are facing very big challenges, and not only this, our enemy knows how to play the media. So when they would send a child, they know that yes, if something happened to the child, it's a win for them. And I don't think that really people understand what we are dealing with. they think you're fighting like an equal army that has like, like boundaries, and no, it's not. This is why they don't have a problem with going into a club and just throwing out outside or in a bus or just execute people at a dance.
Daniel, you're Jewish, you said?
I didn't say, but yes, I am.
Okay, are the reports true that the Israelis want Bibi out? How do people feel about Bibi? Do they think he's an effective leader? Do they want his partner?
So these demonstrations against Bibi for 5-6 years, I think. At the end, the democracy, so either there will be like a vote of no confidence, which I don't think there's a majority, and they need just the subject. So unless like the government will fall over the drafting the law, people can just like, there's nothing to do. But yet there's criticism, a lot of criticism. And this is what I like, we know what is criticism against Israel is.
What is it? What is the criticism against?
No, I'm saying that we know that like, a lot of people say like, any criticism you go anti-Semitic. I don't think there are people that really criticize Israel more than Israel is, okay? We are debating about everything, and we are arguing about stuff, we are checking stuff. This is why the whole story thing like this illegal negation, it came from us. I mean, also, like when we killed by mistake those 3 hostages, we came up like this is our culture, okay? So I don't know where I was going with this.
Well, we started, you were speaking after explaining that there is pushback against Bibi, that people want him out, but there's really nothing that can be done.
Yeah, it's a demonstration. Yeah. So basically, he doesn't have a majority right now, and if there would be elections right now, he would probably lose. This is why he will do whatever he can to push it as close to the planned November. Probably he would want to do it before the one in September, because I don't think he want to be too close to the 7th of October anniversary that would be associated with him. But I don't know what he will do.
What's up, Monica? The title, do you think we're in a post-woke era? Has it begun? And if so, can we thank or blame Trump, depending on what side of the fence one might fall on when it comes to woke, post-woke?
So there's some positive signs, not letting trans women compete with women in athletic events. Good news. That's the right direction. The trend I see of people paying attention and looking for the rest of the story is a little hopeful. The gentleman who was punched in the face in February by a police officer, and the video came out this week, I think yesterday. A lot of people were talking about it, and then they were talking about the 4 other videos that had different angles. And while it was agreed by many that the police officer used excessive force, there was also a large observation of what the 20-something-year-old could have done differently to minimize the likelihood that he would have been punched in the face by a cop. And so that nuanced take is something I appreciate. So maybe.
Oh, you're referring to that clip that's gone viral lately, the black dude?
Yeah, with the guy, the window who couldn't roll down, so he had to open his door, and then the police approach, and he shuts and locks the door, and he has an expired license. From some of the reports I got, I didn't do a deep dive into it because it was pretty much, they didn't need me to. Like a lot of people who was already digging for the rest of the story, like Paul Harvey says. But we don't want civilians or citizens to be brutalized by police officers. And there are 3 rooms with replays on how to survive a routine traffic stop, where we go over what is a citizen's responsibility when they're stopped by police, and providing data that it's not necessarily a death sentence, because a lot of Americans have been conditioned that if they're being pulled over, they're going to die, and that's criminal to me, to instill that fear in people instead of providing them with what their rights and responsibilities are. Just let them know what they can do and should not do, and what their rights are, and then the chances of an altercation is greatly reduced.
Yeah, I'm like you. I haven't done a deep dive to that video. I have just been seeing, I think the chief of police, the black chief of police, if I'm getting this title correctly, I saw some viral clips of the chief of police speaking out. I didn't watch the video because when I saw the captions of the videos, and by videos I mean the numerous accounts on Twitter who have been sharing the chief of police's response, and essentially he's stating that the black guy who got pulled over pretty much brought it on himself. And he created a situation to create division between the public and the police, and his actions pretty much fuels the anti-cop narrative, right? So I don't know. When I saw the initial viral clip of that guy, that was my first thought too. It's like, okay, what's going on? He got pulled over for traffic lights. We know, some police can open police. We know that there's, target, there sometimes, our BIPOC community can be targeted unnecessarily by cops. But then I'm watching it and I'm thinking, sometimes we just do too much talking. You know what I'm saying? There's just too much talking. Just hand over your ID and let's be done with it. Because my thing is, we all want to go home at the end of the day. Cops want to make it home alive to their families, and folks being pulled over want to make it home alive. Why do we have to have these confrontations with the cops? I don't understand why all this talking is necessary.
So you didn't see the whole video. You didn't get a chance to see the whole video.
Here's the thing. Well, Zion, I was about to say that. Let me say this. To that point, only I think today or maybe yesterday did I start seeing the whole video appear on Twitter. But honestly, I have not watched it yet. You want to give me a little insight? Yeah, go ahead.
You know the backstory? I mean, I
honestly don't. I honestly don't.
Yeah, watch the whole video.
Well, tell us, what are we missing?
You think a police officer punching a kid in the face is warranted because of him talking too much?
Oh yeah, who said that? No wait, hold on, who said that? Who said that, Zion? Who you arguing with, Zion? No one said that. Oh no, you're doing the straw man shit. Nobody made that argument. Address what we said on this stage.
Anybody made the argument? I'm asking her a question. Do you think being punched in the face is warranted because of talking too much?
But let me ask you this. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But if you have some backstory, please share it. But before you do you think that no problem, hold on one second. Do you think the black guy, and I'm referring to him as black guy because I don't know the brother's name offhand, do you think he could have, his response escalated, and I'm not excusing the cops. We all know that there's some there's some cops out there on a power trip, right? But do you think he could have just shut the fuck up? To put it simply, do you think he could have just I hate to be that person to say just comply. I hate to be that asshole. But if the cop was like, again, without having seen the entire video, if the police officer said, ID and insurance. Why could he have not just given the cop what he asked for and shut the fuck up before it escalated to windows being busted and punched in the face? Go ahead, Zion. And then
That would be okay. So as opposed to why didn't he just reply? I guess that would be a question you'd have to ask him. Do I think that it could have been avoided if he would have shut the fuck up or just complied? Yes, absolutely, 100%. Is punching somebody in the face warranted, or is it a police officer's job to just assault somebody like that? No, it's not. That's assault. That man is a victim. That man is a victim. So if he was running his mouth, if anybody runs their mouth, they do not deserve to be assaulted. They do not deserve to be beaten on. That's a fact. So,
hold on, guys. I know I said you lose, but Necro has been trying to speak, and you lose a mod. Let's let Necro go, and then
yes, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, speak more to Dunway's point, I know it's like something that sounds just cringy, the idea of like, saying that they should just submit, but I don't think it's a matter of submission. If you don't want, the situation to, escalate essentially, I mean, it's like it's a standard protocol. It's like if the police are to identify you for a specific crime or whatever it is, it's like, you always like, give them, your ID specifically, because the only thing it shows you is that, I mean, granted, yeah, he doesn't have the right to assault you, if you commit, if you are, if you're cursing or anything like that, that's freedom of speech, but it's like, I mean, in general, it's like, if you want to avoid any sort of conflict whatsoever, then yeah, it is the case to always just provide your ID.
And mentioning de-escalation administrators that thought he was going to speak on a police behalf, seeing that they literally are trained on de-escalation with you and equated that to the victim.
Didn't want to get in, Dan, so.
Yeah, we'll give most of the floor.
Thank you. I work in law enforcement, and while laws vary state to state.
In Canada.
Correct. I'm new to law enforcement, so I didn't realize myself. So essentially, you have to remember once you pulled over, and the officers approach, they, at any time when you're asked to step out of the vehicle, that is a lawful command. So, although, and I watched the video, my first reaction was like, really, like, wow, these guys are crazy, his hands are in the air, he's no threat. But what a lot of folks don't realize, the car he's in is still a weapon. So, when the officer says, sometimes you have somebody who was not with two people like that, she said, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I didn't interrupt you.
Zion, hold on a second.
So that's why the US's lawyer did plead guilty to nonviolent resistance, because once, the officers was well in their legal right to break the window, because anytime you're asked to get out of a car, you just do it, right? You show your hands, provide whatever. I think he was freaking out. He knew he was driving actually with an expired license. It was actually worse. It was a suspended license. However, the distinction is once he was out of the car, and his hands were still in the air, he was clearly no threat. You see all those officers around him. That is where the other officer took sucker punched him once he's out of the car. That's when he went over the line. That was not okay. So there'll probably be a civil suit around that. But bottom line, anytime an officer, whether you've done absolutely nothing wrong or not, you get out of the car, you're fine.
that is the worst thing. So it's not the officer's job to provide you with the law context. They have to. That's what the courts are. That's what the lawyers are. The officers are trained to have probable cause, which they did, and therefore we asked them to step out of the car. And not complying actually allowed the officers to break the window and actually physically grab him and extract him from the vehicle. Again, when he crossed the line is when the officer sucker punched him once he was outside of the vehicle.
Liz, I have several questions for you, but I'll go after Zayn. Go ahead, Zayn.
And I think he wanted to speak too. I saw him coming off the mic.
Oh, that's fair.
I know. Don't worry about it. Okay. Zion,
Yeah, so you said you worked at law enforcement. Are you a police officer? I am not working at law. You could be a law officer. You could be a law officer. So you're not a police officer?
No, I'm into it. I'm as a civilian. I'm surrounded by cops, and I showed this video to a cop of a 20-year-old traffic.
Wait, okay, well, just remember that anecdote after. He has a point to make. Right. But keep that anecdotal story in mind, Moose, because I want to hear it, okay? Go ahead.
As a police officer, when you get pulled over, right, and if they want to pull you out of the car, they make sure you put the car in park, right? That's logical, common sense, that's 101, right?
Correct. It is. So you can take the keys in.
So they gave the kid a command to put his hands up. You see him, right? And he had his hands up.
Correct.
And then he got punched in his face, right? Because he got pulled over for.
I thought you saw the video.
I saw the video. Just relax a little bit. Just slow down a little bit. So he got jumping for a little bit.
Use the legal command of getting out of the car.
Hold on. He got pulled over, right? For supposedly not wearing his seatbelt and not having his headlights on during the rain. Correct. He was asking the police officer, alright? So, that is a driving infraction, right?
It's a misdemeanor, correct?
Right, so it's a driving infraction. It's not a misdemeanor, it's the difference between a driving infraction and a misdemeanor.
So hold on to it. So there is a distinction between traffic and misdemeanor in some states. Like in my state, there is no category of traffic infractions. Pretty much every speeding ticket is considered a misdemeanor. But yeah, it varies by state. I just want to speak with the commentary of this. So I don't know which state he was in. Like you said that he was pulled over because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, which seems to be a pretty minor offense if I were to guess, but I'm not listening to Mexican law.
Because I'm in California, and it's actually a misdemeanor in California.
Okay. So regardless of what state you guys are in, let's just home in on the state of Florida because this is where it took place. So I'm in Massachusetts, right? So you could be in California, you could be wherever you are, but this took place in Florida. Alright, so this is a driving infraction, right? And do you get pulled out the car for not having your seatbelt on, or do you get ticketed?
You get ticketed, but you get pulled out of the car if you are on insured. It's not big difference here. It's a distinction.
If I can speak on this, so I mean, Zion, are you suggesting that just because we ticketed that it means that it's not a misdemeanor?
No. I'm saying my initial statement was that was a driving infraction. So whatever state that you're in, it could be whatever state that you're in, regardless, it was a driving infraction. No license, no license, sorry. No,
Well, this just said that it's not the case in California, so you can't say all states.
Did I say all states? I just want to home in on
You did say all states. That's the problem.
He said he wanted to zoom in on Florida because that's where it happened.
Well, that's different states.
What do you mean? What did I say was all states? I think you're going to be off
infraction, which seems to be that you were implying that it's everywhere in every state. It's in and from.
No, again, I'm gonna say this again. I don't want to imply everywhere. That's the opposite of what I want to do. I'm talking about this took place in Florida. Everybody was coming off mic saying where they're at, and if it was a misdemeanor or if it was not a misdemeanor, regardless, we're talking about if it is a misdemeanor, hypothetically speaking, in California, it's a misdemeanor, right, from a driving infraction. That's what I'm saying.
Can we move on?
Yeah, I would love to. I don't want to, we all agree that this is nothing to get punched in the face over. There's nothing for me to get out my car. This is nothing for me to get out of. No respectfully,
Right, but respectfully, what you're glazing over is that when an officer is asking you to step out of the car, regardless of the reason, you have to do it. It's so I know you don't. It's officer safety issue. No, listen. Okay. Listen. Officer cannot just be walking up to people, and you should know this as law enforcement and violating people's rights. People have rights. You have a right to ask. Okay, no, that's a casual encounter. That's different. I'm talking about stop. It's not black and white. That's lights are right. If an officer comes up to you, listen. You cannot just
One of you at a time. This is trying to respond to science and let it finish.
Right, so thanks, so just respectfully, so I'm not talking about an officer walking up to you on the street and saying, hey, can you come here? I got some questions for you. And he's gonna pull you out of a restaurant or something like that. At that point, you can absolutely tell him to F off. Because it's a casual, it's a friendly encounter. He's using his vehicle and his lights are on. That is a lawful in most states. That is a legal and lawful order that you are being legally detained, not arrested. A lot of people confuse being detained with being arrested. Go ahead.
Right. In a new handbook, is a response to non-compliant getting punched in the face. We can all agree on that, right?
Again, if you refuse the order to get out of the vehicle, that's technically resisting arrest.
I want to go after Hakima too.
How is that resisting arrest? What was he under arrest for? Can I finish?
Sorry, I misspoke. I was wrong. You're correct.
He had no business getting hit in the face.
Using the legal order is not arrest, but just the order, correct? As I said before, once he was out of the vehicle, the officer was completely out of line to hit him because the officer is now in control of the scene. The vehicle is no longer a weapon.
Yeah, that's the point. I would say the officer was on. No, it's like if the police officer sees that you're committing an offense, even if it's a traffic infraction, it is unlawful from command for them to step out of your vehicle if you're being non-compliant.
Yeah, and he keep on respectfully before you just say, oh, but this guy can't possibly be a law enforcement because it's an infraction. Perhaps in your state it is. But in California, it's a misdemeanor, so I spoke correctly in my state.
That's fine. What we're saying is one part of punching him in the face is in police training.
Here's the thing, everybody said it's a training, but Sonia, you would have to agree. We have seen too many instances of people being mistreated, mishandled, and even killed during encounters. So why even test it? If the guy was given a police order, why not just follow the order? Why be argumentative, right?
I agree with you. I agree partially with what you're saying, right? But you have to judge every case by case, right? So we can't just throw out a lot of people being killed. So this officer is intending to kill him, or this is the mind frame. You can't just pretend you know their mind frame. You know what I'm saying? I understand where you're coming from. Just because my philosophy is, I'm gonna stay out the way. I just wanna be home to my family, and I'm just going to do what it is that I have to do. There are people who will question the officer. Hey, why are you pulling me over? What did I do? And if you can't do this. Can you just give me a ticket and let me go on about my business? You have to, as an officer, expect that. That's one of the things you don't want to go around violating people's freedom.
Right. Hey, you don't want to get there. So I'm sure I got this at we were about to start it, so.
No, I got married when I was a teenager, brother. I've been married for over 14 years. So I've been married.
So you've been married for 14 years at 28?
So I got married at 16. So I'm different, bro. I come completely different than you guys.
The math. You said you got married 14 years ago, but you're 28. And you've been married for 14 years, but you got married at 16.
12.
That don't matter.
Anyways, I've been married for over 10 years, regardless. Okay? Been married for
More importantly, were you a virgin when you met your wife?
me, yes, I was.
Was your wife a virgin when she met you?
Yes, she
Or you the first person that both of you guys would have sex with that you know?
both of us first. We were first.
Guess what? Then you ain't looking for somebody to have sex with. You ain't looking for a wife. So who somebody fucking out here in this single world, it should be none of your concern anyway.
No, but in general, my point is, right? Like, if I ever believed, like, I truly believe, even for a man, bro, I believe, like, you shouldn't be having sex in general, bro. You should be saving that for the one true partner that you want to spend the rest of your life with. You shouldn't be just sleeping with a bunch of random guys that are here, like, you're dating this person 1 year, next year you sleep with them, then you're dating this other person for 6 months. I don't believe certain things should be secret. Should be between
I'm not even gonna say all that. What I will say is, come back and revisit this conversation with me about 10 years from now.
What do you mean?
Because I recognize this conversation. And I recognize this conversation because I got married at 18.
No, brother, I have kids.
I recognize it. I was too at 28.
Brother,
I recognize this conversation.
yeah, but the thing is, bro, we're both truly happy with each other. Like, you're saying something negative is gonna happen just
I'm
because
not
that
saying
happened.
that. I'm saying what you mean. Let's revisit this conversation as you get a little older, when you're no longer 28 and rosy-eyed as you are, because we're all there. That's not me, slighting you or saying anything negative. I'm saying I know what you feel because I felt it at your age.
Yeah,
Because my experience is a lot like it.
so what you're saying, we don't
Don't be so quick.
Yeah.
Don't be so quick to think you know as much as you think you know right now. Because you will find out. I don't give a fuck how long you've been married, because by the time I was your age, I've been married for 10 years too. So what I'm telling you is, you don't know as much as you think you know at 28, and everything that you think you know at 28, you will figure out at 38, 48, and 58 that you didn't know shit. Take a step back. Just take a step back.
Yeah, can I just say something? I've met guys who are 40. I've met guys that are 50. I've met guys that are 18. Age is just a number, bro. Wisdom does not come through age. I've met some dumbass 45-year-olds that still come with maturity. You can have unlimited experience. I've met people who are literally going bald, but are telling me, hey, I still have not hit my what you call it, my manly peak, like my financial peak, all this. So I don't need to get married yet. And these guys are going bald. So wisdom doesn't come with experience, brother. I've met people with lots of experience that are completely dumb. I've met people with no experience, brother, that are like, bro, you're like, this guy is completely wise. Holy crap, you know what I mean? And I see where you're coming from. Hey, business, how old do you think I am? Brother, I don't know how old. I am 60 years old, brother. I am 60 years old, but I have been with my wife for 19 years. And I'm going to tell you something. If you think you have it mastered, even at my age, and I have raised 7 beautiful kids, last one going through college, and I'm just going to tell you this. At the end of the day, if you think you have the master plan, even at my age, I can tell you, it is still a constant
learning process, but it's about enjoying the journey. And see, here's the thing. You're going to constantly be building that shit. You're going to constantly learn some shit or whatever, some new shit, because guess what? You're constantly evolving. You may be okay where you are right now, but you don't know what life's going to throw at you down the road. You don't know what it is yet. When financial shit can happen. Relationships hit a fucking flat tire sometime, and you got to fucking figure that shit out. You know, shit change. Women go through changes, the menopause and shit. Men go through that bullshit. But there is a whole lot to this gambit right now. That's you in that comfort zone, which I call the pink cloud. But as you get older, bruh, it becomes this thing where you have to constantly paying attention to what it is. And age does make a difference. See, and it kills me on Clubhouse when they think because a person is older, they don't know. How the hell you think I got here? How the hell you think I've lived so long? So in other words, if I can show you any piece of wisdom that can help you to maybe avoid what you can use so you can navigate through what you're going through, that is what wisdom is. And at 28 years old, and I have a son your actual age, and if he was to tell me that he got it down pat, I would just sit here and laugh like DJ was doing, because you know, if you think you got it figured out, go ahead. Because I'm gonna be sitting right here when you come back to me with your head down and say, damn, I thought I had it. But it is a constant growth process until you take your last breath, as long as you live with a person.
Hey, I know this is all such thing, but big odds. I mean, big odds. You look like you ain't good ass real.
Hey, as long as I got that bottom of the calendar in my cigar in my mouth, we could go.
I know like you make a good ass brisket. I'm like, damn, you got me hungry now. Hey.
That's funny, man. It's always interesting. And I know he didn't experience this a lot throughout life as he's gotten older. And he's 20 years older than me. So I look at it and we hear ourselves in these conversations quite often from the younger guys who just haven't experienced that shit yet. And we remember that moment when we said it to our fathers and we said it to our uncles and we said it to the older cats in the hood that we would talk to. It's the exact same thing.
Exactly. That's why when you said, I hear this conversation, I said, this is going on. I said, yep. I said, but you know what the crazy part about it is? We got a generation now who don't think. It's like this. If you look at me, you wouldn't know my past. Look, I don't been to the military. I don't been incarcerated. I don't been through all of that. Now, my life is straight now. You know, raising a kid. But you know, my point being, at the end of the day, I have actual experience of what I'm talking about. I'm not sitting here someone telling you something I don't know. And so for the younger ones, you know, listen, the game never changes. It's only the play. So right now, I don't understand these young dudes, and I'm gonna say this. These women are making money, and all the brother gotta do is step up their motherfucking game, and they wanna sit there and not do that. I don't get this shit. Cause I'm gonna tell you something. There's no such thing to me as these male women these dudes is. All I see is a bunch of dudes crying because you want something, but if a woman builds something, you gotta show her she can trust you with that shit. You gotta show her that you know what, goddamn, you know what? I can let my hair down with this nigga, cause I know if shit fall apart, he got me. But dudes ain't trying to do that. And here's the thing. I can tell you, I'm a tough dude. My wife got a mouth for her like what's her name, but she know at the end of the day who the hell I am and what I am. And until you establish yourself with a woman, submission is shown by a man. You know what? We submit to everything before she does it. We show her what our submission looks like. And too many women giving that shit up. Because at the end of the day, if you're up to me, and I'm gonna lay my plate, and I believe in this, if my house is out of order, the only person I have to look at is myself. I truly believe that. And that's been holding my woman accountable.
And all of this really boils down to, from my perspective, is the older you get, the more you realize that you should be slower to speak and judge, and quicker to sit back, observe, and listen. And typically, it goes the opposite way the younger you are, and you don't realize the wisdom in being able to sit back and observe and just witness what's happening around you and what's coming. Because these things come, like a lot of things, especially within marriage, man, you don't realize just how long life is
was in Jerry curls, and then watch the baggy clothes come in, and motherfuckers wear backwards clothes and big ass fucking 4H jeans when they really only wear large, and then the jeans get tight again, and then the jeans get loose again. The bell bottoms go away, and the knickerbockers come back. You see all of it, even within the music that you listen to. You start to realize that music goes in 20-year cycles. So when we were sampling in the 90s, we were sampling songs from the 70s. In the 20s, in the 2000s, they were sampling songs from the 80s. The 2010s, they sampled songs from the early 90s and late 80s. And now, even right now in 2025, they're sampling shit from the late 90s and early 2000s. And you see those trends happen because history just works itself in certain time periods. It's the same thing that you start to realize when you pay attention to politics. That every 4 to 8 years, you're gonna see a Republican shift that happens. The first 4 years of that Democratic presidency, you're gonna have a great time. And in the second 8 years of that Democratic presidency, you'll get a Republican Congress halfway through it, and they're gonna fuck up everything. And then you're gonna get a Republican president for the next 8 years, typically. And they're gonna do the next 8 years of fucking that shit up just for the Democrats to start the cycle out over.
And it's like,
That's just how history works.
I've been saying this to people a lot, and they get mad at me sometimes because especially younger people, and I'm like, I really wish I would stop saying you're small and you're old at 30. You know, my godmother is 70-something years old, and once in her life, it helped me realize how much I am not grown, and I'm in my 40s. Like, it helped me understand how much you don't know shit. But we so big on wanting to be, oh, I don't want to be old before my time. Like you said, 30 is different because 30 comes with different responsibilities. 40 gonna hit different because the same mistakes you made in your 30s, they also should not be making in your 40s. It's gonna hit different because you're gonna look at the mistakes you made in your 40s and be like, God damn, how the fuck was I making that? Like, you know what? I'm gonna have to go. God damn, I'm sorry. But that reality that people don't realize, and I'm like, there's so many people in their 20s and 30s, I have never in my life seen so many people want to be old so fast. I'm grown. You ain't seen some shit really yet, and I get it. It's pretty. But there's so much more to life. Like, the way we talking nowadays is like, they put on 30 is middle age. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, people live to 80, right? 90. In many cases, 100. But we don't realize that. I think we're shortening our life that is much older than what's well, but you don't realize there's so much more to go. My godmother has been, and I say, this stages of being a woman. You was doing it, it was just, it's like 5 stages that they older people claim. It's a daughter, a sister, a mother, a wife, a widow. And to watch my godmother have went through all of those stages and now she's a widow, I'm like, oh, it's a whole nother level of life that I would not have thought, like, you know, you think you got it. It's motherhood. Man, motherhood even is in phases. Like, motherhood to a baby, motherhood to a little kid, motherhood to a teenager, motherhood to a whole fucking adult. Like, you never grown. You always growing. And I think if people start realizing that and they stop judging every situation on your situation, because that works for you, don't mean it works for everybody. Be open, because I love to say God has a way of, just when you think everything is great and good and you happy, flipping that God and put a foot in the head just to show you another way. So I mean, but, yeah, it's just crazy, the conversation. And wisdom does come with experience, not age, and the ability to sit back and watch and learn. Like, that's one of the statements. A wise man knows that he knows nothing at all. Like, you're always supposed to be learning. Never to the point where you think you got it down.
What up, Canary? How you living, Brody?
It's so funny, man. Just thinking about all of the shit that I just knew about the world at 17, 18 years old. And all all of the times I've heard since heard my mother who just died, she was 85, told me, ain't that no other son? I seen that. I seen that before. Nigga, I already know what you're thinking because you would have thought it before. Hell, I done thought it before too. I could never surprise my mama. In 40 years of life, I had never surprised my mama. She always talked to me. Same thing with my dad. To the day he died, that motherfucker said, when I walked in his room, because he died the day I found out I was having my daughter. Walked in that room and I went to talk to him and then he said, hey, you got a baby on the way, ain't you? Yeah. You know what to do. Forgot my room, nigga. I'm gonna hear that shit. And that was no gonna say like he was never surprised. Because they been here before. They been you before. They been me before. They see these experiences and they understand them for what they are. So they're able to recognize those patterns. And as you get older and as you get wiser and as you experience these things, the things that you experience, they come out and you just be like, dang, where did that shit come from? But then you realize, oh shit, I did that shit too when I was 16. Oh yeah, I did take my mama car without her permission. So then when you get your kid 16, you fully expect them to take your car without permission. So you don't get your kids in the
You can tell it's fine. Oh, you're looking at my car. You looking at my car.
yeah. All of a sudden they take a special interest in where you keep your car keys.
Yeah, but I think that's the problem. I think that mindset where like we think like if you're 30, like I've spoken to some men, they're like 35, literally, they have gray hair. Some of them are going bald, and they will tell you that they're actually young. I mean, they tell you that hey, I'm still young, X, Y, and Z. I feel like the only person as a man you can ask for wisdom or experience is your father, especially if he's an honorable person, right? But everybody else that's older than you, you can't really take their advice like that because you don't know who they are as a man. You don't know the mistakes they made. You don't know the shortcoming. You don't know their beliefs. They might not believe in the same thing as you, right? Some people were raised different. Some people are at 16 or at 15 were still playing at the park, going on the swings. Some 15-year-olds are back home in Africa. They're in the army, bro. They're fighting. They killed a whole man at that age, right? So everyone is raised differently. Everyone grows differently. Some people grow faster than others. Some men are 35 and their mindset's like they're 20 because they never had to grow. They were privileged. They were protected. So this is why I say like it's very important not to. And I believe at 30, at 28, like my father told me as soon as I touched 13, he said, you're a grown man. Like, you're a man now. You know what I mean? You can't be doing certain, you're a man, bro. You know what I mean? I never forget. And some people don't get that. Some people think they're a man at 35, 28. Everyone has a different mindset. So, and also again about wisdom, bro. I don't believe that it comes through experience because some person might be going through way more experience than you at just the age of 20, wherever they were raised up from. They might have, been in the army, they might have seen this, that. So they have way more experience than somebody at the age of 30 because this person, all he did was stay at his mother's house, go to college, and, now he's looking for a career. Compared to somebody that had to, struggle, migrate here. He had like 5 lives by the time he touched 30. So, I don't know, man, I disagree a little bit.
I don't know nothing, but all I do know is just because you had to chase giraffes and zebras at 13, I mean, that does not take experience. I fuck with you the long way, right? But I'm not just gonna let you sit here and continue to say, oh, these niggas are dumb and all this other shit.
No one's dumb, though.
You be an X, Y, and Z while you was younger. That's cool, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, Jesus Christ.
Nah, I don't think anybody's dumb.
You know what's crazy when I hear this brother talk? It's like there are some dudes in my age bracket who still have not experienced nothing because they chose not to, or they're used to the environments. And people would think just because they're older they should know. The thing about what getting wisdom is not just going through the experience, but learning the lesson that it's teaching. Building up your reference book so when you know what, my book is way thicker than yours at 60 than yours at 28 can never be. And guess what? I don't travel all over the place. I'm an 82nd Airborne veteran. And all I'm gonna say to you is this: at the end of the day, the traumas that we travel through, no matter what your travel is, at the end of the day, those are the things that shape you. You know, I don't know what you might have done in your life, but whoever you are, your past is making you who you are today. And if you got the lessons in it, that's what it is. People get too stuck in the trauma. Oh, we're hurt. You're all sad. But what was you trying to get taught in the middle of this shit? See, I play my tape back every day when I go to sleep and say to myself, how can I be better for the next day? It's like I said to myself, my wife deserves the best version of me. So if I'm not calling to myself to be the best version, how can I expect her to be the best version of herself? How can I expect my kids to be the best version of myself? I lead by example. And all I'm saying is what I'm seeing a lot of is, all right, fine, I see these videos that would really heal me. You know, one thing I hear, hey, what do you bring to the table? I ain't never had to ask a woman that at all. What I bring to the table is me. Now, I ain't for everybody ain't for me. And if I ain't the man for you, I'm still gonna be a man when I walk out the door. A woman not gonna tell me whether or not I'm a man or not. And I think that's one of the biggest issues with the younger generation. They got women telling them you ain't a man because you ain't did this. You know what? The most important thing a man has to offer a woman before he even dig in his pocket is himself. Because if he ain't shit, because I got a whole bunch of my boys that ass loads of money. And you sit in their house for 5 minutes, you might want to go back down to the projects because the shit is fucking miserable. Even though the house is beautiful, but the spirit of that shit is terrible. So at the end of the day, the continence and the integrity of a man is the most important thing he has to provide for his family and any woman he's gonna be in her life. His pockets and his cars ain't gonna fucking keep you happy. All that nice shit don't mean shit at the end of the day. You know what I mean? When I was hustling, how many broke ass niggas was fucking the top drug dealer's girlfriend because he used to tell her she was beautiful and she was cheap and she didn't want to give the living she had with the motherfucker. But the emotional part, that motherfucker was worth risking for. And I learned the most sexual part of the woman is a goddamn mind. It ain't a body. You get a mind, everything else comes. You ain't got to say shit. You ain't got to ask for shit. So, I just think it's time for brothers to start realizing, man, look, those old niggas are really different. I'm laying my plane with this, what an old dude showed me. He said, man, if you got a woman you really interested in, and you ask her out, then guess what? She says she gotta work. Well, you ask her how much money she would have made that day. And then what you do is you give her that money and you still take her out. Don't ask her for shit, because that way she always knows she gonna win with you. See, dudes be too scared to do that shit. But then again, if you're scared to do it, then why are you fucking with her? Because at the end of the day, you really ain't that sure about her. But when you know what you want, men will make investments in what they love. I don't care how much a woman cooks, up, whatever. Until that man decides you are number one, there's nothing you can do. Nothing. Because guess what? How many women have built a man for the next woman? You saw him as your forever. He saw you as your opportunity to rise to the next level, but you wasn't the one he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. So I ask women to just pay attention at the end of the day, because you know what? You save yourself a lot of heartache. Stop putting your expectations. I have no expectations on my wife to this day. I just take it one day at a time. And whatever it is, and hold up and I land with this, learn how to listen. Listen to the source of which a person is speaking from. Don't just take in the words and then you getting defended. Listen to where they're coming from. I always ask myself, when somebody on the stage cussed me out today, I'm going to say, what did I say to make them cuss me? I'm going to check myself first. Because then when I do make that approach, I might approach it defense. I'm going to point, I'm ready to listen and hear you out. Listening is the most important part of conversation, all communication. And people think speaking is first. No, listen to what a person says. Take 10 seconds and resonate with you. Then respond. Life is easier that way. Y'all, I gotta go get showered so I can ready for my hot day tonight.
I'm so happy for you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
I picked out my favorite polo out. Polo is matching Air Maxes, 970 course. But yes, that I plan to have one, and I hope you guys do the same.
I just want to point out that that young man that was arguing with this thing is old enough to know that his wife is not sexually satisfied yet. So we don't know where clitoris is yet. He ain't figured that part out yet.
Like 49 minutes, I was on the phone. Like,
he came in, basically trying to put forth all of these ideas of who should be having sex and who shouldn't be having sex and how you should only have sex with one person for your entire life and all that thing.
that sounds boring.
He got married allegedly at 14, but he's 28. He got married allegedly at 16, but he's 28 and has been married 14 years, which would have made him being married at 14. So I kind of pointed out that the math wasn't math in that scenario. And then he got into this back and forth with me about bullshit. So I was, trying to, so I asked him, I was like, man, you said you're 28, right? Okay. Just come back and talk to me in about 10 years when you learn some things. So, oh man, I'm ready. All the fucking shit out. Hey, you got me, dog. Just understand that you're going to feel completely differently about everything you're saying right now. About 10 years from now. You're coming to figure out that everything that you knew to be true at 28 is probably not that true at 30, at 48, 58, and so on and so forth. That's really easy. Like, you'll learn. Because about 10 years from now, you're probably going to realize that your wife is not satisfied with none of the ways that you've been fucking her for the last 20 years. You realize that she likes being single, and you ain't been in that shit this whole fucking time, and she wants to be tied up and fucked up against the wall somewhere, and you've never done it because that's the only person you had sex with, and you don't read all the freaking lady books that she be reading.
or he was looking for some type of way or some where he learned how to do this from.
Hey, DJ, welcome to America. Because remember Eddie Murphy said was on Fufu when she came over? She got to talking to her friends, but she said, Eddie, I would have. So, he think he got us stuck in that traditional thing. I don't care. One thing about you, bring somebody, you come from another country. American westernized ways have a way of infiltrating into your relationship. And if you don't adjust, every dude I've seen that did not adjust came with that macho attitude from their country. Their wives left them.
Welcome.
I mean, even without the macho shit, it's just the experience of being married young. You start to realize that when you get married young, the woman that you're married to really doesn't talk to you the same way as if you had met her when y'all were both 25 years old and knew who you were as people. She's growing under at that point. Because you get married at 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. So she knows you're going to infantilize her and she's going to play into it. That's just how the shit works. Because that's just a part of life and how people interact with each other. So as you get older, she's been sitting there reading on her little iPad or her Kindle, whatever the case may be. And you don't know what she's reading because as a man, quite naturally, you're not really concerned. You really don't give a fuck what she's reading because all you notice is that she's leaving you alone watching on this iPad and you watching the goddamn game when it did.
Hey,
That's
DJ,
the only thing that you care about.
hey, DJ, here's something I learned from my dad. And he's the best man I ever knew before he passed. My mother got married at 18. She was 19, he was 20. And the one thing I learned my father showed me, he never stopped treating my mom like his girlfriend. She was my mom, she was his wife, but she was his girlfriend first. Always. And people tend to get married and forget the things that what made y'all fall in love and come together. And that's one of the main things I held on. And I'm gonna just tell you a true story about a man's conscience being strong. When my father passed away, I asked my mom, how did my father ask her to marry him? And my mother looked me dead in my face and said, your father asked me to marry me. I said, what you mean? She said, my father showed up at her house in a suit for some reason, told her to go get dressed because they about to go get married. I was like, that's some gangsta ass shit. I was like, what? She said, yeah. I said, what'd you do? She said, I went upstairs, got my sister, went to Justice Peace and got married. Mind you, my father had just came up from South Carolina. He had been working his job for 6 months. He was still living at his mother's house. But who my father was, my mother believed it that this man had her. And I lived a very comfortable life with a man with a 7th grade education. So what I'm saying is a man's integrity goes a say shit, men like to build shit, and we need to stop looking at the fact that what are we really looking at? Just because they're old, a lot of people are relationship immature because they don't know how to handle it. Just because they got a fucking FICO score or something in the house and everything else, but when it comes to relationships, they don't know how to handle that shit. They're still kids. So at the end of the day, you know, I think that's the part that's just being talked about, and it should be something that you just observe.
Oh, Wiggy, that's how that shit started. Cause I was like, we gotta stop infantilizing women. Cause women like to fuck too. Like, yeah, she's a horny toad just like you are. Women wanna fuck just like you. Absolutely. Like, you're not giving her dick. Like, she's not giving you pussy. You're giving her tricks and pussy, and she's giving you pussy. Like, there's no sacred pussy. Like, if that pussy wants to be touched, just like your dick will be touched. Like, it's okay, my nigga.
What do you mean my wife likes to have sex?
Hell, but anyway, I gotta go. Let me go get dressed for me. Like, on the house. Bye, y'all.
Bye, have fun. Tell us how it went. I'm gonna be having a good time. I'm excited for him. Jesus. Gosh, I'm tired.
Yep, today has been one for the record. Not gonna hold you.
It's been a crazy day. I have to do something today. I gotta fold laundry and I'm gonna wash my hair tomorrow. I keep thinking today is Thursday and it's not. It's Wednesday. Oh God. Can I fold? I'm gonna fold your clothes. Oh, okay, J. Cole. I'm gonna play this song as I
Very cool, guys. I gotta go, but I appreciate y'all enjoying your house. I hope you have some more great topics like this.
We always do, bro. We appreciate you sliding through today.
have a good one.
Yes, big bless. I gotta go cook some ribs.
in America.
Oh, yeah.
And Italy. And I think that the ancestors come from Italy.
Well, yeah, but it's not like just an identity. It's not only listen, it's not only ethno.
They're Jews, sir.
Oh wait.
Now I'm done.
Oh, okay, cool.
Not only ethnicity, BHI is a religion. So they're claiming to be Israelites, but it's also the religious faith. So you would think, like most hardcore Roman Catholics or Italian want to go and see the Vatican.
Somebody wants to go.
Well, most Black Hebrew Israelites can't do it because they usually learn about BHI in prison because they're felons.
Let's use logic, right? And plenty of Catholics that
Most Black Hebrew Israelites, I would think, are felons.
Let's use logic.
I mean, just because they're Black.
Not been to the Vatican, sir. There are plenty of people who call themselves Jews in the Ukraine who have never been to Israel. That's okay. That's fine. You have to go to Israel to be an Israelite or to be a Jew.
What about being Hebrew? What about identifying as Hebrew?
You can identify with whatever it is that you want to identify as, right? We do it all the time. In America, you have kids identify as
Are you a Hebrew Israelite or no?
I'm a Christian, sir.
Oh,
I told
okay.
you that for the third time.
Do you believe in the triunity of God?
Am I a Trinitarian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that.
Okay, cool. So you believe Jesus is God? Cool.
Yes. Emmanuel, which is interpreted God with us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that.
So do I.
Yeah, Richard, there's some other question in the chat, but I just would like to know, you said that majority of Black Israelites are convicted felons. Citation needed.
Let me think of that. Go fuck yourself, Nick.
That was an ignorant statement. He's just.
No, I agree. Necro should done the whole citation thing. It was an ignorant statement. We'll let it go and forgive you, Nick.
It's crazy. It's not true.
I asked you to cite your data, and you just told me to go fuck myself.
Because you are autistic as hell and you couldn't understand that I was being facetious.
Yeah, what does my autism have to do with the answer your question?
Your autism has everything to do with you being a hyper-literalist.
Yeah.
And believing that when I said that all BHI, or the majority of BHI are felons, you couldn't realize that it was a joke. It was tongue-in-cheek, Necro.
Well, I mean, that's great. I mean, granted, you probably were making a joke, but I still
but now I need citation.
No, I couldn't tell if you were being serious, but the fact is you were joking. I mean, I still think it's...
A little bit that I believe that the majority of BHI are actual felons.
Rich, I still think it's insensitive.
Well, it may be insensitive. And then that's why I told your sensitive ass to go fuck yourself.
No.
Yeah.
To play the stereotype that Black people like to commit crime, I think that's harmful.
Oh god, Necro. You're so boring.
Yeah.
This is where you're single, Necro. Nobody wants to put up with you.
I mean, I would like to compare body count.
63.
Yeah, I lost count.
Wait, what? Why are you talking to that man like that? That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, you have a lower body count than the person with autism, Rich.
Well, I have autism too.
Why are you guys bragging about how many sluts that you've had sex with?
That's a long time ago, so.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we're just doing a dick measure contest.
9 3/4 inches, Necro, if we're on that.
This is fucking crazy.
Making fun of him for having autism.
Well, no. If we want to make fun of him, we call Marine We're not doing that.
Yeah.
What's the
Like I said, I mean, I just...
So do I, Zion, and so do you, probably.
Like I said, I just have to try and make jokes about stereotyping people of color as committing more crimes.
Wait, I also say that all Muslims are pedophiles too, Negro.
Yeah, that is equally insensitive, bro. You can't
lie. Bro, is he hold on. While it might be an exaggeration, it's directionally true. It's definitely not.
I don't see how that is.
That's crazy. And that's what I'm saying. It's people like you guys that it's not good for humanity, bro.
Wait, what do you mean? Why you guys?
All Muslims are pedophiles, like directionally, that's correct.
Well, have you had any so far that don't condone pedophilia?
Actually, the count's about 15 that said that they supported. In fact, their own words is she's old enough. But I've come across 2 that have come up that have said that they don't condone it. So it's
Wait, hold on. They don't condone it, or are they trying to say that she was like 16? Right?
No, that's a different category where they try to explain it away, and most of those people.
White people take the cake concerning pedophilia easily. Like, the FBI statistics.
Wait, isn't molestation of boys like a certain reported in the black community?
2 cases in America are done by Caucasian males is outrageous.
You know it's 97% of mass shootings are committed by blacks. No, we actually, hold on, Necro, I will provide that because hold on. There is a way that I phrased it that makes it accurate. Now, if you say mass school shootings,
97, that's pretty.
Yes, 97% of all school shootings. Of all school shootings. 97% of all school shootings are committed by blacks. Because there is a single, hold on, I know, I misspoke. I'm correcting myself. I'm clarifying. Because it is usually a single gunshot or, a couple gunshots at one individual within the confines of a school. Now, if you're talking about mass school shootings, then it's almost majority is white. Yeah.
How many people need to be shot in order for it to be considered a mass shooting, and when did they implement this?
3 or more individuals. So you guys still do make up the majority of mass shootings, but I don't remember the exact number of mass shootings. No, I misspoke when I said the 97%, that's school shootings.
This happened, this is what I'm saying though, that this change of statistics happened recently, where it has to be more than 3 for it to be considered a mass shooting.
It actually knowledge, it was knowledge, or Negro, it was knowledge and chillism. I actually brought the 97% posted in the chat. We were all really surprised, but then we started thinking about it. We started thinking about it because when you're talking about somebody bringing in a firearm and shooting it within the confines of a school, it's almost always black.
Okay, and I still dispute the idea that it's 97%.
Yeah, it is. I'll get it from Yeah, I will. I'll get it from knowledge.
Any source that's reviewed.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spell it the next hour looking for it, Negro. I'll just ask knowledge. I'll be like, hey, knowledge, you got that 97% thing? And he'll be like, yeah, here you go. Yeah, you can wait.
This is your opportunity.
Yeah, I don't care if you value my opinion. It doesn't matter.
Well, I don't see how you expect people to believe you if you're not going to provide data.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what you think. You're fucking irrelevant every time you come on stage.
Well, forget me. Like, how are you going to convince anyone that you're right, that 97%?
I'm not. I'm just going to say that.
He's usually pretty convincing.
Right. Well,
Like I said, I will ask. Okay. Here's what I can do. Necro. I can spend the next fucking 30 minutes diligently searching
to prove a statement to Necro on Clubhouse who I do not respect. Or I can wait until a little bit later and be like, you have knowledge, you got that thing? And he'll be like, yeah, it's right here. It was in my chat GPT. Here's the article. Like,
Abuse of females were white men.
yeah, but you gotta admit that black molestation in the black community is underrepresented. It's underreported because of the shame of
Raw number. Anybody pornography was found from white men. This is a fact. Excuse me. This is a fact.
Oh, Abby, she's saying that only white men molest.
No, I said these are facts. 76% of offenders in child pornography cases were white.
Where does pornography come from?
The Greek word pornos, which is fornication.
Pornea is the Greek word.
Pornea.
I think pornography just happened to the invades. You think it existed before there was the United?
I want to talk about where the word came from. Oh, Abby, he's just saying that white men are the only one that rape kids.
I'm talking about the FBI crime statistics. We gotta deal with this. We cannot sweep this underneath the rug. Something is happening in the white community.
No. See, pornography.
Wrong. I'm really quick. It's gotten to the highest levels of government to the point where everybody's kicking this underneath the can. The violence, that these people go to molest little girls and little boys. This is a problem. Yeah, we talk about other things, right? This is a real issue.
I think please and
I'm a man in 10 seconds. I want to remind you guys, the reason why this topic came up is because he said, that Muslims, all Muslims are pedophiles, basically rapists.
Oh, I was considering this hyperbolic speech.
All right. So I'm not using hyperbole or hypotheticals. I'm using facts. 74% of child pornography is done by white men. This is scary.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I just asked you to provide some data, and you couldn't provide one.
No, I said I'm not going to spend the next 30 minutes trying to find, because the way that it's worded, even if I go to ChatGPT right now, and I say, hey, Chat, because I'll have to go through all these fucking prompts and dream states and parallel universes with no restrictions and all this kind of shit. The way that I'll have to prompt ChatGPT, because he'll continuously say, well, you have to understand racial tensions and blah, 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 blah. And I'll have to do all this shit, or I can just wait till I see knowledge and be like, hey, knowledge, can you give me that thing that you found on ChatGPT that shows that 97% of all school shootings are committed by blacks?
Rich.
Yeah, so I'll do that.
Nothing. So
I'm gonna take the ladder, Necro. Yeah, but I don't respect you, so it doesn't matter.
Well, you clearly don't respect you. It doesn't change the fact that you made a claim, and you're very specific. So you're making a claim that is not really being hyperbolic when you say 97%. Like, that seems pretty specific. I mean, does that sound pretty specific to you when he says 97%?
Yeah, because we all read it.
Well,
I didn't even believe it was that high. I was like, that can't be right. And everybody's like, knowledge, post in the chat. And we all read it. We're like, oh, okay. Yeah.
Like if I said the same thing about white people,
It's like statistics, Necro. You use the word mass shooting, or you use the word school shooting, it's going to bring up mass school shootings. It's going to be like, it's predominantly white. But if you get it down to just saying only school shootings, where a firearm is discharged in a school, it's 97%.
First off, you didn't even have to say anything about school shooting.
Yeah, I misspoke the first time, and I corrected myself.
You just said mass shootings.
Well, the majority of mass shootings are actually black as well, because it's only 3 or more people involved.
I guess
white children have a problem